Chapter 1, in which Julius de Coster, the younger, gets drunk in the Petit Saint Georges, and the impossible suddenly overflows the banks of everyday life. As far as Keys Popinga was personally concerned, it must be admitted that at 8 o'clock that evening there was still time, since his destiny was not yet fixed. But time for what? And could he do anything other than what he was about to do? Convinced as he was that his actions had no more importance that evening than during the thousands and thousands of days beforehand, he would have shrugged in disbelief if anyone had told him that his life was about to change suddenly, and that the photograph on the sideboard, showing him standing in the bosom of his family, one hand casually resting on a chair, would be reproduced across every newspaper in Europe. And finally, if he had searched his conscience in all seriousness for anything predisposing him to an eventful future, he would probably not have thought of a certain furtive, almost shameful emotion that disturbed him whenever he saw a train go by, a night train especially, its blinds drawn down on the mystery of its passengers. As for daring to tell him to his face that at that very instant his employer, Julius de Coster, the younger, was sitting at a table in the bar known as the Petit Saint Georges and assiduously getting drunk, it would have had no effect, nor piqued his curiosity, for Keys Popinga had no taste for mystification, having his own fixed opinion of people and things, and yet, against all probability, Julius de Coster the younger was indeed at the Petit Saint Georges. Meanwhile, in Amsterdam, in a suite at the Carlton Hotel, a certain Pamela was taking a bath. Before leaving for the fashionable nightclub to Kinski's. What did any of that have to do with Popinga, any more than the fact that in Paris, in a little restaurant in Rue Blanche, called Chez Mélie, a certain Jean Rosier, a redhead, was sitting at a table with a man named Louis, whom she was asking, as she helped herself to mustard, "You working tonight?" or that in Juvisy, in the Paris suburbs, not far from the railway goods yard, on the road to Fontainebleau, a garage owner and his sister Rose. In fact, none of that existed yet. It was all in the future, the immediate future of Keys Popinga, who, that Wednesday in December at 8 o'clock in the evening, had absolutely no notion of any of this, and was about to smoke a cigar. What he would never have admitted to anybody, since it might conceivably be taken for criticism of family life, was that after dinner he had a very strong inclination to nod off to sleep. It was nothing to do with the food, since, as in most Dutch families, their evening meal was a light one: tea, bread and butter, thin slices of ham and cheese, sometimes a dessert. No, the offender was rather the stove, an imposing stove, the very best of its kind, with green ceramic tiles and heavy chrome fittings. A stove that was not merely a stove, but, by its heat and its warm breath, the regulator, you might say, of the life of the household. The cigar boxes were on the marble mantelpiece, and Popinga took his time to choose one, sniffing it, feeling the tobacco with his fingers, because that is essential in order to appreciate a cigar, and also because that's how people have always done it, just the same way. The moment the table had been cleared, Frida, Popinga's daughter, 15 years old with auburn hair, would spread out her school books under the lamplight and look at them for a long time with her big dark eyes, which were either unfathomable or empty. Things went on as usual. Carl, the younger child, 13 years old, offered his forehead first to his mother, then to his father, kissed his sister good night, and went up to bed. The stove was still roaring away, and Keys asked out of habit, "What are you doing, Mama?" He called her Mama in front of the children. I must bring my album up to date. She was 40 years old and displayed the same gentleness and dignity as the whole household, people, and objects. One could almost have added, as in the case of the stove, that she was the very best quality Dutch housewife, and it was one of Key's obsessions that he always spoke of first-class quality. In fact, speaking of quality, the brand of chocolate which the family bought was the only thing that was second best, and yet they still chose it, because every packet contained a picture, and these pictures took their place in a special album which, in a few years' time, would contain full-color reproductions of all the flowers in the world. Accordingly, Mrs. Popinga settled down in front of her famous album and started sorting out her colored pictures, while Keys turned the knobs on the wireless set, so that from the outside world all that could be heard was a soprano singing. And sometimes the rattle of crockery from the kitchen where their maidservant was washing the dishes. So heavy was the air that his cigar smoke did not even rise to the ceiling, but hung like a cloud round Popinga's face, and he sometimes waved it away with his hand, as one does spiders' webs. And hadn't all this been the same for the last 15 years? Hadn't they been fixed in the same attitudes? It so happened that a little before 8:30, when the soprano had fallen silent and a monotonous voice was listing the values on the stock exchange, Keyes uncrossed his legs, looked at his cigar, and declared hesitantly, "I wonder whether everything is really in order aboard the Ocean 3. Silence. The crackling of the stove. Mrs. Popinga had had time to stick 2 more pictures in her album, and Frida to turn the page of her school book. Perhaps I'd better go to take a look. And from that moment, the die was cast, just long enough to smoke 2 or 3 millimeters of his cigar, to stretch, to hear the orchestra tuning up in the Hilversum Radio Auditorium, and Keyes had been caught up in a spiral. From now on, every single second would weigh more heavily than all the seconds he had lived hitherto, and each of his actions would take on as much significance as those of statesmen whose slightest doings are noted in the press. The maidservant brought him his heavy gray overcoat, his fur gloves, and his hat. She fitted his rubber galoshes over his shoes, as he docilely lifted first one foot, then the other. He kissed his wife and his daughter, noting again that he had no idea what Frida was thinking, if indeed she was thinking anything at all. Then in the corridor he wondered whether to take his bicycle, a chrome-plated machine with several gears, one of the very best bicycles money could buy. He decided to go on foot, left the house, then looked back at it with satisfaction. It was, in fact, a villa he had drawn up the plans, supervised its construction, and if it was not the largest in the neighborhood, he firmly believed it to be one of the best designed and most harmonious. The neighborhood itself was a newly built one, a little out of town on the Delfzijl Road, and surely the healthiest and most pleasant in Groningen until this point. Keyes Popinga's life had been entirely composed of this kind of satisfaction, a genuine satisfaction, because, say what you will, nobody can claim that an object of the finest quality is anything other than the finest quality, that a well-built house is not a well-built house, or that Oosting's pork butcher is not the best in all Groningen. It was cold, but a dry and bracing kind of cold. His rubber soles crunched on the hard-packed snow, hands in his pockets, cigar between his teeth. Keys headed for the port, sincerely wondering whether all was well aboard the Ocean 3. It had not been a manufactured excuse. True, he was not unhappy to be walking in the cool night air, rather than dozing off in the stale warmth of the house. But he would not have allowed himself to think officially that any place in the world could be better than his home. That was precisely why his cheeks flushed when he heard a train go by, and he surprised a strange longing deep within himself, almost a kind of nostalgia. The Ocean 3 was indeed a real boat, and Popinga's nocturnal visit was a professional obligation. At the firm of Julius de Coster and Zoon, his post was that of head clerk and authorized signatory. Julius de Coster and Zoon was the largest firm of ship's chandlers, not only in Groningen, but in all of Dutch Friesland, handling everything from rigging to fuel oil and coal, not to mention alcohol and provisions. And it was the case that the Ocean 3, which was due to sail at midnight so as to go through the canal before the tide, had sent in a large order late that afternoon. Keyes could see the boat far ahead of him. Since it was a three-masted clipper, the banks of the Wilhelmine Canal were deserted, interrupted only by mooring cables, which he nimbly stepped across. Then, like a man used to such things, he climbed the pilot's ladder and went unhesitatingly towards the captain's cabin. This was, if you like, the last chance before destiny struck. He could still have turned back, but he was unaware of that, and pushed open the door to find himself facing a furious giant, who proceeded to shower upon him every insult and oath in the book. What had happened was totally unexpected to anyone who knew the firm of Julius de Coster on Zoon. The tanker, which was due to moor alongside the boat at 7 o'clock that evening to deliver the fuel oil, and Keyes Popinga had arranged that personally, had not arrived. Not only had it not come to the Ocean 3, but there was no one on board, and the other provisions had not arrived either. 5 minutes later, an apologetic Popinga was climbing back down to the quayside, stuttering that there must be some misunderstanding, and promising that he would deal with it. His cigar had gone out. He regretted not having brought his bicycle and ran, yes, ran through the streets like a boy. So appalled was he by the thought that this boat, for want of its fuel, might miss the tide and possibly its voyage to Riga. Although Popinga was not himself a sea-going man, he had passed the examinations to qualify as a long-haul captain, and he felt ashamed on behalf of the firm, of himself, and of the entire merchant navy. For what had happened was Julius de Coster, by chance, as sometimes happened, still in the office? No, he was not. And Popinga, out of breath, did not hesitate to head for his employer's private address, a calm and dignified house, but older and less practical than his own. Like all the houses in the town center, it was only as he stood on the threshold and rang the bell that he thought to throw away his extinguished cigar butt and prepare a sentence. Steps approached from a distance. A peephole opened, and the indifferent eyes of a maid-servant observed him. No, Mr. Julius de Coster was not at home. So Keyes, taking a bold decision, asked to see Mrs. de Coster, who was a woman of high social rank, the daughter of a provincial governor whom no one would have dared mix up in a commercial affair. The door finally opened. Popinga waited for a long time at the foot of 3 marble steps, alongside a palm tree in a pot. Then he was invited to go upstairs and into a room lit by an orange glow, where he found himself face to face with a woman clad in a silk peignoir and smoking a cigarette in a long jade holder. "What was it you wanted? My husband went out early to deal with some urgent matter in the office. Why did you not try there?" He would never forget that peignoir, nor the dark hair coiled on her neck, nor the supreme indifference of this woman, to whom he stammered his apologies before backing out. Half an hour later, there was no hope of getting the Ocean 3 away on time. Keyes had first returned to the office, thinking that he might perhaps have just missed his employer en route. Then he had started making his way back once more, this time taking a busier street, where the shops were still open because of the Christmas season. Someone clasped his hand. Popinga, Claus. It was Dr. Claus, a specialist in children's diseases, and a fellow member of the chess club. Aren't you coming to the tournament tonight? It looks as if the pole is going to meet his match. No, he would not be coming. In any case, his chess evening was Tuesday, and this was Wednesday, from running through the cold night air. His cheeks were pink, and his breath hot. By the way, Klaus went on, Arthur Merkemans came to see me today. Has he no shame? That's what I said to him. And Dr. Klaus went on his way towards the club, while Popinga felt weighed down by one more trouble. Why should anyone feel the need to mention his brother-in-law to him? Doesn't every family have one member of whom they are in some sense ashamed? Merkemans had not actually committed any crime. The worst thing he could be reproached with was having had 8 children, but back then he had held down quite a good job in a sale room. Then one day he had lost it. He had remained unemployed for a long while, at first because he was too particular, but eventually he had taken anything on offer, and things had gone from bad to worse. Now he was a familiar figure, because he went round touching people for money, telling them his hard luck story, and mentioning his 8 children. It was embarrassing. Popinga felt a knot in his stomach and thought disapprovingly of this brother-in-law who had let himself go, and whose wife these days even went out shopping without a hat on. Well, too bad he stopped off to buy another cigar and decided to go home via the station, which was hardly any further than by the canal. He knew he wouldn't be able to resist saying to his wife, "Your brother's been to see Dr. Klaus." Again, she would understand. She would sigh without replying. That was how it always was. On his way, he passed St. Christopher's Church, turned left down a calm street where the snow was banked up along the pavements and where the doorways all had heavy ornamental porches. He had been going to think about Christmas, but it wasn't worth it. Since once he had passed the 3rd gas lamp, he knew other thoughts would lie in wait for him. Oh, nothing serious. Just a few seconds' discomfort. Every time he passed that spot on his way home from the chess club. Groningen is a straight-laced town where, unlike in cities such as Amsterdam, there is no risk of being propositioned by a woman in the street. And yet, 100 meters from the station, there is a house, just one, looking very respectable from the outside, prosperous indeed, but whose door opens at the slightest push. Keyes had never set foot inside. He had merely heard tell of it at his club. One way or another, he had always avoided being unfaithful to his wife. Nonetheless, whenever he went past at night, his imagination became active, and this time he was more aroused. Since he had just seen Mrs. de Coster in her peignoir, he had only ever caught sight of her from a distance before, and dressed in city clothes. He knew she was no more than 35 years old, whereas Julius Coster, the younger, was 60. He walked past the house. He paused only briefly as he saw two shadows moving behind the curtains on the first floor. He could already see ahead of him the railway station, from which the last train would depart at 5 past midnight. Before the station, on the right, he still had to pass a bar, the Petit Saint Georges, which to him represented something similar to, if less exciting than, the house back up the street in times gone by. In the days of stagecoaches, there had been a large inn, the Grand Saint Georges, alongside which a small alehouse had sprung up, calling itself the Petit Saint Georges. Now only the small bar was left, in a basement room, its windows level with the pavement, and it was, in fact, almost always empty, being frequented, when other places had closed, only by a few German or English sailors. Popinga always glanced inside, in spite of himself, although there was nothing remarkable to see tables made of blackened oak timbers, benches, stools, and at the back of the room a counter, behind which stood a huge barman, whose goitre prevented him wearing a collar. Why did the Petit Saint Georges give the impression of being a place of debauchery? Because it stayed open until 2 or 3 in the morning. Because the bottles of Genever and whiskey on the shelves were more numerous than elsewhere. Because it was below street level. This time, as he always did, Keyes glanced in, and the next moment he was pressing his nose against the window to see better, to be sure he was not mistaken, or perhaps to persuade himself that he was indeed mistaken. In Groningen, there are 2 categories of café, the Verlof, where only soft drinks are served, and the Vergunning, where alcohol is sold, and Keyes would have thought it dishonorable to set foot in a Verguning cafe. Had he not given up Skittles because the Skittle Alley was in the back room of such an establishment? The Petit Saint Georges was one of the most Verguning of the Vergunings. And yet, in that low-ceilinged room, a man sat drinking. A man who could be none other than Mr. Julius de Coster, the younger, in person, if, at that moment, Keyes had rushed back to the chess club and announced to Dr. Claus or anyone else that he had seen Julius de Coster in the Petit Saint Georges. They would have looked at him sorrowfully and advised him to have his head examined. There are some people about whom one can allow oneself to make jokes, but Julius de Coster, his goatee beard alone was the most chilling feature of Groningen. The way he walked, his dark clothes, and his famous headwear, a cross between a bowler and an opera hat. No, and it simply wasn't possible either that Julius de Coster had shaved off his beard, and inconceivable that he was wearing a brown suit too big for him as for being there. At a table in the Petit Saint Georges, in front of a thick-bottomed glass which could contain nothing but Genever, i.e., but the happened to look up towards the window, and then he too appeared surprised, as he leaned forward slightly, recognizing Popinga, whose nose was still pressed against the glass. Even more unheard of. He made a little beckoning gesture as if to say, "Come on in," and Keyes did go in, mesmerized, as animals are said to be by the gaze of snakes. He walked in, and the giant barkeeper, polishing glasses behind the counter, called out, "Can't you shut the door like everyone else?" It was him, Julius de Coster. He gestured to a stool for his companion and murmured, "I'll bet you went on board, didn't you?" Then, without waiting for a reply, an expression he had never been heard to utter passed his lips. "Screaming blue murder, are they?" Then, without pause, "Well, you must have been spying on me, weren't you, to know I was here?" What was especially disconcerting was that he showed no sign of annoyance. His tone held no bitterness, and he was smiling slightly in amusement. He motioned to the barman to fill up their glasses, and at the last moment changed his mind, preferring to keep the bottle on the table. "Listen, Mr. de Coster, tonight something. Drink up first, Mr. Popinga." He did normally address Keyes as Mr. Popinga, as was his practice for all the staff, even the lowliest storekeepers. But this time there was a calm irony behind it, and he seemed to be enjoying his employees' discomfiture. If I'm telling you to drink up, and I warmly advise you to finish off the bottle if you can, it's because alcohol will help you to digest what I have to say. I didn't expect to have the pleasure of meeting you this evening. You will have noticed that I too have been drinking, which will give a delightful tone to our conversation. He was drunk. Popinga would have sworn to that, but he gave the impression of being a man who was used to being drunk and untroubled by it. It's inconvenient for the Ocean 3, which is a good boat, and her contract says she should be in Riga 7 days from now. But what is happening will be much more upsetting for other people. You, for instance, Mr. Popinga. With these words, he helped himself to another drink, and Keyes noticed a bulky packet alongside him on the bench. All the more upsetting since you probably don't have any savings, and you're going to find yourself jobless and on the streets, like your brother-in-law. So he, too, had mentioned Murkyman's. Go ahead, drink up, please. You are such a sensible fellow that I feel able to tell you everything. Imagine, Mr. Popinga, that by tomorrow morning, the firm of Julius de Coster and Zoon will be facing charges of fraudulent bankruptcy, and the police will be looking for me. It was fortunate that Keyes had swallowed 2 glasses of Genever one after another. He could tell himself that the alcohol was distorting his vision, that it was not Julius de Coster who was displaying that devilishly cynical smile and stroking his freshly shaved chin with satisfaction. You won't understand everything I am about to say, because you are a true Dutchman. But later on, you will think about it, Mr. Popinga. Every time he repeated the words, Mr. Popinga, it was in a different tone of voice, as if he were relishing these syllables. Let this be a lesson to you, first of all, that despite all your qualities and the excellent opinion you have of yourself, you are a pitifully poor head clerk of the firm, since you had noticed nothing for the last 8 years, Mr. Popinga. I have been engaging in speculative ventures, of which the least one can say is that they were very risky. The room was even warmer than Keyes's house, with the difference that here there was a brutal, aggressive kind of heat, belched out ruthlessly by a noxious cast-iron stove, like the ones you see in branch-line railway stations. The smell of Genever hung in the air. The floor was strewn with sawdust, and there were wet rings on the surface of the table. Go on. Finish your glass, please, and tell yourself that you will always have that consolation. By the way, last time I saw your brother-in-law, I had the feeling he had started to understand. So, what happened? You went on board. I went round to your house. Oh, so you saw the charming Mrs. de Coster was Dr. Kloss there. But don't look so alarmed, Mr. Papinga. For 3 years now, almost to the day, because it started one Christmas Eve, Dr. Kloss has been sleeping with my wife. He was drinking and smoking his cigar with small puffs. And to Keys's eyes, he was looking more and more like the Gothic devils that decorate the porches of some medieval churches, and from which one tries to distract children's eyes. I should say that for my own amusement, I've been going every week to Amsterdam to see Pamela. You remember Pamela, Mr. Papinga. It was hard to believe he was really drunk. So calm was his behavior. While Keys, like an imbecile, blushed at the name of Pamela. Hadn't Popinga lusted after her? Like everyone else, just as there is only one disreputable house in Groningen, there is only one nightclub where dancing goes on until 1 in the morning. He had never been inside it, but he had heard of Pamela, a bar hostess, a buxom, lisping brunette who had spent 2 years in Groningen and had paraded round the streets in extravagant outfits, while the local wives turned their heads away whenever they met her. Well, I'm the man who has been keeping Pamela. I've got her into rooms at the Carlton Hotel in Amsterdam, and she introduces me to some of her charming young lady friends. Is the light beginning to dawn now, Mr. Popinga? Not yet too drunk to hear what I'm saying. Make the most of it. I urge you, tomorrow, when you come to look back on this, you will become another man, and perhaps even do something with your life. And he was laughing. He carried on drinking. He refilled his glass and that of his companion, whose eyes were beginning to mist over. I know it's a lot to absorb all at once, but I shall not have the leisure to provide you with a second lesson. Take in as much of this as you can assimilate. Think about the poor little fool you have been. Look, you want me to prove it. I'll give you an example in our professional field. You have your long-haul captain's certificate, and you're proud of it. The firm of Julius DeCoster owns 5 clippers, and you have special responsibility for them. But you have not noticed that one of them never carries anything but contraband, and that another was sunk on my orders for the sake of the insurance. From that moment, something unforeseen happened. Keyes, contrary to his expectation, became almost supernaturally calm. Was it perhaps the effect of the alcohol? At any rate, from then on, he showed no reaction and seemed to be listening passively to everything he was being told. And yet, just the names of the 5 clippers belonging to the firm, Eleanor, Eleanor then, nor, and so on up to 5, always having the given name of Mrs. DeCoster, the woman Keyes had just seen in her peignoir, with a long cigarette holder between her lips, the woman who, according to her husband, was sleeping with Dr. Kloss. And that was not the full extent of this sacrilege. At a higher level than Julius DeCoster, the younger, and his wife, there existed a being who seemed to have been placed forever above all ordinary matters. Julius DeCoster the elder, the father of the man in front of him, the founder of the firm who, for all that he was now 83, still occupied a chair every day in his austere office. "I'm willing to bet," his son was now saying, "that you don't know how that rascal of a father of mine made his fortune. It was during the South African War. He sent over there a whole lot of faulty munitions that he'd picked up cheap from Belgian and German factories. And now he's completely gaga. You have to hold his hand to get him to sign anything. Another bottle, if you please. Barman, drink up. Dear Mr. Papinga, tomorrow, if you like, you can repeat all this to our worthy fellow citizens, because officially I shall be dead." Keyes must have been completely drunk by now, yet he missed not a word, nor a facial expression. It simply seemed to him that this scene was taking place in an unreal world he had chanced to wander into, and that once he went outside, he would be back in everyday life. In the end, I have to say, it's you I feel worst about. Of course, you yourself insisted on putting your savings into my business. I would have offended you if I had refused. And it was you who insisted on building yourself a house with a 20-year bank loan. So now, if you fall behind with the annual payments, he suddenly gave chilling evidence of his unclouded mind as he asked, due at the end of December, if I'm not mistaken. He appeared sincerely sorry. I promise you I did everything I could. I was just unlucky, that's all. It was speculation in sugar that sank me, and I'd rather go and make a fresh start somewhere else than have to face all those solemn idiots. I beg your pardon. I don't mean you. You're a good fellow. And if you had been brought up differently, your good health, my dear old Popinga. This time, he hadn't said, Mr. Popinga. Believe me, people aren't worth all the trouble you go to get them to think well of you. They're stupid. They're the ones who insist you put a virtuous face on things. But out there, it's dog eat dog. I don't want to upset you, but your daughter has suddenly come to mind. I saw her last week. Well, between ourselves, she looks so unlike you with her dark hair and her soulful eyes that I wonder whether you are her father. But what does it matter? Or at any rate, it doesn't matter if you play the cheating game yourself. Whereas if you insist on playing by the rules and then get cheated, he was not speaking for his companion's sake now, but for himself. And he concluded, it's so much safer to be the first to cheat. What do you risk? Tonight, I'm going to leave Julius de Coster's clothes on the canal towpath. Tomorrow, everyone will believe I have committed suicide rather than bear the dishonor. And the fools will spend God knows how many florins dragging the canal. But by then, the 5 past midnight train will have taken me far away. Look here. Keys gave a start, as if emerging from a dream. Try, if you're not too drunk, to understand what I'm about to tell you. Above all, I want you to know that I'm not trying to buy you off. De Coster doesn't do that to anybody. And if I've told you all this, it's because I know you won't be able to go and tell anyone else. That's right, isn't it? Now, put myself in your place. In reality, you don't own a sou. And if I know anything about the people at the mortgage company, the first payment you miss, they'll repossess your house. Your wife will be furious with you. Everyone will believe you must have been in league with me. You may find another post, you may not, in which case you'll be reduced to the same sorry state as your brother-in-law. Merkymens. I've got 1,000 florins in my pocket. If you stay here, I can't do anything for you. You won't get out of this pickle with a mere 500 florins. But if by chance you've got the message by tomorrow, here you are, old chap. And with an unexpected gesture, de Coster pushed half the bundle of notes across the table. Take it. It's not all I've got. I haven't burned quite all my boats, and before long, be afloat again. Wait. There's a newspaper I have read for the last 35 years, and that I intend to go on reading. It's called the Morning Post. If you don't stay here, and if ever you are in need, put an advertisement in that paper sign Keys. That'll be enough. And now you're going to give me a hand. I was feeling sorry for myself to be going off like this, all alone like a beggar. What do I owe you, barman? He paid the bill, picked up his packet by the string, and checked that his companion could stand upright. We won't go through streets that are well lit. Think about it, Popinga. Tomorrow I'll be dead, which is the best thing that can happen to a man. They were walking past the famous House of Ill Repute, but Keyes did not react. So preoccupied was he by his thoughts and by his concern to keep his balance. With a last reflex, he had tried to carry his employer's parcel, but the other man pushed his arm aside, saying, "This way, it's quieter here." The streets were empty. Groningen was asleep. Apart from the Petit Saint Georges, the house, and the station, the rest was a dream. They arrived on the bank of the Wilhelmine Canal, not far from one of the Eleonores, the Eleanor Fourth, which was loading a cargo of cheeses bound for Denmark. The snow was as hard as ice. Automatically, Keyes held on to his employer, who was likely to slip, as he put the clothes from the packet down on the ground. He glimpsed for a moment the famous hat, but had no desire to laugh. Now, if you're still awake, you can accompany me to the train. I've bought a third-class ticket. It was a real night train, sleepy, sordid, standing abandoned at the end of a platform, while the station master, in his orange cap, waited to blow the whistle before going to bed. Some Italians, where had they come from? had spread themselves over one compartment amid their shapeless bundles, while a young man in a plush overcoat, preceded by two porters, was climbing with dignity into a first-class carriage and taking off his gloves to feel for change in his pockets. "Not coming with me," DeCoster said that with a laugh. And yet Keyes caught his breath. In spite of his drunken state, or perhaps because of it, he was understanding many things, and he would have liked to say, but no, it wasn't the moment. And anyway, he hadn't worked it out yet. Julius DeCoster would think he was boasting. No hard feelings, my poor fellow. That's life, I can promise you. Think about that notice in the Morning Post, but not too soon. I'll need some time to. The carriages gave a jolt at that minute and moved forward, then back, and Keyes could never remember how he got back home, or how he had seen for one last time the shadows on a curtain in the house, on the second floor this time, or how, finally, he had undressed and slipped into bed without Mama noticing anything odd. 5 minutes later, the bed took off at alarming speed, and Keyes could only cling on to the sheets, with the desperate feeling that at any moment he was going to be tipped out into the Wilhelmine Canal, from which the crew of the Ocean 3 would make no effort to rescue him. Chapter 2, in which Keyes Popinga, despite having slept on the wrong side, wakes up feeling cheerful, and how he hesitates between Eleanor and Pamela, when by chance he had been lying on his left side. Keyes usually slept badly, feeling oppressed. His breath would become uneven, and he would toss and groan, waking Mrs. Popinga, who pushed him firmly into a better position. But today, although he had been sleeping on his left side, he had no memory of a single bad dream. Better he, who normally took some time to come to in the morning, suddenly found himself wide awake. What had woken him, though he had not bothered to open his eyes, was the slight sound of the bed springs, indicating that Mrs. Popinga was getting up. On other mornings, Keyes would go back to sleep, thinking that he had a good half-hour in front of him. Not this time. Once his wife was up, he even cautiously opened his eyes to watch her standing in front of the mirror and pulling pins out of her hair. She did not know she was being observed, and her movements were careful to avoid waking her husband. She went into the bathroom and put on the light so Keys could still see her all the time through the doorway in the street. The lamplighter had not yet passed to put out the gas lamps, but there was a regular crunching sound of spades shoveling snow. Downstairs, their maidservant, who had never been known to move about quietly, seemed to be battling with her stove and saucepans. Mama, looking sleepy, had put on some long johns with elastic round the knees to keep her warm. Then she walked about, thus dressed, brushing her teeth and spitting into the basin, pulling a face and carrying out a multitude of small actions without suspecting that she was being watched. The alarm clock trilled in their son's bedroom, and sounds began to come from that direction too, while Keys, lying comfortably on his back, decided coolly not to get up. There, the first big decision of the day. He saw no reason to get up, since the firm of Julius de Coster had failed. He savored in advance his wife's shock when he told her of his determination to stay in bed. Too bad she hadn't seen anything yet. Poor Mama. In fact, thinking of Mama, Keys had one memory that sprang immediately to mind. One day, 5 years earlier, he had bought a skiff made of mahogany, which he had called Zeedufel, Sea Demon, and which, though he said so himself, was a little gem, varnished, shining, with its brass fittings and elegant lines, more a display piece than a real boat, since it had cost him a great deal of money. Keys had felt a certain intoxication, and that evening he had complacently calculated everything they owned: house, furniture, cupboards full of linen, silver cutlery. In short, that night, the Popingas were so certain of their wealth that, as a joke, the two of them had envisaged the prospect of sudden ruin. "I have sometimes thought about it," Mama had declared with her usual imperturbable calm. "First of all, we would have to sell everything and place the children in a good boarding school, one that's not too expensive. You, Keys, would surely be able to pick up a professional job on board a ship, and I would go to Java and look for a post as housekeeper in a big hotel. Remember Aunt Maria, who lost her husband? Well, that's what she did, and apparently she is well respected." He almost burst out laughing as he said to himself, "So now it's happened, we're ruined. Time to go and count the sheets and towels in a big hotel in Java," which only goes to show that when you try to imagine things in advance, you come up with something completely ridiculous because, in the first place, the villa would be repossessed and everything they had would be sold. And it wasn't the moment during a worldwide depression to look for a job in the merchant navy. In any case, Popinga had no wish at all to do that. And if he had had to say off the cuff what he did want, he would have been obliged to say Eleanor de Coster or Pamela for the moment. That was what surfaced in his mind from the events of the night before Eleanor in her silk peignoir, with her long cigarette holder and her dark hair curling on the nape of her neck. Then the idea that Dr. Claus, who was a friend with whom he played chess, and Pamela in Amsterdam, who invited her young girlfriends round entirely for the pleasure of Julius de Coster in his guise as a pasha. The windows were growing light, glazed with frost. Their son had gone downstairs and would be eating breakfast, because his school started at 8, more slowly and more methodically, like her mother. Frida would be tidying her room. "Keys, it's 7:30. His wife was standing in the doorway, and Popinga made her repeat her call twice, before stretching and declaring, "I'm not getting up this morning." "Are you ill?" "No, I'm not ill, but I'm not getting up." He felt like playing tricks. He was aware of the enormity of his decision, and through half-closed eyes, he was watching the reactions of Mrs. Popinga, who now came towards the bed, her features frozen with astonishment. "What's the matter? Keys, aren't you going to the office today?" "No. Have you told Mr. Julius de Coster?" "No." The strangest thing was that he realized that his attitude was not forced upon him, but corresponded to his true nature. Yes, this was how he should always have lived. "Listen, Keys, you're not properly awake. If you feel ill, tell me honestly, but don't frighten me for nothing." "I'm not ill, and I'm staying in bed. Could you send me up some tea, please?" And this De Coster himself would not have believed. He thought he had crushed Popinga with his confession, but Keys was not in the least crushed. simply amazed that another man, especially his boss, had had the same ideas as him, the same dreams rather, since in Keys's case they had remained at the level of dreaming. Take trains, for instance. He was no longer a child, and it wasn't anything mechanical about them that attracted him. If he had a preference for night trains, it was because he sensed in them something strange, almost wicked. He had the impression that people who catch the night train are leaving forever, especially when he had seen poor families crowding into third-class compartments with their bundles, like the Italians last night. So Keys had dreamed of being someone other than Keys Papinga. And that was exactly why he had always been so very much Papinga. Too much himself indeed, exaggeratedly so, because he knew that if he slipped up on one little detail, nothing would stop him. Evenings, eh? Yes, evenings. When Frida was sitting down to her homework and his wife was sticking pictures in her album, when he fiddled with the wireless, smoking a cigar and feeling too hot, he could have stood up and said straight out how boring it is, family life. It had been to stop himself saying it, or even thinking it, that he had looked at the stove, repeating to himself that it was the best stove in Holland, that he had looked at Mama and persuaded himself that she was beautiful, and decided his daughter had dreamy eyes. And it was the same when he went past the famous house. Probably if he had once gone inside, that would have been the end of everything. He would have carried on in that direction and kept women like Pamela. He would perhaps have done forbidden things, since he had more imagination than Dick Guster the younger. The street door opened and shut, and he heard a bicycle bell, which meant Carl was off to school on his bike. In a quarter of an hour, it would be Frida's turn. Here's your tea. It's very hot. Are you sure you're not ill? Keys, absolutely sure, which was an exaggeration, he now realized. As long as he had remained under the sheets, he had thought his body was perfectly at ease. But now, sitting up to drink his tea, he winced with a sharp pain at the back of his neck and felt suddenly dizzy. You look very pale. You haven't had any trouble over the Ocean 3, have you? Me no, not at all. And you won't tell me what the matter is? Yes, I will tell you. The matter is that I want a bit of bloody peace and quiet. This was as shocking as meeting Julius de Coster in the Petit Saint Georges. Never had such words been pronounced in their house, which must be shaking on its foundations. And the oddest thing was that he said it without any trace of anger, as coldly as if he were asking for more tea or sugar. "You'll do me a favor, Mama, and not ask me any more questions. I'm 40 years old, and I may just start taking control of my own life." She hesitated to leave the room and could not resist plumping up the pillows behind his head, stopping halfway out of the room to look at him in distress before she finally closed the door quietly. "Bet she's going to start crying now," he thought, as he heard her stop on the landing. It was rather disconcerting to be there in his bed at this time in the morning, on a weekday, without being ill. Frida went out in turn, and after that he lived through hours in his own house that he had never lived before, hearing the milk being delivered. Then the women cleaning the downstairs rooms, things that he knew about only in theory. The more desirable of the two women was Eleanor, without a doubt. On the other hand, he did not feel that he was on an equal footing with her. Certainly he was as good a man as Doc Claus, who was the same age as Keyes, and whom he regularly beat at chess. What was more, Claus smoked a pipe, and most women do not like that. Pamela would be easier, especially now that he knew Fancy that. She had lived in Groningen for 2 years, and he had never dared. An idea struck him, and he stood up and walked barefoot across the linoleum, feeling more than ever bewilderingly dizzy. He wanted to be sure that his wife had not taken his suit to brush it, because if so, she would have felt in the pockets and found the 500 florins. His jacket was on a chair. He took the money and slipped it under his pillow, then almost fell asleep again. Back in the warmth of the bed, yes, Pamela would be the better choice. Why had de Coster passed that remark about his daughter Frida, saying that she was dark-haired and did not look like him? It was true. Still, it was difficult to imagine a woman like Mama deceiving him in the first year of their marriage since the Spanish occupation. There had been plenty of dark-haired people in Holland, and recessive genes could jump generations, couldn't they? But in any case, it didn't bother him. That was something that would have astonished Julius de Coster, who had thought he was the one doing the surprising. It didn't bother him. The moment he was no longer right-hand man in the firm, and his villa no longer belonged to him. The moment a single detail had changed, the rest could collapse around him. He was ready to start smoking a pipe like Klaus, eating poor quality cheese, and going into all the vergooning cafes in town to order a Genever without a trace of shame in his voice. A ray of sunshine was appearing, striking obliquely into the bedroom through the net curtain with its polka dots, then trembling in the mirror on the wardrobe. Downstairs, the two women were busy with buckets and cloths, and from time to time his wife would be cocking an ear and wondering what he was up to. The doorbell rang. He heard muffled voices in the corridor. Then Mrs. Papinga came upstairs and into the bedroom, and with an apologetic air said reproachfully, "Someone has come for the key to the decoaster office. Of course, the staff must all be clustered outside the building, inventing wild surmises. Right-hand pocket of my jacket. You haven't any message for them?" "Not at all. You don't want to send a word to Mr. DeCoster?" "No. It was literally unheard of. Never would he have dared think of such a thing. Take, for example, the way they had talked about what it would be like to be ruined. As a way of giving themselves the illusion of being rich, they had only been able to come up with stupid suggestions, like working in a hotel in Java or as second officer on some ship. Not on your life. Not that or anything else. Since it was over once and for all, and he had to seize the opportunity. He even regretted now that he had not had the presence of mind, the evening before, to say this to DeCoster. He had merely let the man speak to him, and his employer had taken him for a fool, or at least a timid fellow, incapable of making a decision, whereas his decision had almost been taken. He should simply have said to him, "Do you know what I propose to do for a start? I'm going to Amsterdam to find Pamela." Yes, that was an old score he had to settle. Perhaps it was not very serious, but it was the most pressing. Since what humiliated Keyes most was never having had the courage, when he walked every week past a certain house, blushing like a guilty schoolboy, to. So that was decided Pamela first, and then he'd see. Keyes might not know what he would do, but he was perfectly clear about what he would not do, and that too had gone through his mind the night before, although he had not had the confidence to speak. Had de Coster not referred to Arthur Merkemans, and had Klaus not also mentioned him, seeming to say, "Your brother-in-law came round to scrounge some money again. What a sad case." So Keyes would never become a second Merkemans. He knew how things were in Groningen better than anyone. Hardly a week went by, then people who had better qualifications than his own came applying for a job. And the worst ones were precisely those who had elegant, if well-worn clothes, and who sighed, "I was the director of such and such a firm. But I'd accept anything. I have a wife and children to support." They went from company to company, briefcase in hand. Some of them tried to sell vacuum cleaners or life insurance. No, Keyes said out loud, looking at his reflection in the distant mirror. He wouldn't wait for his suits to be worn out, his shoes in holes, or for his friends at the chess club to feel so sorry for him that they waived his membership fee, as had happened for one member. After a vote by the committee in a spirit of universal generosity. At any rate, there was no question of anything like that. It was true that he would never have been able to initiate what had happened. But since it had happened all the same, best to take full advantage. "What is it now?" he cried. "Mrs. de Coster has sent to ask if you know anything about her husband. Apparently, he didn't come home last night and, well, what am I supposed to do about that? Shall I tell her you don't know? Tell her she can go to the devil, and her fancy man too, if Mrs. Papinga did not know how things stood now? And shut the door, for goodness sake, and tell the maid not to make all that din with her bucket." Oh, he had a headache and called his wife back to ask for an orange. Since he had a sour taste in his mouth and his tongue felt furred, the ray of sunshine was wider. It was evident that outside the weather was dry, cold, and sharp, and sounds traveled to him from the port. The fog horns of boats reaching the first bridge on the Wilhelmine Canal, calling to be let through. Was the ocean free still alongside? Probably. The captain must have had to buy his fuel oil from a competitor. Richten, no doubt. Who would be wondering what that could mean? In the office, the clerks would be at a complete loss and waiting for keys to arrive. So, he liked recapitulating, savoring the pleasure in advance. First, Pamela. Julius DeCoster had told him she lived in a suite of rooms in the Carlton Hotel, after which, with his 500 florins, he too would take a train, a night train, the North Star, for example. Would it be long before Julius DeCoster's clothes were found? There was a shop selling fishing tackle near the place they had been left. The black hat would stand out against the snow on the bank. Listen, Mama, if you disturb me again. Keys, something terrible has happened. Incredible. Your boss has drowned himself. Well, what's that got to do with me? As he spoke, he was looking at himself in the mirror for reassurance that his face was remaining strictly expressionless. It amused him. He had always looked at himself in mirrors, even when he was a small boy. He would strike one attitude, then another. He would correct details. Perhaps, deep down, he had always been an actor. And for 15 years, he had decided to project a worthy and untroubled image, that of a stolid Dutchman, sure of himself, of his honorability, his virtue, and of the high quality of everything he possessed. How can you talk like that? Keys, didn't you understand what I said? Julius DeCoster has committed suicide by throwing himself into the canal. So what? You'll have me thinking you knew something about this. Why on earth should I be concerned? Because a man has committed suicide. But he was, it was your boss who. He's free to do what he wants, isn't he? Asked you to let me sleep. That's impossible. There's one of the staff downstairs wanting to see you. Tell him I'm asleep. The police will probably be round to ask you questions. That will be time enough to wake up. Keys, you're frightening me. You don't seem yourself. Your eyes look strange. Send me up some cigars. At this point, she concluded that her husband was seriously ill, overworked at least, and perhaps a little deranged. In a resigned voice, she ordered the maid to take up a box of cigars. Since it was better to humor him, she whispered for a long while in the corridor with the man from the office, who went off with downcast face. Sir doesn't feel well, the maid thought she should whisper as she entered the room. Sir has never felt better. Who told you that? Madam did. It must have been 10 o'clock, and a dozen or so boats would be unloading at the port at this hour of the day. That would admittedly be a fine sight, especially in the sunshine, and he regretted not seeing it, particularly since most of the vessels had green, red, or blue streamers, which would be reflected in the water of the canal, and some of them would be taking advantage of the windless air to spread their sails out to dry. From his office, other mornings, he had been able to see them. He knew all the captains and all the mariners. He also knew the sound of every foghorn, and could say, "Aha, the Jesus Maria is coming through the second bridge. It'll be here in half an hour." Then at 11 o'clock precisely, the office boy would bring him a cup of tea and 2 biscuits, and all that time Julius de Coster the elder would be in his office, alone, behind the padded doors. To think that no one had noticed that he was wandering in his wits. He was installed in an armchair, like a mummy, or like the sign outside the business. Customers were only permitted to see him for a few seconds at a time, and mistook for wisdom what was a total absence of understanding. Keyes shifted in his bed, which was becoming damp. His pajama jacket was wet under the arms, yet he hesitated to get up, because then he would have to act. Lying there in his bedroom, he could do anything he wanted to in his mind's eye, and Pamela seemed within easy reach. Even Eleanor de Coster scarcely intimidated him, despite her haughty cigarette holder. But if he was up and dressed in the gray suit belonging to Keyes Popinga, washed and freshly shaved, his fair hair smoothed down with brilliantine, what would he feel like then? Already he was struggling a little against his curiosity, and indeed a more confused feeling. The temptation to go down and take charge of what was happening. The captain of the Ocean 3 was quite capable, being, as Keyes knew, a loud-mouthed and aggressive man, of stirring up the entire port and demanding compensation. And what if the police really did turn up at the offices? That was so unprecedented that it was hard to see what would happen. The entire ground floor was taken up by storage bays, with goods piled up to the ceiling and warehousemen in their blue overalls. In one corner, there was a glassed-in room, one window looking down on the port, while the other 3 gave a view of the stores. This was Keyes's office. And once in there, It was as if he were the conductor of an orchestra. On the first floor, there were more storage bays and offices, and further offices again on the second floor. Above, the 2-meter wide band painted on the outer wall, with the firm's name in black and white lettering, Julius de Coster and Zoon Ships Chandlers. He managed not to get up, but he was now irritated that he had been left so long alone, although he had clearly asked not to be disturbed. What were the two women doing downstairs? Why couldn't he hear them anymore? And why weren't they coming to ask him questions about his boss's suicide? Of course, he would tell them nothing. But it vexed him that nobody had appealed to him so far. He ate his orange without a knife, threw the peel on the floor to annoy Mama, and settled back down between the sheets, hugging his pillow, closing his eyes and forcing himself to think of Pamela and everything he would do with her. A train's whistle reached his ears like a promise. In his half-awake state, he decided not to leave during the day, which would not be atmospheric enough, but to wait. If not for night, at least for darkness, which would fall at about 4 o'clock. Pamela was a brunette. Like Eleanor, she was plumper than Mrs. de Coster. As for Mrs. Popinga, she was certainly sturdy, but not plump. She always felt shy when Keys became amorous at night and jumped at any noise, haunted by the thought that the children might hear. Keys thought as hard as he could about Pamela. Then, in spite of himself, unconsciously, he started to visualize images of the DeCoster and Zoon offices, different corners of the port, boats loading or unloading. And when he realized what he was doing, he turned heavily onto his other side and started again. When I get to her rooms at the Carlton, I'll say to her. And he went over, second by second, the events as he predicted them. Papa, he must have gone to sleep, since he gave a start and looked in amazement at his daughter, who was sniveling. What have you done to Mama? Me? She's crying. She says you're not behaving normally, that something terrible is happening. How cunning of her. Where is she? Your mother. In the dining room. We're just going to eat. Carl's back home. Mama didn't want me to come up. Frida was crying without crying, which was one of her specialities as a very small girl. She had had this habit of shedding tears for no reason, seeming to be a victim of the cruelty of the world. At the drop of a hat, for a stern glance, she would break down, but it was so automatic and so predictable that you wondered whether she was really upset. Is it true that Mr. DeCoster is dead? What's that to do with me? Mama thinks you are ill. Me ill. She wants to call der Claus, but she's afraid you'll be angry if she does. And she's damn well right. I don't need Dr. Claus or anyone else. What a strange girl she was. Keyes had never understood her. Today, less than ever. What was she doing there? Looking at him lying in bed with those big frightened eyes. Had he ever done her any harm? And besides all that, despite her tears, she had a remarkable faculty for coming down to earth. What shall I tell Mama? Will you be down for lunch? No, I won't. Should we start eating without you? Yes, that's right. Eat, cry your eyes out, but for the love of God, leave me in peace. It wasn't that he felt remorse, but it was still awkward. He would have done better to leave the house this morning, as if nothing had happened, letting them think he was going to his office as usual. Now, he was not too sure what he was going to do. He could foresee obstacles, and above all, he feared the arrival of his brother-in-law, Merkemans, who would come along full of goodwill to offer his help, because that's what he was like. Nobody could die in this neighborhood without his volunteering for the wake. Go and eat. Leave me alone. If only he could have had a glass or 3 of alcohol, but there wasn't any in the house. Just a bottle of bitters for special occasions, or when someone turned up unexpectedly, and that was under lock and key in the left-hand part of the sideboard. Goodbye, Frida. Goodbye, Papa. She didn't understand that he was saying this in a special way, nor did she realize that he was following her to the door with his eyes, then burying his face in the pillow. In fact, he was at a loss. He was finding it very difficult to think about Pamela and all the rest of it. Luckily, at 2:00, they told him that the police were now at the DeCoster offices and wanted to speak to him. He dressed with care, looked at himself for a while in the mirror, went downstairs, and lingered near his wife for some time. Do you think perhaps I ought to come with you? She ventured to say. That was what saved him. He was on the point of hesitating again, But the fact that, for no reason, she sensed danger, the fact that she was preparing to face up to it. I'm quite old enough to take care of things like this myself. Her eyes were red, and so was her nose. As always, when she had been crying, she dared not look him in the face, which proved there was something going on inside her head. "Are you taking your bicycle, my dear?" No. She only rarely addressed him familiarly, but it happened on special occasions. "What are you crying for?" he asked impatiently. "I'm not crying." She wasn't crying, but big tears were rolling down her cheeks. "You silly thing." She would never understand what he meant. She would never realize that it was the most affectionate thing he had said to her in his life. "You won't be too late back, will you?" The stupid part of it was that he was on the point of weeping himself. The 500 florins were in his pocket, but he hadn't touched the 200 florins that were upstairs in the bedroom, ready to pay a bill due in 2 days' time. "You've got your gloves." No. He'd forgotten them. She brought them to him and didn't kiss him goodbye, because that was not their usual practice. She was content to stay on the doorstep, leaning forward a little as he walked away, making the snow crunch under his rubber galoshes. He found it the hardest thing in the world not to turn round. Chapter 3. Concerning a little notebook bound in red morocco, purchased for a florin. One day, when Popinga had won at chess, the train was a quarter of an hour out of Groningen. Since it was now 4:30 and already dark, there wasn't the distraction of looking out of the windows. Kees Popinga was sitting in a second-class compartment with 2 other people, a skinny little man who must be an official or a legal clerk, and in the opposite corner a middle-aged lady in deep mourning. Kees's hand met by chance. In his pocket, a little notebook bound in red morocco, with gold leaf on the pages, which he had bought for a florin in order to record his most difficult chess matches. His action was not in any way remarkable. Kees had nothing better to do. In the notebook, there were only 2 chess games written out. That is 2 pages covered with the conventional notations. So it happened that he took out the pencil fitting inside the spine and wrote "Left Groningen by the 16:07 train," after which he put the notebook back in his pocket, taking it out only after sneak station to add, that stop was too short to be able to get a drink. Much later. That notebook and the notes it contained would be cited by specialists on mental illness to prove that by the time he left Groningen, he was already insane. Was his wife insane? A woman who had carefully preserved her diary from when she was a young girl, and who, if she had no images to stick in her album, wrote with a straight face, bought new shoes for Carl. Frida had a haircut. In fact, the notebook would not be the only thing. The people who had been traveling alongside him, and who for the moment were paying no attention to him, would all, later, remember significant details, and yet nothing about his behavior would have aroused curiosity. He was calm. Perhaps he was even unnaturally calm. He noticed this himself, and it reminded him of 2 episodes in his life when he had displayed the same involuntary cool demeanor. He recalled the first occasion because of the red leather notebook, since it concerned a game of chess. One evening at the club, he had won 3 matches in a row when old Copenhagen, who couldn't stand keys, had started to laugh at him. It's easy, isn't it? If you only play against people weaker than you. Stung. Keys had answered him back. They had ended up with a challenge, and Keys finally proposed to play Copenhagen without 1 bishop and 1 rook. He could still see that match, one of the most famous in the club's history. Although Copenhagen was an excellent player, Popinga pretended to be quite confident and even, something that made his opponent fume with anger. Strolled round the room between moves. On a table near him was a glass of Munich beer, a barrel of which had just been delivered after an hour, during which Popinga had maintained his pose of aggressive irony. The other man suddenly, with a thin smile, checkmated him. This was the most disagreeable outcome possible. 20 or more people had been watching the game and witnessing Popinga's show of bravado, but the latter did not flinch, neither going pale nor blushing. On the contrary, he maintained an unreal calm and said without hostility, "These things happen, don't they?" At the same time, he had picked up, without seeming to, one of the bishops from the board. The set, made of ivory and known all over Groningen, belonged to Copenhagen himself, who claimed he could only play with his own pieces. Popinga had chosen the Black Bishop. A glance round had enabled him to make his calculations, and an instant later he had let it drop into his beer glass. Another game was about to start. People realized that the bishop was missing and looked everywhere, asking the waiter for help and imagining every possible hiding place except the glass of dark beer, which Keyes took good care not to drink, and which someone must have emptied out later unwittingly, since Copenhagen never got his bishop back. And throughout the search, Keyes had kept his pose of absolute calm, just as in the train today, while he thought about the clever folk of Groningen on whom he was playing a good trick by disappearing, which did not prevent the lady in mourning clothes from declaring. 2 days later, he had a hunted expression. Twice he laughed out loud to himself. No, he didn't laugh, but he did smile. The first time because of the Copenhagen incident, the second time because of the oxtail. That was more recent. It dated from the previous year, when Jeff Van Duren had been appointed to a chair in the Faculty of Medicine. Van Duren, an old friend of his, had given a grand dinner. While they were serving the vermouth, Keyes had gone into the kitchen, where he was in the habit of teasing Maria, the maid-servant, a luscious-looking girl. But when he had tried to steal a kiss, she had said, "Since you just want to fool about, I'll come back when you've gone away." And she went down to the cellar to busy herself with something. It was all the more humiliating since Maria was practically the only woman to whom Keyes allowed himself to make advances, and every time it brought his blood racing to the surface. However, he had remained calm, terribly calm, and in the same vein as with the chess bishop and the beer. He had noticed a saucepan on the stove full of oxtail soup, a dish the Van Durens only served on high days and holidays. On a shelf nearby was a row of containers, 2 of them marked salt. He opened one of them and poured into the oxtail soup a good proportion of the contents, after which he returned with an innocent air to the drawing room. The effect was much more amusing than he had predicted. The container marked salt had held, heaven only knew why, powdered sugar, and for some moments The faces round the table were aghast, grimacing, as the guests tried another spoonful without being able to decide what the matter was. And that was the calm demeanor he was showing today. At 6 o'clock, he left the train at Stavren, where he had no time to buy a drink, although he had long been feeling thirsty. At Stavren, he had just time to board the ferry across the Zedersee. Luckily, on board ship, refreshments were served. 2 glasses of Genever, he said in the most natural way in the world to the steward. He asked for 2 since he knew he would drink them both, and it was not worth making the steward come the whole length of the boat twice. The evening before, Julius de Coster had after all insisted the bottle was left on their table, and the barman at the Petit Saint Georges had not objected. So why did the same steward declare later he looked completely insane, and he ordered 2 glasses of Genever at the same time? After the 40-minute crossing, he caught another train at Enkhuizen for Amsterdam, reaching the city a few minutes after 8 in the evening. The last leg of the trip had been made in a compartment with 2 cattle dealers who were discussing their business and regarding him warily as if he might be a competitor. But nobody, even himself, suspected at this stage the terrible celebrity which he would acquire within the next few hours. He was wearing gray as usual. He was carrying, out of habit, his leather briefcase, which he always took to the office. In Amsterdam, he did not hesitate for a moment before heading towards the Carlton, exactly as he had thrown the chess bishop in the beer and tipped the sugar into the oxtail soup. Oh, is Miss Pamela in? Nothing, absolutely nothing, distinguished him from any other nondescript visitor, except perhaps his exceptional calm. "What name shall I say?" the uniformed night porter asked. "Julius de Coster." The man paused, looked at him, then said quietly, "Forgive me, but you are not Mr. de Coster." "How do you know that?" "Mr. de Coster comes every week, so I know him." "And how do you know I am not another Mr. de Coster?" The porter nevertheless said into the telephone, "Hello, Miss Pamela. There's a gentleman here who says he's come on behalf of Mr. Julius de Coster. Should I send him up?" The bellhop suspected nothing. Pamela, who was arranging her hair in front of a mirror, called out, "Come in a quite ordinary voice, then turned round because, Although she had heard the door open and shut again, nobody had spoken. She saw Kees Papinga standing there, briefcase under his arm and hat in hand, and she murmured, "Please, sit down." To which he replied, "Thank you, but no." They were in one of the 100 or more suites of similar rooms in the Carlton. The door leading to the bathroom was open and the light on. An evening gown was spread out on the bed. "Did DeCoster send you with a message? Do you mind if I go on doing my hair? I'm late. By the way, what time is it? 8:30. Plenty of time." And he put down his briefcase and hat, took off his coat, and practiced a smile, looking in the mirror. "You probably don't remember me, but I often used to see you in Groningen. I might add that for 2 years now, I have desired you. So yesterday, Julius de Coster and I were chatting, and I've come." "What do you mean? Don't you understand? I've come because the situation has changed from when you lived in Groningen." He had moved closer and was standing behind her, which was making her feel uncomfortable. Although she carried on fixing her dark hair, it would take too long to explain. "The main thing is that I've decided to come and spend an hour with you." When he left the room, he was even calmer, if possible. There were 5 floors to go down, and he did not take the lift. It was only when he reached the ground floor that he realized he had left his briefcase in Pamela's bedroom, and wondered if the porter would notice it. Keys was clear-headed. Since he realized that the man was looking at his empty hands, "I left my briefcase upstairs," he said non-committally. "I'll be back for it tomorrow. You don't want me to send the bellhop up?" "No, thank you. It's not worth it." He made only one faux pas, but that was because he was not used to grand hotels. He took a quarter florin from his pocket and gave it to the porter. 10 minutes later, he was at the railway station. The fast train to Paris was not until 11:26, in 2 hours' time, and he spent the interval wandering along the platforms, looking at the stationary trains. At 10:45, precisely, a young dancer who went out every evening with Pamela arrived at the Carlton and asked, "Isn't she down yet? I've been waiting for her in the restaurant for an hour." "I'll call her room." The porter let the phone ring once, twice, 3 times, and said with a sigh, "I haven't seen her go out, though." He called the bellhop who was passing. "Nip up and see if Miss Pamela is asleep. On the station platform, Popinga did not show the least sign of impatience. He was pacing about as he waited for his train, amusing himself by watching the passengers walk past. The bellhop came running down several flights of stairs and collapsed onto an armchair, panting out, "Quickly, up there." He had left the lift where it was, and they had to walk up. Pamela was stretched out on the bed, a towel knotted round her face as a gag. They had to notify the hotel manager and call a doctor. By the time the police arrived, it was 11:30, and the Paris train had just left. This time it was a real night train, like those that haunted Popinga's dreams, a train with sleeping compartments, curtains at the windows, little lamps, and travelers speaking a variety of languages. An international train, what was more, crossing 2 frontiers in a few hours. He had bought a second-class ticket and found a car where there was only one other traveler, a man who was already lying full length on a banquette, and whose face he could not see. Keyes was not sleepy, but did not wish to sit up either. So he walked up and down the train a few times, slowly, trying to see inside the compartments and guess at their occupants. The inspector punched his ticket without looking at him. The Belgian police merely glanced at his identity card, and he took advantage of the stop at customs to write in his notebook, "Took Paris train at 23:26 from Amsterdam, traveling second class." A little later, he felt the need to write more. "I really can't understand why Pamela laughed at me when I said I had to have her. Well, too bad I couldn't just leave like that. She's got the message by now. If only she had smiled, or made an ironic remark, or if she had even been angry. But no. After looking Keyes up and down, she had burst out laughing, hysterical, uncontrolled laughter that went on, making her bosom heave so that she was even more alluring. "I forbid you to laugh," he had said severely, but that only made her laugh all the more, until tears poured from her eyes, and he had grabbed her wrists. "Stop laughing now." He pushed her roughly towards the bed, and she fell across it. As for the towel, it just happened to be lying there, alongside her evening gown. "Tickets, please." This time It was a Belgian inspector who did, in spite of everything, glance curiously at this passenger standing in the corridor despite the cold. But was that enough to prompt any misgivings? In the compartment, Popinga's traveling companion had woken up briefly at the frontier, and Keyes had been able to see his nondescript face with its little mustache. It was a strange night, all the same, almost as disturbing as the one before. And the hours spent at the Petit Saint-Georges listening to Julius de Coster. What would he say now? Julius the younger. If he could see him, would Pamela press charges? In that case, since they would find his briefcase in her room, the name Popinga would be all over the newspapers. But that was surely completely unthinkable. So much so that it was impossible for him to consider the consequences. Frida, for example, was at a convent school. Would they keep on the daughter of a man who... And at the chess club, Coppingham's face, or that of Dr. Claus, who must think himself the only man capable of having a mistress, and... He half shut his eyes. Not a feature of his face moved. Sometimes, through the windows, he saw lights, or heard the louder reverberation as the train went through a station. He guessed at a large plain covered with snow, in the middle of which was a little house, still lit up deep into the night. God only knew why. Perhaps because of a birth or a death. Was it for the best that he had forgotten his briefcase at Pamela's, he wondered, every moment? He felt the urge to jot down something in his little red notebook. At the French frontier, he got out onto the platform and asked if the bar was open. Had to take a roundabout route because of the customs office. Drank a large cognac and noted hastily in his book, "I register that alcohol has no effect on me." The last leg of the journey was the longest. He had tried to strike up a conversation with the man in his compartment, who was a broker in precious stones. But this man, who did the trip twice a week, had his regular routine and preferred to sleep. You don't know whether the Moulin Rouge will still be open, do you? Popinga nevertheless asked him. He had a desire to see people's faces and started walking along the corridors again, stepping across the moving plates between carriages and pressing his face up against the windows of compartments where people were asleep. The Moulin Rouge, or anywhere else, If he had mentioned the Moulin Rouge, it was because he had read so much about it. He could already see himself in a nightclub amply furnished with mirrors and red plush seats, a champagne bucket on the table, and beautiful girls with low-cut necklines around him. He would remain unmoved. The champagne would have no more effect on him than the Genever or the cognac had, and he would give himself the surreptitious pleasure of uttering sentences that his female companions would not be able to understand. Suddenly, without warning, Gare du Nord, the great drafty station forecourt, the exit, a taxi waiting. To the Moulin Rouge, he ordered, no luggage. The Moulin Rouge was closed, but the car stopped in front of another cabaret, where a porter hurried out to meet Popinga. No one would have guessed that this was the first time in his life he had set foot in such a place. He went in unhurriedly, looked calmly around, then selected his table, without taking any notice of the head waiter. Champagne and a cigar, and there he was. Everything had happened just as he had decided, and he found it entirely natural that a woman in a green dress should come to sit beside him, murmuring, "May I," he said, "be my guest? Are you a foreigner? I'm Dutch, but I speak 4 languages, my own, French, English, and German." What a magnificent form of relaxation. And the strangest thing, once again, was that the slightest details corresponded to what he had foreseen. It was almost as if he were already familiar with this cabaret, with its red plush seats, its jazz band whose fair-haired saxophonist was surely from the north, perhaps a Dutchman like himself, and this redhead who now put her elbows on the table and asked him for a cigarette. "Waiter," he called, "some cigarettes." A little later, he took his notebook out of his pocket and asked his companion, "What's your name?" "My name." "You want to write down my name? Funny idea. Well, if it makes you happy, Jean Rosier. But look, this place is about to close. Never mind. What do you want to do? Go to your place." "No, that's impossible. But a hotel room, if you like." "All right. You're very easy-going, aren't you, sonny boy?" He smiled tightly. It was funny, but he couldn't have said why. "Do you come to Paris often?" "This is the second time in my life. The first time was on my honeymoon, and your wife's with you this time. No, I left her at home. He was tempted to burst out laughing. He called the head waiter over to order more champagne. So you like the little ladies, do you? This time he did laugh and said, not the little ones. No, she didn't understand. But Pamela was not at all little. She was as tall as him. And as for Eleanor de Coster, she stood 1 meter 70. Well, you certainly seem to be in a good mood. You're in business. I don't know yet. What do you mean? Nothing. You've got freckles. That's nice. What he liked above all was to watch as his companion glanced furtively at him, trying in vain to make him out. She did have freckles under her eyes, yes, and striking red hair, olive skin, and wide lips. He had only ever met one redhead before, the wife of one of his chess club friends, a tall, thin woman who squinted and had 5 children. Why are you looking at me like that? No reason. I just think it's marvelous to be here. I'm thinking of Pamela's face when, who's that? Never mind. You don't know her. How about paying the bill and leaving everyone's waiting to get to bed? Waiter, change me these florins, please. And he pulled the 500 florins from his pocket and gave the entire bundle to the head waiter with a nonchalant air. He was tired in spite of everything. There were moments when he felt an irresistible desire to stretch out on a bed, but it wasn't worth making a day like this shorter by dropping off to sleep. Why can't I come and sleep at your place? Because I have a gentleman friend. He looked at her suspiciously. What's he like? Is he old? No, he's 30. What does he do? He's in business. Ah, well, so am I. He was understanding himself more and more, enjoying himself, delighting in his own words and gestures, and in his face glimpsed in a mirror. Here we are, sir. That did not prevent him carefully counting his money and remarking, a poor exchange rate. In Amsterdam, I'd have got .3 more. Outside, Jean Rosier, now wearing a squirrel fur coat, looked at him with a last-minute hesitation. Where are you staying? Nowhere. I came straight from the station. And your luggage? I haven't got any. She stood for a moment, wondering whether she might not do better to drop him. What's the matter? He asked, surprised at her attitude. Nothing. Come along. There's a hotel in Rue Victor Massé, which is clean. There was no snow on the ground in Paris. It wasn't freezing. Popinga felt as light as the champagne he had been drinking. As for his companion, she went into the hotel as if it were her home and called through a glass partition, "It's only me. Don't worry. I'm taking room 7." She turned back the counterpane herself, locked the door, and gave a little sigh. "Aren't you going to get undressed?" she called from the bathroom. Why not? After all, he could do anything he liked. He was as docile and cheerful as a child. He wanted everyone to be happy. "Are you staying long in Paris?" "Perhaps for good. But you came without any luggage." She felt uneasy and was undressing with some regret, while he, sitting on the bed, looked at her with an amused expression. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing. That's a pretty petticoat. Is it silk?" She slipped between the sheets, still wearing her slip, left the light on, and waited. "What are you doing?" she asked after a moment. "Nothing at all." He was simply finishing his cigar, lying on his back and looking up at the ceiling. "You're not worried, are you?" "No." "Do you mind if I put the light out?" "No." She switched it off and sensed him alongside her, in the same position, unmoving, his lips pursed round his cigar, making a little red glow in the dark. She was the one who was restless. "Why did you come here with me?" she asked, after tossing and turning a few times. "Well, isn't it nice here?" He could feel her warm body near him, but it brought him a purely abstract pleasure. Since he was saying to himself, "If only Mama could see me now." Then abruptly, he got up, switched on the light, went over to his jacket, took out the notebook and asked, "What's the address?" "What address?" "This place, where we are." "It's 37A, Rue Victor Massé." "You really need to write all this down." "Yes." Just as some travelers collect picture postcards or restaurant menus, he lay down again, stubbed out the cigar in the ashtray, and murmured, "I don't feel sleepy yet. What kind of business is he in?" "Who?" "Your friend. He's in the motor trade. But look, if that's all you've got to say, I'd prefer it if you let me get to sleep. You seem like an odd customer to me. What time will I wake you tomorrow?" "Don't wake me." "All right. You don't snore, do you?" "Only if I sleep on my left side." "Well, try to sleep on the right. Then—" He stayed awake a long time. eyes wide open. And the funny thing was that it was his companion who began to snore regularly, while he laughed silently to himself. What followed was a little like the day before when, in Groningen, through half-open eyes, he had watched Mrs. Popinga getting dressed without her knowledge. It was after daybreak, but still rather dark, and the curtains hadn't been drawn back, so that more than half the room was in shadow. Just a feeble shaft of light was striking in, and there, silhouetted against it, was Jean Rosier, fully dressed, holding Keys's trousers in her hand. She was going through his pockets. Since she had seen the night before that he had put his money into his trousers, she was being so careful not to make a sound that she was pulling a strained face. And Popinga, without meaning to, began to smile. That smile, although it was silent, must have alerted her, since she turned towards him suddenly. Just as quickly, he closed his eyes, and she wondered whether he was sleeping or just pretending. It was amusing to feel her there, suspended in the ray of pale daylight, holding the trousers, not daring to make another move, holding her breath. For a moment, she was taken in, and her hand went into a pocket, but the next instant she cottoned on and said in a casual voice, "Well, I never—" "What? You've really been having me on, haven't you? Why, you needn't pretend I know the score." And she dropped the trousers onto a pale yellow armchair, picked up her coat, and came to stand over the bed. "Can you tell me why you arrived in Paris with no luggage and a pocket full of cash? Don't play the innocent with me. Yes, you did take me in, but wait." She went over to the window and drew the curtains, letting in the wintry sunlight. "Come on, out with it." She sat down on the edge of the bed, looked at him searchingly, and finally sighed. "I should have seen at once. You didn't look like a curb crawler. When you said you were in business last night, what did you mean? I bet it's cocaine, isn't it? Come on, I dare you to deny it." Chapter 4: How Keys Popinga Spent Christmas Eve, and how, early next morning, he chose a car that suited him. The porter at the Carlton had taken him for a madman, Jean Rosier, since he had shown no anger when he surprised her going through his pockets, had taken him for a cocaine dealer, and in the end, it was just as well. He had gone to such trouble for the last 40 years to get people to take him for Keys Popinga and to make sure every one of his actions was exactly as it should be. I feel sleepy, he murmured without replying to his companion, who had moved towards the bed. He sensed in her green eyes, flecked like a cat's, more than curiosity. She was intrigued. It irked her to have to leave him without knowing. One knee on the bed, she murmured, "You don't want me to come back in there for a while. Don't bother." She was holding in her hand the banknotes she had taken from his pocket, and she placed them on the table with a deliberate movement. "I'm putting them here. See, tell me, can I just take one of these?" He was not so drowsy that he failed to see that she had picked out 1,000-franc note. But what did it matter? He nodded off again. Jean Rosier had only a couple of 100 meters to run through the cold morning air, then 3 floors to climb, and she was at home in a furnished apartment in Rue Fromentin, where she closed the door quietly, poured some milk for the cat, undressed with neat movements, and slipped into the bed where a man was lying. "Move over, Louis." Louis shifted with a grunt. "I've just come from this really odd character. He almost frightened me." But Louis wasn't listening. "And after lying for a quarter of an hour with her eyes fixed on the gap in the curtains, Jean Rosier went off to sleep. Properly this time, in her own bed, warmed by Louis, who was wearing silk pajamas. It was at almost the same time, as offices started to fill up with people who had no great desire to work, and whose first cigarette of the day tasted bitter, that the telegram arrived at Rue des Saussayes, Amsterdam Police HQ to Paris Police HQ. Individual named Keys Popinga. Age 39. Resident Groningen. Wanted for murder of Pamela Mackinson. Committed night of 23-24 December. Sweet Carlton Hotel, Amsterdam. Stop. Reason to believe Popinga caught train to France. Stop. Gray suit and hat. Stop. Blonde hair. Fair complexion. Blue eyes. Average build. No distinguishing features. Stop. Speaks fluent English, German, and French smoothly and unhurriedly. The mechanism had been set in motion. That is, the description of Keys Popinga had immediately been circulated by wireless, telegraph, and telephone to all frontiers, gendarmeries, and mobile units. In every police station in Paris, a junior officer was deciphering from his ticker tape machine. Noise. Average build. No distinguishing features. And all that time, Keys Papinga was fast asleep in a Parisian hotel. He was still asleep at midday. At 1 o'clock, the chambermaid knocked at the glass partition at reception and called, "Number 7 not free yet." Nobody could remember, and the cleaner went up to look. She saw Keys's calm features as he lay sleeping with his mouth open. And on the bedside table a bundle of banknotes. But she dared not touch them. It was 4 in the afternoon, and the lamps were being lit when Jean Rosier called in turn at reception. "The man I came with last night, has he left? I think he's still asleep." Jean Rosier, a newspaper in her hand, went upstairs, pushed open the door, and looked at Papinga, who had still not moved, and whose face in repose had a childish expression. "Keys," she called suddenly in a soft voice. The word penetrated through his sleep, but had to be repeated 2 or 3 times before it brought him to a waking state. Then he opened his eyes, saw the light from the lamp over the bed, and Jean Rosier in her squirrel coat, wearing a hat. "Oh, are you still here?" he murmured with indifference. He was already preparing to turn over and carry on with his dream. She had to shake him. "Didn't you hear what I said?" He looked up at her calmly, rubbed his eyes, raised himself a little, and asked her in a gentle voice, almost as childlike as his expression when sleeping, "What did you say? I called you Keys Papinga." She pronounced the syllables distinctly, but he did not seem disturbed. "Do you still not understand? Look, read this." And she threw onto the bed a copy of the midday newspaper, then paced up and down the room 2 or 3 times. "Dancer murdered in luxury Amsterdam hotel. Killer identified by documents left at the scene. The work of a madman or a sadist." Say Police Jean Rosier was getting impatient and kept turning to look at her companion, waiting for him to react. He did not budge, but asked in a normal voice, "Can you pass me my jacket?" She naively felt the pockets to check he was not looking for a weapon. But he wanted a cigar. He lit it, infuriatingly slowly. Then, having plumped up his pillow to lean against it more comfortably, he began to read the article, sometimes moving his lips. Our latest information is that Popinga left his home in Groningen in circumstances which suggest he may be responsible for another crime. His employer, Julius de Coster, has suddenly disappeared. Is this about you? Jean Rosier burst out, losing patience. Yes, of course it's about me. And you strangled that woman. I didn't mean to. What I'm wondering is how she came to die. In any case, there are a lot of exaggerations in this article, and some things that are completely untrue. Upon which, he got out of bed and headed towards the bathroom. What are you doing? I'm going to get dressed. I need to get some lunch. It's 5 o'clock. All right then, some dinner. And what do you intend to do after that? I don't know. Aren't you afraid you're going to be arrested any minute? Someone would have to recognize me first. And where are you going to sleep? You're forgetting that in any hotel, they'll ask for your papers. Yes, that is rather tiresome. He had not yet had time to think about all that, and he had been so deeply asleep that he had to make a certain effort to think. I'll consider that by and by. Meanwhile, I don't even have a toothbrush. Isn't this Christmas Eve? Yes. And they don't have Christmas trees here. What they do here is go out to celebrate. You can have supper and dance in all the restaurants and cafes. Tell me, are you still having me on? Why? I don't know. Are you just enjoying yourself? Letting me think you are this Popinga? It was happening again. People seemed determined at all costs to give him a different personality from his own. Listen. Jean Rosier was speaking again. I can't make any promises. Perhaps I'm wrong to be taking any part in this, but I'm going to tell someone about you. No, don't worry, not the police, but someone who might, if he feels like it, be able to help you get out of this. I don't know if he'll play ball, though. Sex crimes, well, people get scared. He listened to her as he laced up his black shoes. I won't be seeing him until later. Do you know Rue de Douai? No. It's very near here. Just ask the way. There's a tobacconist's there, where you just need to sit down and wait. Maybe I'll get there by midnight, but it could be later. because a whole gang of us are going out to a party." She looked at him one more time and picked the newspaper up off the bed. "Don't let papers like this lie around. That's often how people get caught. And I'll pay for the room myself, so that the office won't take too much notice of you. They're already surprised you've slept so long. That's another sign." "A sign of what?" But she shrugged her shoulders and left. "See you at the tobacconist's in Rue des Douais, out on the boulevards, at about 8 in the evening, when Paris was starting to come to life." He stopped in front of the 6th edition of an evening paper which had published a photograph on the front page. Under the headline, "The Face of Pamela's Killer from Amsterdam by Bellinogram." It was terrifying. First of all, he asked himself where this photograph could have been obtained, since he did not remember it himself. Then, by looking more closely, he saw, to the left of his head, part of someone else's face, and he understood. The other person was his wife, and the photo was the one on the sideboard, showing the whole family. They had enlarged his head and cropped the rest of the picture. And then, if you please, they had transmitted it by Bellinogram, so that the image was blurred, as if it had been left out in the rain. At the second newspaper stand, he stopped in front of the same newspaper with the same photograph, and almost regretted that he was so unrecognizable. It could have been any man in the street as easily as himself. The murderer's wife suggests that he has had an attack of amnesia. He went to a third newspaper kiosk, bought a copy of the paper, and asked, "Are there any other evening papers?" 4 titles were pointed out to him, and he bought them all. "Do you have any Dutch papers?" "You'll have to go to the kiosk by the opera." Lights blazed everywhere, and posters invited people to celebrate Christmas Eve for 25 or 100 francs. All in, the Parisians had not yet come out to enjoy themselves, but the time was approaching. "Give me the Dutch newspapers, please." He gave a start. Staring him in the face was the Dutch Daily Mail, and the same photograph as in the French papers was on the front page. "I'll take the Daily Mail and the Morning Post as well." The more he saw of them, the more satisfied he felt. Just as in the past, he had been happy to watch work piling up on his desk. Should he go to the tobacconist's in Rue de Douai? Now better to eat first. And he took a seat in the Café de la Paix, where the waiters were fixing the last paper chains and bunches of mistletoe. The sight made him think that Amerson would that very morning have delivered the Christmas tree which he had ordered. What would they do with it? Back home. And what would a girl like Frida be thinking? He had never considered this kind of thing before. When he read newspaper stories, and now that he was right in the middle of one, he was realizing the multitude of little side effects it could produce. For instance, he had a life insurance policy. But what happens to a life insurance policy if its holder is wanted for murder? Everything to your liking, sir, the head waiter asked him. He had ordered his steak rare. Perfectly all right, he replied with conviction, apart from the fact that he couldn't really read his Dutch newspapers as he ate, and found the pudding he was served less flavorsome than back in Holland. He had a sweet tooth. He also liked to drink his coffee with whipped cream and vanilla sugar, which the waiter did not seem to understand. Someone who had really been impressed was Jean Rosière. How did he know that? Because she was taking an interest in him. Although he had not asked her for anything, what must she be thinking? That he was an exceptionally cool character. Evidently, as he thought himself, to prove this to his own satisfaction, he went up to a policeman on Boulevard des Capucines to ask the way to Rue de Douai. There, on a corner site, was the tobacconist shop with its counter, and behind a glass partition, a small cafe with 8 tables. Keys Popinga seated himself in the cafe, finding by good luck a free table near the window. Outside, he could see the signs of nightclubs starting to light up, but the doormen and professional dancers were still chatting at the bar. Seated in the opposite corner was a flower seller, her basket on the ground beside her, drinking coffee with a glass of rum. "I'll have a coffee too, waiter." He was a little disappointed by the strange Christmas Eve that was getting under way all round him. Nothing like a real Christmas Eve. Merely a sort of disorderly bacchanal. By 9 in the evening, there were already drunks in the street, and nobody seemed to be talking about midnight mass. From our special reporter in Groningen, while our Amsterdam correspondents were still making inquiries at the Carlton, where the hapless Pamela met her death, we hastened to Groningen in order to find out more about the personality of Keys Popinga, the dancer's murderer. Keys sighed, just as he did when some employee of Julius de Coster made an unpardonable mistake. He took the red notebook from his pocket, jotted down the date, the title of the newspaper, and then wrote not murderer, killer. It should not be overlooked that her death was accidental, a case of manslaughter, not murder. He glanced across at the flower seller, who was dozing as she waited for the theater goers to come out, and carried on reading. What was our amazement, the report continued, to learn that Keys Popinga was a well-respected man, and that this news has caused utter consternation in Groningen, where the townsfolk, lost in conjecture. He underlined the word conjecture with his pencil, since he found it pretentious. At Popinga's home, where the distress of his family is painful to witness, Mrs. Popinga was prepared to say, calmly, between two puffs at his cigar, he noted, I see that Mamma was prepared to talk to the press, and he smiled, because the flower seller's head had just slumped forward onto her chest, that only a sudden attack of insanity, combined with a moment of amnesia, can possibly explain such a deed. He found it amusing to underline the word deed, especially if Mamma had really uttered it. Then he turned to a new page in the notebook to write Mrs. Popinga's opinion, insanity or amnesia. She would not be alone. A junior clerk at Julius's office, a lad of 17, whom he had hired himself, had told the reporter confidently, I had already noticed that at times. His eyes had this strange gleam in them. As for Dr. Claus, he opined complacently, it is clear that the only explanation for Popinga's action is a sudden episode of madness. As for whether there were any previous signs of this, professional confidentiality prevents me. So, everyone had decided he was mad, until the moment when they started to think he might actually have killed Julius de Coster before killing Pamela. Because at that point, old Coppingham had told the journalist, it pains me to speak ill of a man who was a member of our circle, but it can be said with certainty that to an impartial observer, Keys Popinga has always been a bitter person, unwilling to recognize the superiority of others in any sphere, and plotting vengeance. If his inferiority complex became an obsession, that would explain the event that Popinga wrote in his book, alongside Copenham's name, inferiority complex. Then in small handwriting, only beat me once at chess, and that was by surprise. So, who is he to talk? At 10 o'clock, he had failed to realize that there were no more free seats in the cafe, and that he was being edged all the time towards the end of his banquet. He raised his eyes from the newspapers and his notebook, saw a strange face opposite, blinked, then paid no more attention. He did the same when he noticed that the customers included 4 or 5 Negroes. The flower seller was still there. Then people in evening dress started to appear, sitting cheek by jowl with other customers in much shabbier clothes. He was not aware that he was in one of the side streets of Montmartre, and that the people around him were extras and walk-on performers. Celebrations were about to begin in all the local cafes and nightclubs. The clerk at Groningen station remembers a man who looked very agitated. He wrote down with irritation, "Not true." For people to talk of madness or inferiority complexes was one thing, but to claim that because a few hours later he had killed Pamela without intending to, he had been in an abnormal state on leaving Groningen. Was he agitated now, in spite of the 2 cups of coffee he had drunk? Worst of all was the night porter at the Carlton, whose ears Popinga would readily have boxed as soon as he arrived. I could tell he wasn't in a normal frame of mind, and I considered warning Miss Pamela. Keyes noted, well, why didn't he? Then, when he came back down, the porter went on. He had the physiognomy of a hunted beast, and Popinga wrote sarcastically, physiognomy means upon which he raised his head, since someone was standing in front of him, looking him up and down. A young man in a dinner jacket. Behind him stood Jean Rosier, who murmured, "This is my friend Louis. I'll leave you." "Come with me a moment," said Louis. Hands in pockets, cigarette in mouth. "Leave all the stuff there. Let's go downstairs." He took his companion to the washrooms in the basement, and there He examined him from head to toe, muttering, "John told me the whole story. I took a look at the papers. Do you often do things like that?" Popinga smiled. From the way his companion was looking at him, straight in the eye, with an ironic expression, he felt sure that this one would not start talking about madness or inferiority complexes. It was the first time, he said, suppressing the desire to smile. "What about the other one? The old man? They've got completely the wrong end of the stick. Julius de Coster has had a financial disaster, and he's disappeared, letting people think he was committing suicide. In fact, it was precisely because of that that I... Never mind. Haven't got time for that now. Can you drive? A car? Of course. Well, if I've got this right from Jean, what you need is a safe house while someone finds you some identity papers." He took the cigar out of Popinga's mouth to light his cigarette and decided casually, "Okay, we'll see what we can do. You just go and wait upstairs. We've got a dinner party across the road." It was almost midnight. The flower seller had disappeared, as had two of the Negroes. From time to time, one of the doormen from a club would come in with a taxi driver or some other person, transact a piece of business with him, have a glass of something, and go back to his position on the pavement opposite. Never had Popinga experienced such a dismal Christmas Eve, and at the stroke of midnight, he waited in vain to hear the bells ring. The nearest thing was a drunk who stood up and started singing a Christmas carol of which he knew only the first couple of lines. Then the landlord decided to turn on the wireless, and a few moments later the cafe was filled with the sound of a church organ and a choir of men and boys singing a liturgical anthem. Keyes folded up the newspapers and ordered another coffee, since he no longer felt like drinking alcohol. He was waiting for the priest's Dominus Vobiscum as he turned to face the congregation. A little woman, standing in front of him in her shabby clothes, was very pale, from the cold, no doubt, since she came back inside every hour looking frozen, most likely from walking up and down on the pavement. Cars were arriving in a continuous stream, pulling up outside the nightclubs. The three remaining Negroes were having a lively argument about what the strangest thing was that at this moment, all over the earth, in every church, Popinga imagined the world as if viewed from an aeroplane. Supposing the plane could fly high and fast enough, a huge ball, white with snow and dotted with cities and villages clustered round churches, their spires projecting like gigantic nails. And in all the churches there would be lights shining, incense burning, and the faithful would be silently contemplating the Christmas crib. But that wasn't true in the first place. In Central Europe, midnight mass would already be over, since it was 1 in the morning there, while in America it was still the middle of the day, and everywhere, outside churches, Negroes would be arguing. Streetwalkers would be warming themselves with a coffee laced with rum after walking the pavements, while hotel doormen. So after that, he gave up on the Christmas spirit. He had no wish to hum along to the church music, and in any case, the cafe proprietor, who had no doubt thought the customers would like it, or who perhaps had once been a choir boy, was obliged to turn it off, as people couldn't hear themselves speak and were starting to grumble. At once, the voices of the drinkers became audible. Smoke from cigarettes formed a blue layer 2 meters below the white ceiling, while opposite Popinga, a young man in a tight dinner jacket, sitting alone in front of a glass of mineral water, was sniffing up some white powder. Why had that other young man asked him if he could drive a car? And what would all these people around him have said if he had suddenly stood up and declared, "I'm Keys Popinga, the Amsterdam sex maniac," since one of the French newspapers had so described him? At 2 in the morning, he was still there, in the same place, and the waiter, who was getting to know him, nodded in a friendly way whenever he went past. He didn't know what to drink next, so he imitated the young man opposite and ordered some mineral water. Then, as everyone else stood up, he was the only one to remain seated. A quarrel had broken out at the bar. Voices were heard shouting. Someone was brandishing a soda siphon, which smashed on a table. And next moment, a close-packed knot of people burst out onto the pavement, where a confused gathering could be seen. A whistle was blown somewhere. Popinga, without showing concern, picked up his newspapers, went down to the washroom and locked himself inside a stall, where he set about reading mechanically an article about Dutch expansion in the 18th century, When he came back upstairs, a quarter of an hour later, everything was calm again, and there were no pieces of the siphon to be seen on the floor. Some customers had left. The waiter approached him conspiratorially and winked, having noticed his client's prudent disappearance. "Did they arrest many people?" Popinga asked. "Oh, you know, Christmas Eve. They're going to be lenient. They took a couple of people off to the station, but they'll let them go in the morning." Bringing a whiff of perfume with her, Jean Rosier now entered the cafe, wearing an evening dress, her skin looking moist and warm, like someone who has just been dancing energetically. She had come on a quick neighborly visit, having thrown a coat over her bare shoulders. "You're all right, aren't you? Someone said there was a scuffle." "Nothing to worry about. I think Louis is going to take care of you. He hasn't made his mind up yet. But that's the way he is. Only, mind you don't leave here until I come back. If you knew how stuffy it is over there, hardly room to pick up your fork." She seemed to be taking him under her wing, yet at the same time she was still eyeing him warily, as if she found him disturbing. "Not getting too bored, are you?" "No, not at all." She had left the cafe before he noticed that now she was addressing him more respectfully and not calling him "sonny boy," which pleased him. This woman had understood. She wasn't a bird brain like Pamela, who could do nothing but laugh in a silly way. He took his notebook from his pocket. He wrote on the page where he had jotted down the opinions of Mama, the railway clerk, Copenhagen, the porter at the Carlton, and others. "Jean Rosier certainly doesn't consider me a madman." Another woman, like the one who had come into the cafe several times, now asked him if he would buy her a drink, and he handed her 5 francs, indicating that she would get nothing more from him. He had carefully folded up the newspapers. He was waiting. Twice he thought of Frida's strange eyes and wondered what she would do in life. He was feeling hot in this cafe, but his head had never seemed so cool, his mind so clear. Would his wife carry out her plan of becoming a housekeeper in a hotel in the Dutch East Indies? The idea occurred to him to send to the Morning Post, for the benefit of Julius de Coster, a little announcement saying simply, "How are you?" He could do anything he pleased. He could be anyone he wished. Now that he had given up trying so hard, for everyone else's benefit. To be Keys Popinga, authorized signatory in a shipping firm. How strange to have taken all that incredible trouble to perfect his character, so that even to the shrewdest gaze, no detail gave anything away which hadn't prevented Copenham saying to the press he could, if he felt like it, just order an entire bottle of gin or cognac. He could have gone off with the woman he had given 5 francs to. He could have asked the nervous young man for some cocaine. He could have a mineral water, please, waiter. This was by way of registering a protest against what he could have done, and also because he was feeling good just now. Very good, with a clarity of thought that was intoxicating. He was even certain that he would be able to make Jean Rosier fall in love with him, in spite of her pimp. She it was who eventually came back, by now a little tipsy. At 4 in the morning, she seemed surprised to find him still there, and said with warmth, "Well, you're very faithful, aren't you?" Then, in a different voice, "Louis and the others are suspicious. I've done what I can. All I managed to get out of them. In a few minutes, they'll leave the club and will take 2 cars. Then they'll head straight off for Port d'Italie. Do you know where it is? No? Never mind. In that case, you probably won't succeed. They want you to take a car too. At Port d'Italie, they'll wait a bit. And as soon as you arrive, you should flash your lights. And then you just follow them. Wait, is Port d'Italie left or right when I go out of here? Neither. You have to go straight across the whole of Paris. Never mind. I'll ask a policeman. Are you mad? Or perhaps you didn't understand. You're supposed to take a car. One of the cars belonging to people dining in a nightclub. I get it, but that's just what one should do. Ask a policeman. Then they won't suspect you of anything. Well, try it. Then, I warn you that Louis and his pals won't wait very long. And mind, don't pick a fancy car, just an ordinary make. She had sat down beside him, and for a second he regretted not having taken advantage of her presence before, when he had had the leisure. How had he failed to notice that she was really worth it? "When will I see you again?" he asked in a low voice. "I don't know. It depends on Louis. Look out. Here they come." He paid for his drinks, pulled on his overcoat, and rolled up the papers to put them in his pocket. Two cars left at almost the same moment from the impressive queue, which was parked all along the street. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Yes, I really like you. You're a good woman. And once out on the street, feeling that she was watching him through the window, he walked along the pavement like a man whose only thought is to go home, glanced at two or three cars, got into the fourth, and pressed the starter. The car came to life at once and moved away from the curb, following for a moment in the wake of a long limousine in which there were several women. And when Popinga turned round to wave goodbye to Jean Rosier, the tobacconists on Rue de Douai, where he had celebrated Christmas Eve, was no longer in sight. Chapter 5, in which Popinga is disappointed to find a Keys Popinga wearing a workman's pullover and dungarees and moping about in a service station, and in which he once again demonstrates his independence. It was barely 10 in the morning. The concierge was only just up, and the mail was still piled in a corner of her lodge, alongside an unopened milk bottle and a loaf of fancy bread. The streets were empty, with that heartbreaking emptiness of mornings after festivities. Even the taxis were not at their rank, and the only passers-by were a few of the faithful on the way to Christmas Day Mass, their noses red with cold. "What is it?" mumbled Jean Rosier huskily, when after a few minutes she began to register a noise, but without connecting it to the door of her apartment. Police! At this word, she was at once wide awake, and feeling with her toes for her slippers, she muttered, "Wait a minute." She was at home in Rue Fromentin. She had slept alone, and her green silk dress was tossed across a chair, her stockings at the foot of the bed. She still had on the slip she was wearing the day before, and threw a peignoir over it before opening the door. "What do you want?" She knew this inspector vaguely by sight. He came into her bedroom, removed his hat, turned on the light, and simply declared, "Chief Inspector Lucas wants to see you. My orders are to take you to Quai des Orfèvres. Works on public holidays now, does he? Perhaps Jean Rosier was more beautiful as she was now, just out of bed, then fully dressed. Her auburn hair fell in tousled locks round her face, and her eyes without makeup expressed a kind of animal distrust. She had begun to put her clothes on, without troubling herself about the inspector, who was smoking a cigarette and did not take his eyes off her. "What's it like outside?" she asked. "Freezing hard?" She put on a minimum of makeup. "Once in the street?" she asked. "You haven't come in a taxi?" "No, I didn't have authority to do that." "In that case, I'll pay. I don't want to go halfway across Paris on a bus." When they arrived at police headquarters in Quai des Orfèvres, where the corridors and most of the offices were empty, she had, without letting her thoughts show, envisaged all the imaginable hypotheses and was ready with a reply for any questions the chief inspector might ask her. He let her wait a good 15 minutes on principle, but Jean Rosier was too used to the procedure to show the least impatience. "Come in, my dear. My apologies for getting you out of bed so early." She sat down next to the mahogany desk, put her handbag on it, and looked at Chief Inspector Lucas, who was bald and avuncular. "We haven't seen you here for some time, have we? Let me see. The last time, if I remember correctly, was 3 years ago. Something to do with drugs. So you're no longer with Louise." The first two sentences had been amiable in tone in order to create an atmosphere, but Jean gave a shudder at the last, replying, "Nevertheless." "Now, who told you that?" "I don't quite recall. Last night. I was out for the evening in Montmartre, and someone told me you'd taken up with a foreigner, a German or an Englishman." "Really? That's why I asked you to come. I wouldn't want you to get into any trouble. To listen to them, one would think they were old friends." The inspector was pacing up and down, his fingers tucked under his waistcoat. He had offered a cigarette to his visitor, and she was smoking it, sitting with her legs elegantly crossed, gazing out at the deserted embankment of the Seine and the end of a bridge where buses were crossing. "I think I know what you mean," she murmured after a moment's thought. "I'm sure you're talking about one of my clients from the day before yesterday." And Lucas feigned astonishment. "Ah, a client. I was told—" "They couldn't have told you anything different. If someone said anything at all, it would be Freddie the maitre d' at Picrat's." They were just about to close when this Dutchman came in, determined to have a good time. He invited me to his table and ordered champagne. When the bill came, he had to change some florins. We went to Rue Victor Massé, the place I always go. Because it's clean, we went to bed. and he never even touched me. Why not? Search me. In the morning, I'd had enough of sleeping alongside this big fat man full of soup. So I left. With his money. No. Woke him up. He gave me 1,000 francs for doing nothing. Well, that wasn't my fault, was it? And you went home, where you found Louis. She nodded. What's he doing these days? Your Louis. Apparently, he wasn't there this morning. At this, Jean Rosier's eyes blazed. Yes, and if you can tell me where he is, I'd very much like to know, she said angrily. You didn't spend last night together, then, but we did. We'd had a nice party, just with a few friends, and some little minks must have made eyes at him. All I know is he disappeared, and he didn't sleep at home. Working a lot, is he? She laughed cynically. Why would he be working? Would he need me if he was working? Lucas smiled. Jean Rosier sighed to indicate that she was wondering if that was all. Both of them had played a role to perfection, and both were still harboring suspicions and secret thoughts. Can I go back to bed now? Yes, of course, but tell me, if you were to come across that Dutchman again, first thing I'd do, I'd slap his face, she declared. I can't stand perverts. If you think I don't know why you've been asking me all these questions for a quarter of an hour, I read the papers too. You know, when I think I might have ended up like that dancer in Amsterdam. So you recognized him from the photograph. Well, I'd be lying if I said I did, because he doesn't look much like the photo. But I guessed, all the same. And he didn't tell you anything, or give you any idea what he was going to do next. He asked me if I knew the south of France. I think he might have mentioned Nice. She was standing up now. The chief inspector thanked her, and a quarter of an hour later, Jean Rosier was on her way home, where instead of going back to bed, she took a hot bath, then dressed soberly. It was about midday when she went into Chez Mélie, a restaurant frequented by regulars, where she sat down at a table and ordered a glass of port. Since she wasn't hungry, Louis, the waiter, asked her, as if that one word was worth a whole sentence. Don't know. I suppose he'll be along. At 3 o'clock, he had still not arrived. Jean Rosier left a message for him and went to a local cinema, where it was 5 o'clock before a man came to sit next to her. It was Louis. You're late, she whispered. I had to go to Poitiers. Well, well, we need to talk. Careful. There might be someone eavesdropping behind us. They left the cinema and went into a crowded cafe on Place Blanche. They hauled me down to Quai des Orfèvres this morning. Lucas, it was the one who always pretends he's treating you like his own daughter, but he's more of a bastard than all the rest put together. Where did you leave our package? At Gowen's place. He's an odd fish. The Dutchman, Fernand, who was in the first car with me, said he'd never make it to Place d'Italie with a car, but he did. We'd hardly got there ourselves when we saw this car flashing at us. We headed off to Juvisy at top speed. Then we went inside the garage and he followed us, as if he'd been doing it all his life. What did he say? Nothing. Gowen was waiting with his mechanic. We all set to work, and we were finished in an hour. Rose made us some coffee. We were away again before first light, in 3 cars, heading in different directions, except for your Dutchman, who'll have to stay at Gowen's until I can see how to get him out of there. He must have some money stashed away. You need to be careful. The police already knew I'd spent a night with him. If Lucas called me in on a day like today at 10 in the morning, it's because he suspects something. That's a bit of bad luck, Louis grumbled. I'll have to phone Gowen and tell him. What if they listen in on you? Seeing them sitting at their table, anyone would have simply taken them for a young and elegant couple. Their faces gave nothing away about their feelings. We'll find something else, said Jean Rosier finally, ending the conversation. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Tonight, you'd better go somewhere you'll be visible. A boxing match, the cycle track, that kind of thing. Okay, what about dinner? No. I told them you'd been cheating on me with some girl. You'd best find one to take along. As she said this, while looking round, she pinched his thigh and added, "But keep your hands off her, or else—" Why should Keyes have been astonished? Since he had heard the confessions of Julius de Coster in the Petit Saint-Georges, and had decided there and then that everything he had ever believed in did not exist in the past, he would not have noticed that this was a service station like no other. Now, on the contrary, he realized that a bona fide one would not be located 100 meters off the highway, on a road leading nowhere, with 2 unlit petrol pumps and doors that swung open automatically at a certain signal from a car horn. He had also noted that on a piece of waste ground alongside, there were at least a dozen cars in pieces. Not old bangers, but quite new-looking vehicles which had been in accidents. One of them, indeed, was partly burned out. He had had time to read by the light from the car's headlamps the sign, Goin and Borate, specialists in electrical auto accessories. And then he had watched, smoking a cigar. The scene that had followed their arrival. Two men were waiting for them. One who was large and heavily built and must be going, and a boy who probably wasn't Boret and whom everyone called Kiki. Goin was in brown dungarees with spanners in every pocket. He shook hands only briefly with Louis before getting to work. It seemed that they were all used to this. The second car was driven by an amiable young man whose name Keyes did not hear, and who was wearing a dinner jacket, like Louis and Fernand. Apart from a van and some tools, the garage was empty. Its floor was made of beaten earth, and the walls whitewashed. In one corner stood a huge stove and two powerful electric lamps shedding bright beams, while the others were working. Louis took a suitcase out of the van, stripped off his outer clothes, and calmly, like an actor changing his costume behind the scenes, put on a brown suit, knotted a yellow tie, and then put dungarees on top of everything, so as to give a hand to his companions. Fernand and the young man did the same, while Goin was manipulating a blowtorch and Kiki was unscrewing the number plates of the cars. "Rose not here?" asked Louis. "She'll be down soon. I rang the bell when I heard you coming." And Keyes noticed a bell push near an inner door, which must lead to accommodation. And indeed, a few minutes later, a woman appeared, still quite young, obviously just woken from sleep and having dressed quickly. She came into the garage, greeted everyone as a friend, including Popinga, whom she looked at, however, in surprise. "Just three this time, slim pickings. Eh? That's Christmas for you. Get us some coffee quickly. You want anything to eat?" Louis: "No thanks, I'm still full of turkey." No one seemed concerned about anything that might be happening outside. They felt completely safe. Between two turns of a spanner, they exchanged news and jokes. "Jean okay, is she?" It was her found our friend here, and you're going to keep him with you till further notice. But look out, he's in deep trouble, and if he's caught, in an hour, the number plates had been changed, as had the serial numbers on the engines and chassis. There was a kitchen behind the garage, a surprisingly clean one, where Rose served them coffee, bread, butter, and salami. "Now you," said Louis to Keys, in between short sips of his scalding hot coffee. "You're going to lodge here, and you do whatever Goin says until you've got some new papers. No monkeying about. Next week, we'll try to get you away somewhere. Understood?" "I understand perfectly," said Papinga with satisfaction. "On our way, then. Boys Fernand's going to head for Rheims. You go round the outside of Paris and try to flog the car in Rouen. I am off to Orleans. See you tonight. Kids, see you later. My beautiful Rose." At first, Keys found it amusing to be in this completely new atmosphere with people he did not know. Once the work was finished on the cars, Goen, who stood 1 meter 80 and was more strongly built than the captain of the Ocean Three, was sipping his coffee while rolling a cigarette as Rose looked dreamily around, elbows on the table. "You're foreign. Dutch. Well, if you don't want to be found out, better say you're English. There are more of them round here. You speak English. Do you cops got your description?" While Keys helped himself to more coffee with plenty of milk, Goen went upstairs and came back down with a pair of old blue trousers and overalls like his own, plus a heavy gray woolen pullover. "Here, try these. They should fit you. Rose'll make you up a bed in the box room off our bedroom. If I've got this right, you'd better spend a lot of time asleep for now." Rose went up in turn to prepare his bed. No doubt, Goen, who was sleepy, half closed his eyes and sat still, legs stretched out in front of him, until they heard a voice call down, "You can come up now. Hear that? Go to bed. Good night." The staircase was dark and narrow. Keys had to go through Goen and Rose's bedroom, which was untidy, and found himself in a smaller room, furnished with a camp bed, a table, and a cracked mirror on the wall. There's a wash basin on the landing. I hope noise doesn't bother you, because night and day you'll hear the trains whistling. We're near the goods yard." She closed the door. He went to look out of the dormer window, and by peering through the half light, saw railway tracks stretching out into the distance, carriages, whole trains, and 10 locomotives at least, belching out pure white plumes of steam against the muddy sky. He smiled, stretched, sat on his bed, and a quarter of an hour later he was fast asleep, fully dressed. He was still asleep when Jean Rosier was summoned to police headquarters. He was even asleep when she went into Chez Mélie, and when at 2 o'clock peered in at the door, astonished at his long silence. He rose only at 3, pulled on the new clothes, which made him look stockier, felt his way down the unlit stairs, and found a place laid for him at one end of the kitchen table. "Rabbit stew all right for you." "Certainly." He liked anything edible. "Where's your husband gone?" "He's not my husband. He's my brother. Gone to a football match 15 kilometers away." "The others aren't back." "No, they never come back." "And Jean Rosier, does she come sometimes?" "Why would she come here? She's the boss's woman." He would have liked to see Jean again, without quite knowing why. It irked him to be cut off from her like this, and he went on thinking about that as he ate his rabbit stew, dipping his bread crusts in the thick gravy. "Can I go for a walk?" "Charlie didn't tell me." "Who's Charlie?" "My brother, of course. Call him Goin if you prefer. A strange woman." This was, who acted more like a servant than anything else. Her complexion was pale, almost otherworldly. She had far too much lipstick on and was wearing an unbecoming orange silk dress and very high heels. "And you stay here in the garage all afternoon." "Somebody has to. Tonight I'm going dancing." He preferred to go out. He found himself walking through the streets of Juvisy, where, since it was Christmas Day, the only people out were in their Sunday best, wearing the pullover and Gowan's old trousers. He strolled about, hands in pockets, and thought of buying a pipe. They only had very ordinary models, but he bought one, packed it with shag tobacco, then went into a cafe where some customers were playing bar billiards. It was there that he discovered a complicated slot machine where you put in a franc to set spinning a combination of wheels with pictures of different fruits, which might win you 2, 4, 8, or 16 francs, or the jackpot. Can you give me 51 franc coins? He asked. Half an hour later, he asked for another 50. Since he was now addicted to the fruit machine, people were staring at him. They came over to watch him play. He had taken his little red notebook out of his pocket and was writing down all his results. At 5 o'clock, when the air was blue with smoke, he was still playing, without paying attention to his surroundings, since he was beginning to understand. I see how it works, he told the cafe proprietor. 1 coin in every 2 falls into a special slot, which is the owner's profit. I wouldn't know about that. It doesn't belong to us. These people came and fixed it here, and they come to collect the takings. How often? Once a week. Near enough. It depends. And how much do they collect? That I don't know. The regulars winked at each other as they watched him doing complicated calculations and playing with a look of bland concentration. When 8 or 12 francs fell out, he picked them up without expression, wrote down a number, and carried on. The customers were mostly railwaymen, and without stopping his game, Keyes asked one of them, "Is this a big station?" "This is the most important marshalling yard for Paris. You know, if you go on playing, you'll lose all you put in." "Yes, I know. And you're still playing." He had had to put down his pipe because it got in the way. He bought some cigars. He drank an aperitif with a name he didn't recognize, but which he saw most of the other customers drinking, and he liked its color. A funny kind of Christmas day this was. Nobody seemed to have any concern for religious services, and he could hear no church bells ringing. At one table, people were playing cards. A whole family was sitting there. Father, mother, 2 children. The father and his friends were playing while the 3 others looked on. The children taking sips from his glass from time to time. Popinga had finished doing his sums with an air of importance. He approached the bar and declared to the owner, "Do you know how much a machine like that brings in? At least 100 francs a day. And supposing that it cost 5,000 francs. But what if someone gets the jackpot?" A voice objected. "That doesn't matter. I'll explain how it works." 2 pages of his notebook were covered with equations. They listened to him without understanding. When he left, someone asked, "Who is he?" "No idea. Sounded like a foreigner." "Where does he work?" "Don't know that either." He lost 200 francs in the fruit machine. Oddball. A. Did he strike you as a bit crazy? And a railwayman concluded, foreigners, they're all the same. That's why we don't understand them. Gowan returned from the football match, and Rose went out dancing. They closed the garage. Gowan, in his bedroom slippers, opened a newspaper in the kitchen, rolled himself a cigarette, and looked the most serene and contented of men, while Keyes made a few notes in his book. Profit on 3 cars, at least 30,000 francs. If that's repeated every week, which would be quite easy, it would work out for the year at... Oh. Then underneath, would like to see Jane Rosier and find out why she made me come here. Upon which he went to bed and slept, but not before looking out for a while at the railway tracks in the night, the red and green lights, and the dark trains going by. But it was of Jean Rosier that he was thinking all the time, and curiously, he recalled with pleasure the moments of intimacy which at the time had left him indifferent. Next day, he got up at 10 and saw a thin layer of snow, not on the road where it had melted, but on the hedges and the railway tracks. He found Rose, still in her night clothes, in the kitchen, and asked where her brother was. Gone to Paris. In the garage, there was no one but Kiki, who was repairing a battery, sticking his tongue out like a conscientious schoolboy. I'd like to go to Paris too. Keyes said to Rose, my brother said not to let you. Seemingly, you'll see why when you read the morning paper. What does he mean by that? Dunno. I haven't seen it. Evidently, she was without curiosity. She was busy frying onions in a pan and did not turn round when he opened the paper. In a case as delicate as this, our readers will understand that we have to observe the greatest discretion. Nevertheless, we can report that Christmas was not a holiday for everyone, and that Chief Inspector Lucas of the Police Judiciaire has been hard at work. The arrest of the Amsterdam sex maniac is expected any minute. Still that way of describing him. He underlined with scorn the words sex maniac and looked across with a strange smile at Rose's back and her broad hips, which the folds of the kimono made even wider. We have also learned from Holland that the case has taken an unexpected turn. Given that the firm of Julius de Coster and Zune has been placed in the hands of the receivers. Was it when he discovered the loss of all his savings, which he had placed in the firm he worked for, that Keys Popinga decided to visit vengeance on his employer? Should we seek any other explanation? From all this, he retained 3 words above all: Chief Inspector Lucas. Then he went over to lift the lid of the saucepan. After that, until midday, he went to play the fruit machine in the deserted cafe, chatting to the owner. When he returned to the garage, Gowan had come back for lunch, a Gowan he hardly recognized, since he was wearing an elegant tailored suit. "There you are," he exclaimed bad-temperedly. "Are you out of your mind? Where have you been?" "Just to this nice little cafe. You don't know what's going on. I saw the boss this morning. Yesterday, a police inspector came and hauled Jean Rosier out of bed and took her down to headquarters. If we don't get in deep trouble over you, we'll be lucky." "What did she say?" "Who?" "Jean Rosier." "How would I know? But anyway, the boss says you're not to stir from your room. Rose will bring you your meals. You've got to stay out of sight for a few days until Louis contacts you." "Don't you want anything to eat?" Rose asked with indifference. "I was waiting for you to serve me. When he brought you here, I didn't know how serious it was. For crying out loud, what got into you? Are you up the pole or what? I don't understand what you mean. Do you go around strangling women?" It was the first time. If she hadn't laughed. And he began to eat his beef stew and fried potatoes. "Well, I'll tell you this for a start. Lay a finger on my sister and I'll smash your face in. If I'd known what kind of a pervert you were." Keyes decided it was not worth replying to this. The other man would not have understood, and it was better to eat his meal without a word. "So you can just go back to your room and stay there. Bad enough that you've been cavorting about in the Juvisy cafes. You didn't speak to anyone. I hope." "Yes, I did." The funny thing was, it was Gowan who was getting worked up, while Keyes calmly ate his food with appetite. "We'll soon see if the boss has made a very big mistake. And to think I took you for someone interesting. A real quarrel." With Rose eating at one corner of the table, keeping an eye on the cooking stove like a good housewife, and Kiki, who had his lunch sitting on the doorstep with a plate on his knee. Popinga kept his thoughts to himself. He seemed to be listening to all this. So Goen carried on. In 3 days at most, the boss'll be here again. He's got to go to Marseille tonight. But once he's back... Popinga had already decided on his course of action. He finished his plateful, wiped his mouth with his handkerchief, and announced, "I'm going up to my room. Good evening." No one replied, and they watched as he started up the stairs. But he hadn't reached the landing when he heard Goen call, as if regretting his harsh words, "If you need anything, just stamp your foot 3 times on the floor. The kitchen's underneath and Rose will hear you." Keyes had no desire to sleep. He went over to the dormer window and let his gaze wander over the extraordinary landscape, with snow-covered fields in the distance, railway tracks, buildings, iron girders, all the confusing clutter of a huge goods yard. Carriages without engines shunting along, huge locomotives marking time furiously with whistles and screeches, and a few trees which had escaped destruction, making a desolate black tangle of branches against the cold sky. From everything that had been said, Keyes retained one thing: Louis was leaving for Marseille at about 4 o'clock. Sitting on the bed, he reread the paper by the light of the unshaded electric bulb. The inspector interviewed a certain Jean, 13 Rue Fromentin, who... It was cold. Keyes had wrapped himself in the cotton coverlet. He had pulled his bed over towards the metal pipe running up from the kitchen stove through his room and into the roof. The trains went on whistling threateningly. The sounds from outside made an orchestral clamor with deep growls and high-pitched screams. The puffing of the locomotives, and occasionally the sound of a car passing rapidly on the main road. Louis was off to Marseille, and this Rose woman, with her pale face, hadn't even read the paper to find out who he was. And Louis must now be cursing him. Unless, that is, he'd already planned to turn him in. Well, that didn't matter, did it? He could shrug his shoulders and contemplate with scorn the bulky pullover and dungarees which had momentarily transformed the real Popinga. He was cleverer than all of them, including Louis, including Jean Rosier. Their whole gang was shackled to this garage, the same way Mama was shackled to her household, Klaus to his patients, and Eleanor, and Copenham shackled to the chess club, where he had ambitions to become the chairman. He, Popinga, was shackled to nothing, to nobody, to no idea, to absolutely nothing at all, as was proved by Chapter 6, The Indiscretions of the Stovepipe and the Second Attack Carried Out by Keys Popinga. He might perhaps have nodded off in the warmth coming from the stovepipe, almost feeling the flames, if he had not clearly heard a door open into the kitchen, steps approaching the stove, and then a huge din that drowned out any other noise as coal was shoveled into it. The racket had scarcely finished before he heard Gowan asking, "Did you listen outside his door? What's he up to?" And Rose replying, sulkily, "No idea. Can't even hear him walking about. Can you make me a cup of coffee?" "All right. What are you doing?" "As you can see, I'm trying to fix this alarm clock that's bust." Keys smiled. He could just imagine the two of them, Gowan in his slippers, an extinguished cigarette in the corner of his mouth, frowning as he tried to take apart the alarm clock on the kitchen table, while his sister, by the sound of it, was washing the dishes. So what do you think of this character upstairs? Their voices reached him, but faintly, since they were speaking only in a desultory way, without any emotion, just chatting, leaving long silences between their utterances. Sometimes a train loudly interrupted the conversation, so that only scraps of it could be heard. Keys, eyes closed, listened to it all, enjoying the heat from the stovepipe. I think he's an odd kind of bird. I wouldn't trust him. What's his job? I only found out about him today. He strangled a girl, a dancer in Amsterdam, and maybe before that, he'd bumped off some old geezer. Keys Popinga, despite his drowsiness, could not help reaching out for his notebook to write down the words "bumped off." Downstairs, the water was boiling and Rose was grinding coffee beans, putting a cup and the sugar bowl on the table. If only I could work out where this wheel goes. You saw Louise. Then, yes, I wanted to know what we should do with our friend upstairs. And what did he say You know how he is. He wants people to think he's got a reason for everything, and there's a plan. But what I've always thought is he just muddles along. He tried to persuade me he's got something on this Dutchman, so he can make him shell out as much he wants. But at the same time, as I pointed out to him, the Dutchman's got something on us. Drink your coffee while it's hot. There's a screw on the floor. And if you talk back like that to Louis, he gets angry and starts yelling that he has to carry all the responsibility. And we should leave everything to him. All right, I said. Fine as far as the cars go. But I certainly don't like having someone like this Dutchman living in our place. What if he's a maniac and he tries to attack you? He don't frighten me. Not to mention, we could be looking at 5 years for this. What I think is, it was John got Louis saddled with this character, and Louis didn't dare say no. So he said yes, without looking further than his nose. Right. Finished. Let's see if it works. The sound came so clearly that you could almost see Gowan winding up the clock. Fixed it, have you? But the only reply was a crash, as Gowan had flung the clock in a rage across the kitchen. Never mind. You can buy another one for me tomorrow. Have they brought the paper? No, not yet. I gave Louis a piece of advice. What I said was, look, you get a chance like this. Why not use it to get a bit of quid pro quo? We turn this sex maniac into the police. Well, obviously, they're not going to be too fussy. Are they? Poking their noses into our business. And what did he say? Nothing. He'll see when he gets back from Marseille. Do they have the guillotine in Holland? Dunno. Why do you ask? No reason. Silence. Then Gowan said, rather awkwardly, if he was normal, like us, I wouldn't be going on like this. But you know what I mean. You've seen yourself. The way he acts. I'm going out for the paper. Keys Popinga had not budged an inch. Through the window he could see a few lights in the sky, and now he heard below him Rose coming and going, shuffling in her felt slippers, opening cupboards, putting away pots and pans. Then with a sudden noise stoking up the stove. It was a long wait for Gowan. The paper was merely a pretext to go to the bar and no doubt to have a game of belote. Since he did not return till 2 hours later, when the table was already laid for supper. Nobody's been. No. And him upstairs. Must be asleep. I haven't heard him walking about. Know what I thought on the way back? That these loners, like him, they're more of a menace to society than we are. There was this one time Lewis used his gun on Boulevard Rochechouart because he was cornered. At least something like that happens. You know where you are. But this bird, can you work out what he's thinking? Nothing good, sighed Rose. Well, what do you expect I'll tell you again? And I've said it before. I don't like having this character in the house. What, rabbit again? Have you bought a job lot or something? It's yesterday's leftovers. Better take some up to him. I'll take it up in a bit. And indeed, a little later, Rose knocked at the bedroom door. Open up, she said. Here's your supper. Popinga had stood up. Once the door was open, and Rose was encumbered with the tray she was carrying. He had deliberately placed himself between her and the door and was looking at her with his shifty little eyes. You're nice, though. You are, he said. Perhaps he did not yet know whether he merely wanted to frighten her, or whether it was worse than that. You're going to stay up here with me for a bit, aren't you? She turned round without showing the least sign of emotion, and stared him up and down. Well, look at you, she said in a vulgar voice, and her eyes rested on those of the man before her, on his fixed smile and his trembling hands. Don't go thinking I'm a dancer. You'd better just eat your food and get to bed, and without making any fuss. She managed by sheer force of attitude to go past him. She stopped in the doorway and looked back. And when you've finished, put the tray on the floor outside the door. The next moment, Popinga had his ear almost pressed to the stovepipe, and he soon heard the glazed door into the kitchen open and close. A chair scraped. Rose was sitting down. Silence. The chink of a glass against a bottle. Was he asleep? Had been, I think. What did he say? What could he say? I thought I heard voices. I told him to eat his food and leave the tray outside. Don't you think I'm right? And Louis is taking a big risk if Lucas got Jean down to headquarters. He must suspect something. They must be watching Jean. And Louis, too. Come to that. I am wondering now if the police found out I met him today. What if they followed me? Do you want to turn him in? Well, If it wasn't for Louis, he must have gone back to reading the paper, since there was a long silence with no voices. Finally he sighed. Let's go to bed. Nothing's going to happen tonight. I'll go and close up the garage. Popinga had done as Rose asked and put the tray outside the door, which he then carefully closed. Next, he removed the clothes Gowan had given him and put on his gray suit, into the pockets of which he slipped what was left of his money and the red leather notebook. He showed no impatience. Stretched out on the bed with the coverlet over him, he waited while the brother and sister quietly undressed, exchanged a few words, moved a few objects around, then settled down for the night, having been accustomed since their childhood in some poor country village to sleep 5 or 6 in the same room. Good night, Rose. Good night. I'm not a fortune teller. I know you don't agree with me, but you'll see I'm right. We'll see, won't we? She replied, resignedly, or perhaps already dropping off to sleep. Popinga waited for a quarter of an hour, half an hour, got up silently, and went over to the window. It was snowing. For a moment, he feared that opening the window would let in all the noise from the goods yard and wake the brother and sister. But he knew it would be very brief. Just under his window was an old truck, its tarpaulin then 2 meters from the windowsill. He hung by his hands, then let himself drop, and next moment he was on a patch of waste ground behind the garage, where his footsteps marked the thin layer of snow. Wanting to know the time, he realized that he no longer had his watch. Gowan must have taken it. After looking round to get his bearings, he headed for Juvisy as he passed the cafe where he had played the fruit machine. He almost went inside to show them how he normally looked in his gray suit and overcoat, with a starched collar and a tie. He saw the time on the station clock, 10:40. He walked into the booking office and politely asked the clerk when the next train would leave for Paris. 12 minutes, he was told. Standing on the platform, he felt an immense sensation of relief. Not that he had had a moment's fear in the garage. Fear was something he had not experienced since leaving Groningen, but it seemed to him that by coming to Juvisy, he had suddenly forfeited all the benefit of his escape. It was as if he had been somehow held in custody, as if his wife and Julius de Coster had been replaced by Louis. Gowan and his sister Rose. But these people had understood him no better than the people in Groningen. What was that strange expression Gowan had used? He opened the notebook just to find it again. Bumped off. That was it. He had bumped off Julius de Coster, and they thought he was up the pole. Even worse. During the few hours he had spent lying on the camp bed, eavesdropping on the conversation in the kitchen, Keyes had almost thought himself briefly back in his house in Groningen, when, for instance, he could hear from the bedroom his wife chatting to the maid. They had the same habit of letting fall sentences unhurriedly and giving their opinions of other people, as if the whole world were subject to their judgment. As for Louis, Gowan must be right. He was just a kid playing at being a gang boss, but didn't really know what he wanted. Popinga had never felt so powerful as on this station platform, as he paced up and down, looking at the tourist posters and smoking a cigar. He was soaring thousands of wing beats above men like Louis. Gowan, Julius de Coster, all those loud-mouthed braggarts. He was certain that if he bought any newspaper on the stalls, he would find some report concerning him. Would they publish his photograph again? The police were after him. People were shuddering at the idea that the Amsterdam sex maniac might be among them. And meanwhile, he had casually left his hiding place, bought a second-class ticket, was now waiting for a train, and would shortly alight in Paris, where Chief Inspector Lucas was in charge of the investigation. Was this not proof that he, Keyes Popinga, was stronger and more intelligent than the lot of them? And he'd do better than that. He would go to Jean Rosier's place, precisely because that was risky, and the one thing he shouldn't do. In any case, he needed to see her. There was unfinished business between them. The train drew in. By chance, he found a seat in a compartment where two country women in dark clothes were gossiping about events in their village, the neighbors' illnesses, and the people who had died that year. Sitting meekly in his corner, he looked at them with an insane desire to declare to them suddenly, "Allow me to introduce myself, Keyes Popinga, the Amsterdam sex maniac." No, he didn't do it, of course, but he thought about it several times. He gave himself the secret pleasure of imagining the scene that would follow. But in spite of everything, he was the one who lifted down his traveling companion's suitcases from the luggage rack and could not suppress an ironic smile as he murmured politely, "You're welcome, madame." But at heart, this was what he had wanted to be, completely alone. Alone in knowing what he knew. Alone in knowing who Keys Papinga was. To wander through the crowds, coming and going between people who brushed past him without realizing, and who had all kinds of ridiculous opinions about him. For these two women, for instance, he was an old-fashioned gentleman, the kind you don't meet many of nowadays. For Rose, in fact, she had never made it clear what she thought of him, but he supposed she despised him out of lack of imagination. He was glad to be back in Paris, with its buses, taxis, and people going in all directions. Pursuing heaven only knew what pointless goals. He had all the time in the world. Picrats never closed before 3 or 4 in the morning, and supposing that Jean Rosier was out alone, she wouldn't be home before 2:45 at the earliest. How strange of him not to have taken advantage of her when she was available, lying alongside him in bed. Now, on the other hand, the very thought of her. But now it was different. Now that she knew his story, he felt the need to dominate her, to frighten her. Since she was too intelligent to reject him as stupidly as Rose. While he was waiting, having nothing else to do, he went up to a policeman and asked him the way to the police judiciaire. He had a perfect right to know, didn't he? In all the newspaper reports about him, there had been mentions of the police judiciaire and Chief Inspector Lucas. He was pleased to find himself on Quai des Orfèvres and to read over a dimly lit door, Police Judiciaire. He would have liked even better to catch sight of the chief inspector himself, but that was difficult. He contented himself with sitting for a good while on a parapet overlooking the Seine and looking up at the 3 lighted windows on the first floor. In the courtyard, through the monumental arch, 2 police buses and a van for transporting suspects were waiting. He walked away with reluctance. He would have liked to be able to see it from closer to on Place Saint-Michel. He turned round again and asked a policeman. Yes, another policeman, for directions to Montmartre. He had asked the way without any need to, simply for the pleasure of talking to an officer of the law. It allowed him to think, if only he knew. He could not walk the streets until 3 in the morning, so he punctuated his stroll by going into one bar after another where, standing at the horseshoe-shaped counter, he found himself alongside other human beings whose lives were as if suspended in the moment. Some people looked preoccupied as they sipped their coffee. Others, leaning on the bar after finishing their drinks, had such vacant expressions that you wondered when and by what miracle they would suddenly come to their senses. A little girl, carrying a basket of violets, reminded him of Christmas Eve and the 2 visits that Jean Rosier had paid him at the tobacconists in Rue des Douais. Gohan must be right about that too. It was Jean who had persuaded Louis to take care of him. But why? Because he had impressed her. Because he hadn't behaved towards her as an ordinary client would. Or was it because, once she knew what he had done, her curiosity was aroused? As for the idea that she had taken pity on him, Popinga rejected it, not only because he had no need of pity, but also because Jean Rosier was not the kind of woman to take pity on anyone. 1 more hour to go, he noted impatiently. As the time drew near, he thought more about her and tried to predict what would happen from then on. Whereas he had been drinking only mineral water, he started to order glasses of cognac, which quickly went to his head. And at 2:30, looking at his reflection in a cafe mirror on Rue des Batignolles, he told himself, to think that no one knows yet what's going to happen. Not even me. Not even Jean, who's waiting for it to be time to go home. Louis is in Marseille. Gohan and his sister are fast asleep in their bedroom and fondly imagine I'm the other side of the door. Nobody knows. He asked for a newspaper and had to turn to page 5 before finding a small paragraph about himself. He felt annoyed, especially since it was just the same as before. Chief Inspector Lucas is continuing investigations into the murder in Amsterdam and believes it will not be long before Popinga is under arrest. That was another one who thought he was clever. Chief Inspector Lucas, who really knew nothing at all. Perhaps, of course, he was getting the newspapers to print this in order to put the wind up Keys, and Keys, would soon see if the chief inspector was as smart as he wished to appear. He asked the way to Rue Fromentin, again from a policeman, then walked up and down it 3 times, checking all the alleyways and corners, and felt certain no officer was stationed near number 13. Therefore, nobody had predicted that he would be visiting Jean Rosier that night. Therefore, Lucas had understood nothing. So Popinga was still ahead of them all. And what would the chief inspector's face look like in the morning if something happened tonight? And what would all the reporters say? After obediently parroting his reassuring statements. In short, the more action he took, the more his pursuers would lose their chance to catch him, since every one of his actions would correspond to a new hypothesis, all contradicting each other, leading the investigation into a maze. What was there to stop him committing some act of violence? What would have prevented him earlier from attacking the 2 women in the train, pulling the communication cord, and jumping down on the track while people came rushing through the corridors? He easily found Picrat's, the club where he had spent his first hours in Paris, and walked about outside, waiting for it to close. When he had arrived, it was now clear he hadn't known anything. He hadn't had time to think, and now he felt almost sorry for the man who had got off the train at Gare du Nord and been in a hurry to order champagne and brag to a prostitute. 2 women came out of the club, hostesses like Jeanne, but she was not one of them. That forced him to contemplate with annoyance the possibility that she might be accompanied by a client, in which case everything would have to be postponed until later. The next day, perhaps, but no. She was coming out. She was wearing her squirrel coat, with a posy of violets on the lapel, and he could hear her high heels clicking on the pavement. She looked cold. She was walking quickly, keeping close to the houses, not looking left or right, like someone who takes the same route every day. Keyes followed her on the other side of the street, sure now that she wouldn't get away. But he had a brief scare when she went into one of the bars still open. Then he was astonished to see through the window that she had ordered a café crème and was dipping a croissant in it. So, nobody had invited her to have supper with them. She was eating with that distracted expression that he had noticed on other people in that kind of bar. She felt in her handbag, paid, and left without wasting time. He waited for her to buzz at the street door of her building, and at the moment the door clicked open, he approached her without a word, which made her jump. She didn't open her mouth or say anything, but there was a hint of fear in her green eyes. He was sure. Before she shrugged and stood aside to let him in. The lift was so cramped that they were touching each other. Jan operated it, sent it back, fumbled in her bag for her door key, then at last stammered, "But what are you going to tell Louis?" He merely smiled while looking at her, and she was taken aback, since she realized that he had guessed her ruse. Only as they entered the flat did Keys murmur, "Louis in Marseille." "Did Goen tell you that?" "No." She had closed the door and switched on the light in the hall. Her lodgings consisted of 3 rooms plus a bathroom, all old-fashioned and cluttered, with rugs everywhere and too many cheap knickknacks, evening shoes scattered around, a sandwich on the sitting room table alongside a half-full bottle of wine. "What have you come here for?" First he checked that her eyes were actually green, as he remembered, and it seemed to him that her fear made them look even greener. "I could have called the concierge." What for? As if he was at home. He took off his coat, drank a gulp of wine straight from the bottle, and opened a door that led into the bedroom. He noticed that on the bedside table was a telephone and resolved to keep an eye on it. But Jean Rosier had already caught his glance and read his thoughts. It was fun to toy with her, because she had fast reflexes and because she was keeping cool, only letting her emotions appear in tiny, almost imperceptible signs. "Aren't you going to get undressed?" he asked as he removed his collar and tie. She had not yet taken off her coat, which she let fall from her shoulders with a little gesture of resignation. "When I heard Louis was going to Marseille, I thought at once that I could take advantage of that." "Who's that picture of?" "Over the bed." "My father. Fine-looking man. He has a remarkable mustache." And he sat down on a little Louis XVI chair to take off his shoes. Jean Rosier, by contrast, did not proceed further with undressing. After having taken a few steps into the bedroom, she stood in the middle, facing him, and said, "You're not proposing to come and lodge here, are you?" "Well, till tomorrow at any rate, yes." "I'm sorry that's not possible." She had guts. Despite herself, her eyes darted now and then to the phone, especially when instead of replying, he laughed and took off his other shoe. You heard me. Yes, heard you. But it doesn't matter, does it? You're forgetting that we've already spent one night together in the same bed. Well, I was very tired that night. And anyway, I didn't really know you. So since then, been regretting. He was still sitting down, very pleased with himself, and feeling slightly feverish, which made his voice sound hoarse. Look, she said, I didn't want to make a big fuss downstairs and get the concierge and other tenants woken up. I know the risk you're running, but now you're going to get dressed at once and leave. I can't believe you're crazy enough to imagine that I'd agree to this. Now that what? Nothing. Now that you know. Come on, admit it. Now that you know what happened to Pamela. Come on, answer me. I promise you, this really tickles me. For 3 days, I've been wondering what you were thinking. Don't trouble yourself. 3 days I've been telling myself this girl isn't as stupid as the others. Tshd, maybe so, but all the same, you'd better be on your way now. And if I'm not, he was standing in his stockinged feet, his shirt button pressing on his Adam's apple. It'll be the worse for you. She had snatched from inside a small cupboard a revolver with a pearl handle and was holding it, not aimed at him, but in a way that was equally worrying. You'd fire that gun at me? I don't know. I might. Why? Yes, I'm asking you a question. Why don't you want to? Tonight. The first time. It was me that didn't want to. And I'm asking you to get out now. She had managed to move closer to the telephone. Her movements were clumsy, betraying a fear she did not want to show. Perhaps it was her fear that caused it all, that drove Keyes towards the crisis. But he still did not lose his talent for acting. Look, Jean, he said, pretending to have a catch in his throat and dropping his gaze. You're being mean to me when you're the only person that understands me, and don't come near me. No, all right, I won't. But I beg you to listen and give me an answer. I know Gowan and his sister wanted to turn me into the police. Who told you that? She retorted, energetically. I overheard them talking, and I know Louis wanted to get me to pay him a lot of money. That's not true. Yes, it is. He may not have told you that, But he did tell Gowan, who repeated it to his sister. I was listening to their conversation, so I climbed out of the window, and here I am. And she must have been unsettled by this, since she was less on the defensive and was thinking, looking down at the carpet. He, not missing any of her changes of expression, carried on. You must have known something too, and you're going to give me away as well, or why would you grab a gun? It wasn't for that. She had raised her head sharply, with an air of sincerity. Why then? You don't understand. You mean I scare you? No. Well, then... nothing. He had managed to move 3 steps nearer. Another 2, and he would be up close to her. And now the die was cast. He had not thought about what he was going to do, but he knew that from now on, things were going to take their course. It affected you, did it? Knowing that, be quiet. If only she hadn't been so stupid. Can't you just stop talking? In her impatience, she waved her arm in a way that made the revolver less threatening for a moment. Keyes took advantage of it with amazing speed of reaction. He leaped upon her, pushed her over backwards onto the bed, and seized the gun at the same time to stop her crying out. He put the pillow across her face and leaned on it with all his weight. Swear that you won't call the... She was struggling. She was strong. The pillow slipped. And then he hit her on the head with the butt of the revolver. Once, twice, 3 times. Because he was concerned only with getting her to lie still. When he put his shoes back on, after washing his hands, since he had noticed blood on them, he felt as calm as after Pamela. But it was a heavier kind of calm, with a trace of sadness perhaps, as was proved when, once he was ready to go, he went to stand by the bed, patted Jean's red hair, and muttered, "That wasn't very clever of you, was it?" Only on the stairs did he shrug his shoulders and express the consoling thought, "Well now, it's well and truly over." He knew he was the only person who would understand the workings of his mind. What exactly was over? He couldn't explain. Just everything. Anything that would connect him to other people. From now on, he was alone. Completely alone. Alone against the whole world. For a moment, he panicked. On reaching the ground floor, He tried in vain to open the door. He did not know the way door mechanisms worked in Paris, with a wall switch, and lost patience. Anguished sweat pouring from his brow. He even briefly considered going up to the first floor and waiting till morning, when the other tenants would be going out. But by chance someone pressed the outside buzzer, and the door opened. He saw a couple come in and turn their heads in astonishment as the shadowy figure disappeared. More people who would tell the police about him tomorrow. Montmartre was calm. The illuminated signs were all out. A few taxis were still driving slowly past, offering their services. But what was the point of taking a taxi, since he had no idea where he was going? Nevertheless, something was troubling him. The image of Jean Rosier, who might not be regaining consciousness yet, and who, too bad, he stopped the next taxi and had some difficulty explaining what he wanted. Look, what I need you to do is go to 13 Rue Fromentin, and there you should go up to the 3rd floor to Mademoiselle Rosier. She's waiting for a taxi to come right away and take her to the station. Here's 20 francs on account. The driver looked suspicious. Are you sure this lady? Yes, I tell you she wants a taxi. The man shrugged and started his engine, while Papinga went striding off down towards the city center. What did it matter to him whether the police began searching for him sooner rather than later, since he was certain he would escape them? He was enjoying wondering whether Jean Rosier would give a detailed description of him, and whether she would help the police. Something, flying in the face of common sense, told him that she would not. He was tired. He wanted to go to sleep for 12 hours, 24 even, as he had done recently. If he went into a hotel unaccompanied, they would ask him to fill out a card and ask for his papers. But had Jean not shown him how it was done, he kept going, taking long steps, until he met a streetwalker still out, despite the late hour. He signaled to her, then fell in behind her. Once in the bedroom, he did nevertheless take the precaution of putting his money under the pillow. Are you foreign? Never you mind, I'm sleepy. Here's 100 francs. Now just leave me alone. Whereupon he dropped off to sleep at once, and started dreaming he was Keys Papinga again. That Mama was dressing quietly, and looking in the mirror to squeeze a pimple, while downstairs the maid was clattering utensils in the kitchen. Only now The servant was Rose, and later she said to him, when he went down and crept up behind her, "I'll come back to the kitchen when you've gone." Whose voice was it that whispered, "Watch out, the tin marked salt really contains sugar. Not at all nice in oxtail soup." He struggled to recognize this voice, and suddenly light dawned. It was Jean Rosier's, and he was standing in his stockinged feet, with his collar off, in the middle of the kitchen, while the house was full of guests. She was laughing and ordering him with mocking affection, "Come on, get dressed quickly. Don't you realize that you'll be recognized?" Chapter 7. How Kees Papinga created his home on the move, and how he deemed it his duty to lend a hand to the French police investigation. You start with a little detail, sometimes very trivial, and you end without meaning to, by discovering some general principles. And that morning, as he looked in the mirror, something he had always done with great seriousness, Popinga realized he had not shaved since he had left Holland, with the result that, although his beard was neither heavy nor fast growing, his appearance was unprepossessing. He turned to the bed, where a woman whom he did not know was putting on her stockings. "When you're ready, you can go out and buy me a safety razor, some shaving soap, a shaving brush, and a toothbrush." Since he had already given her the money in advance, she might well not have come back. But she was an honest woman, and on her return insisted on giving him an exact account of what she had spent. Then, not knowing whether she should stay or go, and not daring to ask, she sat back down on the bed and watched Papinga shaving. It was one of those streets looking on to Faubourg Montmartre, a hotel of much lower standing than the one in Rue Victor Massé. In fact, it stood in exactly the same relation to the other hotel as the woman sitting on the bed did compared to Jean Rosier. That is 3 or 4 categories lower. On the other hand, this woman, whose name Keys did not even know, was genuinely trying to please him, working hard to find out what he preferred, as she proved by saying with a sigh, "You're the sad type, aren't you? An unhappy affair of the heart. That's what I'd say." She said this with the firm yet tentative voice of someone reading it in the cards. "Why do you say that?" he asked, soaping one cheek. "Because I'm beginning to know what men are like. How old do you think I am?" Well, as you see me now, I am 38. My dear, I know I don't look it. I've seen them come and go. Men like you. They take me to a hotel and then don't do anything. And most of them, you know, sooner or later they start to talk and talk. They tell me their whole life stories. We're useful for that, aren't we? We listen to it all, and it doesn't go any further. It was almost a domestic scene with Keys, the paterfamilias, bare-chested, his braces hanging down to his calves, the woman chatting amiably to him while she waited for him to get ready. The funniest thing was that while he did gather that she thought he looked the sad type, another new personality which was being foisted onto him, and which he mustn't forget to note down. In the end, he had stopped listening to her. The razor had sent his thoughts in a different direction. For a moment, he wondered whether he shouldn't buy an attaché case to carry a few belongings in. Because in a respectable hotel, if he arrived for the night alone with no luggage, he might attract unwelcome attention. With an attaché case, he could pass for a commercial traveler. But then what would he do with it during the day? Put it in a left luggage locker. Deposit it in a cafe. At any rate, he had made up his mind never to sleep in the same place twice. He had noticed that if fugitives got caught, it was because someone in their proximity had suddenly been struck by a suspicious detail. So, no attaché case, he muttered to himself, as he cleaned the razor carefully and wrapped it in a piece of newspaper. What was more, he might run the risk of being labeled the man with an attaché case, and that simple object might be enough to give him away. His superiority over the heroes of stees he had read in the papers, thieves, murderers, crooks on the run, was that he considered these matters in the same way that in the past he had considered the affairs of Julius de Coster's company coolly, with total detachment, as if they did not concern him. In fact, he was looking for a solution to the solution. And he suddenly asked his companion, "Do you have to show identity papers in a hotel like this one?" "No, never. Sometimes they ask you for your name to fill in the card, and about every 2 or 3 months, the police arrive in the middle of the night and wake everyone up, especially if there's some important foreign person passing through Paris in case of an attack." Keyes wrapped his shaving brush, soap, and toothbrush in the same way as the razor. then put everything in his pockets, which already held his notebook and a pencil. Everything he needed. It was practical. He could go wherever he liked, sleep in a different hotel every night, maybe in different neighborhoods in Paris. There was always the risk of the famous police raid the woman mentioned, but he calculated that that was scarcely one chance in 100. "Are you going to take me to lunch?" she asked. "I'd rather not." "I won't insist. I just said it in case you might like it. So you don't need me anymore." "No." They parted like that, on the pavement. Now encumbered with street vendors and their barrows of fruit and vegetables. Popinga no longer had his wristwatch, but he could see a clock showing 12:15. This neighborhood suited him quite well, because it was so busy, thronged with people of all categories, and full of bars, with customers spilling out of them. "With the 3,000 francs I've got left," he calculated, "I'll have enough for about a month. And by then, I'll have worked out a way to get some money." From that point on, he became careful with the cash he had been so free with previously, since it now had special value. Like the razor in his pocket and the absence of an attaché case, as did every detail in the plan for living which he was devising. One such detail was that he stood for an hour in front of the Paris street map, outside a metro entrance. He had a remarkable memory for topography. The different neighborhoods, the main thoroughfares, the boulevards, all found their place inside his head as accurately as on the map. And when he set off again, he was capable of finding his way round Paris without needing to ask directions. He had no appetite for lunch, and went into a bar where he drank 2 large glasses of milk with some croissants, then was back on the boulevards in time to buy the afternoon papers which had just appeared. Although all morning he had been pretending not to think about it, he was nevertheless preoccupied with what had happened to Jean Rosier, and he turned the pages, then was stupefied, vexed, and finally outraged, not to find a single line about her, nor was there anything about himself, as if the whole story relating to Pamela was now completely forgotten, although many column inches were devoted to some obscure incident that had happened on the Paris-Bâle Express. Obviously, if Jean Rosier was dead, the papers would have been informed. So, unless, what if it was a trap? What if the police were keeping it quiet, hoping for him to make a false move? If only he could just see Chief Inspector Lucas. Even through a window, he would have been able to get some idea. At the very least, he would have been able to see what kind of man he was, and therefore the kind of tricks he might play. Well, too bad. There was one thing he could do without running much risk. Since there had been a telephone on Jean's bedside table, he went into a cafe, looked up Rosier in the directory, requested the number, and heard a voice he did not recognize. Belonging, as far as he could judge, to a woman of middle age. "Hello, is Mademoiselle Rosier there? Please." "Who's speaking?" "Tell her it's a friend." So, that meant she wasn't dead. There was a pause. Then, "Hello, can I take a message? Mademoiselle Rosier is not well and can't come to the phone." "Is it serious?" "No, not very serious." But enough. He hung up and went back to sit at his table. A quarter of an hour later, he called the waiter over and asked for some writing materials. He was in a bad temper. He thought for a long time about what to say. Finally, in a firm and legible hand, he wrote, "Dear Chief Inspector, I beg to inform you that another event took place last night, which may have some bearing on the Popinga case. It might be in your interest to go to the apartment of Mademoiselle Rosier in Rue Fromentin, to ask her how she came to be in the state in which you will find her." He hesitated, wondering whether he would reveal any more, then continued with malicious satisfaction. As he thought about going, and especially his sister, "And I will take this opportunity to help the French police, which is taking such pains over me that it is only fair I should take some pains in return. It should be possible for you to apprehend before too long a gang of big-time car thieves." This was the gang that, among other crimes, stole 3 cars in Montmartre on Christmas Eve. So you would do well to station some men at night around the Gohan and Boré garage in Juvisy. There would be no point in doing so tonight or tomorrow, as nothing will happen since the leader of the gang is in Marseille. But if you start watching the garage the following night, I should be greatly surprised if you did not succeed in making an arrest by 1st January. Please believe me. Chief Inspector, to be your devoted servant, Keys Popinga. He read it over with satisfaction, sealed the envelope, wrote the address, and called the waiter across. Tell me, please, if I post a letter now, when will it be delivered? If it's to Paris, tomorrow morning, but you can send it by the pneumatic tube service, and it'll get there in less than 2 hours. He was learning something every hour, so he sent his letter by pneumatic tube, then left the district he was in. Since he had deliberately used headed paper carrying the cafe's name. It was 4 o'clock. The weather was quite cold, and a kind of fine mist had started to curl round the gas lamps. As he walked, he came to the Seine, exactly where he had predicted he would. That is at the Pont Neuf, which he crossed. He was not walking aimlessly, but had a precise goal. Now that he had taken care of his business, he wanted to relax by having a game of chess. Let's say a stranger had arrived in Groningen knowing nobody. Where would he have a chance of finding someone to play against? Only in one place, a large cafe near the university, frequented by students. Why would Paris be different? So he headed towards the Latin Quarter, and then up its main street, Boulevard Saint-Michel. He was certainly a little disconcerted, since it had nothing in common with the quiet town of Groningen, but did not allow himself to be intimidated. In a dozen cafes which he observed through the windows, nobody was playing any kind of game, and the customers sitting there looked as if they did not intend staying long. On the other hand, glancing across the boulevard, he noticed on the first floor of a brasserie shadows outlined against the curtains, holding billiard cues. He felt as proud as if he had just won a game. Next moment, he felt even more pleased with himself when, after climbing the stairs, he found himself in an austere and smoke-filled room where lamps with green shades hung over a dozen billiard tables, and where people were playing backgammon, cards, or chess in other corners, with as much solemnity as if he were back in his Dutch club. He took off his overcoat, hung it on the coat stand, went to wash his hands in a basin, ran a comb through his hair, cleaned his nails, and then sat down next to 2 young men who were playing chess. Finally, He ordered a beer and lit a cigar. It was a pity he had decided he could not go to any place more than once, because this cafe was exactly the kind where he would have liked to spend every afternoon. There was not a single woman in sight, which was already very satisfactory. On the other hand, there were plenty of young men, students, some of whom had taken off their jackets to play billiards. One of the chess players was Japanese, wearing horn-rimmed glasses. He was facing a blond boy with ruddy cheeks, whose face registered every one of his emotions. Keys, still acting as he did in Groningen, took out his gold-framed spectacles and wiped them before putting them on. After that, many minutes went by, during which time he did nothing but watch the chessboard, where all the pieces took their place in his mind, just as the streets of Paris had. Even the smell in here, a mixture of beer, cigar smoke, and sawdust, was like the club back in Groningen. Even the habits of the waiter, who kept breaking off from work to stand behind the players and watch a few moves with a disapproving air. In circumstances such as these, Keyes was capable of sitting still for hours without uncrossing his legs, letting the ash on the end of his cigar reach 3 or 4 centimeters. It was only towards the very end, when the Japanese player looked particularly depressed and had been staring at the board for 10 minutes without deciding on a move, that Keyes flicked off the ash and said mildly, "You'll checkmate him now in 2 moves, won't you?" The young man turned towards him in astonishment, but looked even more unhappy, since he had thought he was well and truly beaten. His partner was equally stupefied, since he could not see how he could possibly be checkmated when he was on the point of winning. There was a silence. The Japanese man put his hand out towards his castle, then pulled it back as if the piece were red hot, glancing at Papinga as if for advice, while the fair-haired player sighed after scanning the board again. "Well, I certainly don't see how—" "Will you allow me?" The Japanese player nodded. The other young man waited, with a skeptical expression. "I'll move the knight here." "Now, what will you do?" the fair-haired man declared, without a moment's thought. "I'll take it with my castle." "Quite right. Next I'll move my queen forward 2 squares. What will you do now?" This time, the young man could find no reply, remained somewhat lost for a moment, then moved his king one square backwards. And there we are. I move my queen one more square, and it's checkmate. It wasn't so hard, was it? After this kind of exploit, he would adopt a modest expression, though his face was shining with satisfaction. The two young men were so impressed that they did not think of starting another game. But the Japanese player, who had tried to understand the moves, finally said, "Would you like a game yourself? You can take my place." The other one told him, "No, no, if you like. I'll play you both at the same time. You can each take a board." When he rubbed them together, as he did now, his hands could be seen to be smooth, a little plump, indeed, but white, shapely, and delicate. "Waiter, can you fetch us another chess set?" Chief Inspector Lucas would not yet have received the letter, but by the time the two games of chess were over, he would have it in his hand, and would no doubt be hastening to Rue Fromentin. The youngsters were still intimidated, especially since Popinga, sitting on the banquette against the wall, facing them and the two chessboards, was also taking a boastful pleasure in following with his eyes a game of billiards. He played without hesitation on both boards. His opponents took time to consider their moves, especially the Japanese student, who was determined to win this time. Now, how can I find a list of cafes where there's chess? Popinga was thinking meanwhile. He calculated that there must be plenty of them while studying the map of Paris that afternoon. He had realized something. In Groningen, as in most towns, there was a center, just the one, and the houses were grouped round it like the pulp of a fruit round the kernel. But Keyes had noted that while there are perhaps one, two, or three central points in Paris, every neighborhood also had its little center with cafes, cinemas, dance halls, and busy streets. So someone who lived in Grenelle wouldn't come over to Boulevard Saint-Michel to play chess, nor would someone who lived near the Parc Montsouris. Accordingly, one would only have to look, and in each district. "I'm sorry," he said, pretending to be embarrassed. "Why don't you take your bishop back? Otherwise your queen's threatened." This was to the blond young man, who reddened and stammered, "But I've played the move." "Never mind. Please go ahead." All the while the young Japanese man was glancing surreptitiously across at his friend's board, trying not to make the same mistakes. Your students, are you studying what? Medicine, the Japanese player said. The fair-haired boy wanted to be a dentist, which suited him on the whole. In spite of his anxious concentration, it was the Japanese student who had to surrender first, and the other one tried all the harder, but held out only a few minutes longer. Can I buy you a drink? The young man felt obliged to say. Not at all. I'll buy you a round. But we lost. Nevertheless, he insisted on buying their drinks and lit another cigar as he leaned back on the banquette. What you have to do, you know, is keep all the pieces in your head. Never forget that the bishop protects the queen. The queen protects the knight. And he had been almost on the point of saying, Louis must have been contacted by Jean Rosier and already be on the train from Marseille. Roundabout now. Chief Inspector Lucas will be arriving at Rue Fromentin, where Jean will be wondering what's happening, and in Juvisy, Gowan will be too scared to telephone for fear of being compromised, while Rose, he stopped himself and went on, and find out whether your opponent has a method, but don't have one yourself. Suppose I'd had a method. I might have beaten one of you, but the other would have been able to notice my tactics and catch me off guard. He was so pleased with himself to the point that when the two young men left him, with many thanks, he stayed there, cigar in mouth, fingers tucked into his waistcoat pockets, following the game of billiards from a distance and finding it hard to resist his desire to go and play that as well, because he would have been quite capable of having the same success at billiards as at chess, taking a cue from another player's hands and winning 50 points in a row. What his opponents had not been able to see the whole time they were playing was that opposite him, on the other side of the room, there were mirrors. The lighting was low, and the air was thick with the smoke from pipes and cigarettes, making Papinga's reflection vague and mysterious as he observed it complacently, puffing away at his cigar. It was 6 o'clock by the enameled face of the cafe clock. To pass the time, he took out his little notebook and thought for a long while before writing anything, because he had realized that he would have many hours to spend every day, even if he slept as much as possible. He couldn't wander the streets for more than 3 or 4 hours. It was tiring, and in the end, dispiriting. He would have to organize some regular forms of distraction, like this one, and make them last as long as possible, so as to remain in good shape and keep a clear head. In the end, he wrote Tuesday 28th December, left Juvisy via the window. 2 women on train. Rue Fromentin with Jean. She wasn't in laughing mood. Took care to knock her out, but gently. Feel sure. See her again. Wednesday 29th December. Slept Faubourg Montmartre with woman. Forgot to ask her name. She said I looked the sad type. Bought essential toiletries. Wrote to Lucas and played chess. Feeling in excellent form. That was enough. The proof was that it helped him remember the past hours so clearly that a detail came back to him, the attaché case. He had not bought one so as not to be labeled the man with the attaché case. What was important was not to have some characteristic that was too conspicuous, and looking in the mirror, he realized that his cigar was a part of his profile. The 2 young men, for example, would not forget that he had been smoking a cigar. The waiter in the brasserie where he had written his letter would remember that too. He looked round and noted that out of the 50 or so customers, he was one of only 2 smoking cigars. And Jane Rosier knew that, as did Goin, as did the head waiter at Picrat's, and the woman who had left at midday had also noticed it. So if he did not wish to become the man who smokes cigars, he would have to take up something else, a pipe or cigarettes. And it was with reluctance that he decided to do so, since his cigar was almost a part of himself. Having made the decision, he acted immediately, crushed out what remained of the cigar, and filled the ridiculous pipe he had bought in UVC. By now, Chief Inspector Lucas must surely be at Rue Fromentin, carrying out his investigation, questioning the concierge, and probably the 2 tenants whom he had met in the corridor. It would be amusing to phone him and say, "Hello, Chief Inspector Lucas Keys Papinga here. What do you think of the leads I've given you? Don't you see? I've given you some clues and I'm being a good sport." But that was too dangerous. He had a suspicion that telephone conversations could be tapped, which, however, did not prevent him having a little fun. there was a phone booth in a corner of the cafe. He obtained some tokens and telephoned 3 newspapers, the ones that had published the longest articles about him. When he got through to the third, he even asked by name for the reporter who had signed the article. Hello. Keys Popinga attacked another woman last night in Paris. You can check that by going to number 13 Rue Fromentin. Yes. What did you say? At the other end, a voice was repeating, Who's speaking? Is that you? Marchandot. The reporter must have taken him for one of the newspaper's regular informants. No, this is not Marchandot. It's Popinga himself speaking. Good evening, Monsieur Saladin. And try not to write any more rubbish in your paper. In particular, stop saying I'm a maniac. He picked up his hat and coat, went downstairs, and made his way, still on foot, towards a neighborhood he had selected for the night, near Bastille. This was the only way to do it. Keep changing not only the restaurant or hotel, but also the class of establishment. He was prepared to swear that since he had now twice spent the night at hotels of a certain category, the police would be looking for him in similar hotels. And he would also be prepared to swear that this very evening, Chief Inspector Lucas would be searching most of the rooming houses of that type in Montmartre, just as the 2 young chess players would be expecting him to try the same gambit twice. So he had decided to go to the Bastille area, eat supper from a fixed price menu at 4 or 5 francs, and sleep in a 10-franc hotel. And he had not yet made up his mind whether he would sleep alone or whether, as he had twice before, he would find a bedfellow. He thought about this as he went along Rue Saint-Antoine. He was aware that that could be at least as dangerous as the attaché case or the cigar. He imagined the police instructions saying habitually spends the night in a cheap hotel with a woman he's picked up. And the police would be watching all the places frequented by streetwalkers. That would be unwise, he concluded. And indeed, it would be unwise to play chess in a different place every day, since that too would be added to the description that would circulate. Spends his afternoons playing chess in brasseries in Paris and the suburbs. At any rate, that would be how he would have drawn up the instructions if he were in Lucas's place. Nor would he omit to mention that in the wanted man's pockets would be found a razor, shaving brush, soap, and toothbrush. And what if a version of this description were to appear in every newspaper in Paris? He was walking through the crowd, past the illuminated shop windows, and had to smile as he imagined the consequences of such a notice. In the first place, in all the cafes where chess was played, the customers would be eyeing each other suspiciously, and perhaps during their game, the waiter would be searching their coats, especially gray coats, to check that they contained no razor or shaving brush. As for the women walking the streets, they would suspect all their clients of being popinga, and Keyes felt sure there would be many reports to the police. No, I mustn't, he told himself once more. And yet he was already tempted to become this character he had described. He resisted the temptation, tried to keep a cool head, and decided that for a change after dining he would go to a cinema. He ordered the 5 franc menu in a cheap restaurant, but ended up paying 11 since he couldn't resist the extras. He was served by waitresses in white aprons, and he really wondered what the one attending his table might think of him. Out of curiosity, he left her a tip of 5 francs. She would surely be astonished and look hard at him, and soon connect this man in gray with a foreign accent, with the sex maniac the papers were talking about. But no, not at all. She put the money in her pocket and carried on with her work, as if he had given her 50 centimes or 2 francs. The cinema was across the road, the St. Paul. He went into a box, since he had no wish not to be seen. Here the usherette was dressed in red, rather like the bellhop in the Carlton Hotel in Amsterdam. He tried the opposite experiment. He did not give her a tip at all, and she merely walked off muttering something, taking no more notice of him. It was the limit. It was as if they were forgetting all about him, as if there were a conspiracy of silence around him. Jean Rosier had not complained to the police. The papers were not mentioning the investigation. Gohan was lying low. Louis was still in Marseille, and the woman from that morning would simply think of him as the sad type, like so many she had met in Groningen. He never went to the cinema because Mama considered it a vulgar form of entertainment, and in any case, in the winter, they went to the Thursday subscription concerts, which was quite enough in the way of distractions. At the St. Paul Cinema, Popinga sensed a feverish kind of atmosphere. He was not yet acquainted with this kind of popular picture house where over 1,000 people were crammed together, eating oranges and sucking lemon drops. Behind him, there was a balcony, and when he turned round, he could see hundreds of faces illuminated by the glow from the screen, which impressed him. What if someone were to cry out suddenly, "That's him, the Amsterdam maniac, the man who—" In the surrounding boxes, by contrast, sat plump women in fur coats, young women with soft pink hands, stolid men, all the prosperous shopkeepers of the neighborhood. During the intermission, he felt a kind of vertigo and did not dare mingle with the crowd heading for the bar and cloakrooms. He watched the advertisements, and one for furniture reminded him how they had bought their own in Groningen, and Mama had ordered catalogues from all over Holland. And what would she be doing now? Mama, what would she be thinking? She was the only person who had spoken of an attack of amnesia, no doubt because they had once read in the Telegraph a serial story about the Great War in which a German soldier who was traumatized had forgotten even his own name and had returned home after 10 years to find his wife had remarried and that his children did not recognize him. And what about Julius de Coster? While drinking himself under the table at the Pet Saint Georges, he had said a great deal. But he had been clever enough, in spite of that, not to reveal where he was going. From what Popinga knew of him, he would not be in Paris, but more likely in London, where he felt more at home. He had no doubt put away a nest egg there, under an assumed name, and would be using it to create another business and make more money. As the crowd returned to their seats, the lights dimmed and a mauve glow covered the screen, while the orchestra played a very sentimental and languorous tune, which touched Popinga. He clapped wildly like everyone else, but on the other hand, he did not like the big picture, which was about a lawyer and professional secrecy. Not far from him, a fat woman in a mink coat, the best dressed person in the boxes, kept saying to her husband, "But why doesn't he tell the truth? He's an idiot." Then it was time to go. The slow shuffle towards the dark, cold tunnel of the empty street, where the shops were shut and cars were moving off. Popinga had spotted a hotel at the corner of Rue de Birague, a hotel which, from its appearance, would be cheap and uncomfortable. What proved it was the kind of place he wanted was that, not 50 meters away. A woman's silhouette was standing in the shadows. Should he take her with him or not? Of course, earlier he had decided, but it didn't matter. The police couldn't be on his trail yet. The truth was that he did not like to be alone at night, nor especially to wake up in the morning and find himself alone. If it happened, he was reduced to looking at himself in the mirror and pulling faces, asking himself, what if I had a mouth like that or a nose like that? Very well. One more time, just the one, if only to discover what kind of woman could be picked up in this dark Rue de Birague. He thrust his hands into his pockets, looking casual, and exactly when he expected it. A timid voice whispered, "Coming with me, dear." He pretended to hesitate, turned round and saw by the light of the gas lamp a young, thin, pale face, a flimsy coat, and unkempt hair poking out from under a beret. She'll do, he decided, and he followed her. He knew now how it was done. They went past a desk where a large, placid-looking woman was playing patience. "Number 7, she declared. Ah, number 7 again. There was no separate bathroom, but a curtain in front of a china wash basin. Popinga, without looking at his companion, was already setting out his shaving tackle. "You want to stay the night?" "Yes, of course." Ah, this did not seem to please her, but that was too bad. "You're not from round here." "Then, no, not at all. You're a foreigner." "What about you?" "I'm from Brittany," she said, taking off her beret. "You'll be kind to me, won't you? I saw you coming out of the cinema just now." She was talking for the sake of it, perhaps to please him. And indeed it made the room seem more homely, while he proceeded meticulously to get ready for the night, checked that the bed was clean enough, and lay down with a sigh of ease. Someone whose expression he would have liked to see now would be Lucas's wife. What might the inspector be saying about him as he got into bed? Because after all, like everyone else, he would have to go to bed sooner or later. "Shall I leave the light on?" She was so skinny that he preferred to look away. Chapter 8. on the difficulty of getting rid of old newspapers and the usefulness of a fountain pen and a wristwatch. There was almost nothing to write in the red notebook that morning. Real name Zulma. Gave her 20 francs, and she didn't dare object. Sighed while I got dressed. I'm sure you prefer fatter girls. If you'd said, I'd have brought my friend along. Dirty feet. He also noted that he needed to buy a watch, since while he could look at clocks on buildings or in cafes when he was outside, it was awkward not to know the time first thing in the morning. He was surprised now, for example, to find himself out on the street at 8 in the morning, his ears having been deceived by the bustle of an early rising neighborhood, as Zulma walked away in her green coat, too broad-shouldered for her slight figure. Popinga approached a newspaper stall and had something of a shock. All the papers were finally talking about him. Across 2 or 3 columns on the front page, they had not printed his photograph, lacking any that differed from the one published already. But they displayed pictures of Jean Rosier and of her bedroom. He had to restrain himself from buying every one of them and hurrying into a cafe to read them. It was difficult to remain cool when there were columns and columns devoted to him, carrying many opinions about him, no doubt of various kinds. Around him, passers-by were coming up to the newsstand, buying a paper, just one, before hastening down into the metro. He chose 3 dailies, the most important ones, and went to sit in a bar on Place de la Bastille. Nobody would have suspected the turmoil going on inside him as he drank his café crème and read and reread the articles, sometimes with delight, sometimes with disgust, but always at fever pitch. How was he going to manage in practical terms? He had decided to keep these articles, but on the other hand, he couldn't walk about with dozens of newspapers in his pockets. He reflected for a while, then went downstairs to the washroom where, with his penknife, he cut out all the passages concerning him. Then he had to get rid of the mutilated pages, and concluded that the only way was to throw them into the lavatory, which took him about half an hour, since the wads of paper were hard to destroy. He had to keep pulling the flush, wait every time for the cistern to fill up again, so that when he went back upstairs to the bar, they thought he must be unwell. a change of tactics was called for. He resolved, with respect to the 20 or so other newspapers which he bought in the course of the day, always in threes, so as not to attract too much attention. He read the first three in a bistro on the corner of Boulevard Henri IV and the Seine Embankment. Then he threw the unwanted pages into the river. For the next set, he found another cafe, on the Austerlitz embankment this time, then proceeded along the Seine in several stops until he reached Quai de Bercy. Since there was no comfortable place to sit in that district, he returned for the afternoon to the neighborhood around Gare de Lyon, where he found the kind of brasserie he liked, and at 2 o'clock, having taken a seat sheltered by the stove, he set to work, after buying a fountain pen, as he had left his behind in Groningen. If he had made this outlay, 80 francs for the watch, 32 for the pen, it was because he had a serious task in front of him, and experience had shown him that it was no good trying to write with the pens provided in cafes. He simply asked for some paper. Then he began, in small, regular handwriting he knew this would take a long time, and he didn't want to weary his wrist. Dear Sir, this letter was addressed to the editor-in-chief of the principal Parisian daily, the one that had devoted almost 3 entire columns to him, and had also sent a correspondent to Holland for 2 days. If Keyes chose this newspaper, it was not simply because of its wide circulation, but because it was the only one to have printed an intelligent headline, "Pamela's Killer Taunts the Police," and alerts them to a fresh crime that had gone undetected. He had plenty of time. He could take trouble over his sentences. The stove was roaring like the one in Groningen, and the tables were filled by quiet customers waiting to catch their trains. Dear Sir, first of all, I would ask you to forgive my poor French, but I have had little opportunity to practice it these recent years in Holland. Now, imagine that in every newspaper, people who do not know you at all rush into print to tell the world that you are like this or like that, when it is not true, and you are completely different. I am sure you would dislike it, and would wish to make the truth known. Your correspondent went to Groningen and questioned people there, but either those people could not have known the truth, or they were telling deliberate lies, or in some cases gave him false information inadvertently. I wish to set the record straight, and will begin at the beginning, since I hope that you will publish this document, in which every word is the unvarnished truth, and which will demonstrate how a man can be the victim of what other people say in the first place. Your article refers to my family. It does so through the testimony of my wife, who declared to your correspondent, I cannot understand what has happened, and there was no sign of this before. Keyes came from an excellent family. He received a very good higher education. When we were married, he was a calm and thoughtful young man who wanted only to set up home. Since then, and for 16 years, he has been a good husband, a good father. His health has always been perfect, though I should say that last month, when there was ice on the ground, he slipped and hit his head, and perhaps that is what has precipitated this trouble in his mind, and some kind of amnesia. Certainly, he cannot have been aware of what he was doing, and cannot be held responsible for his actions. Keyes ordered another coffee and was on the point of asking for a cigar when he remembered his decision and, with a sigh, packed a pipe, reread these few lines, and set about refuting them. Now, my dear sir, this is what I have to say on the subject. 1. I do not come from an excellent family, but you will understand that my wife, whose father was a burgomaster, prefers to say so to journalists. My mother was a midwife, and my father was an architect. Only it was my mother who provided the family income. My father, if he went to see clients, spent his time chatting and drinking with them, because he was too jovial and sociable by nature. After that, he would forget to draw up an estimate, or he would overlook some detail in the work needed for the project. So he was always in financial trouble. He didn't give up hope. He would sigh, I've been too kind. But my mother saw it very differently, and not a day went by, as I recall, without a scene at home. They became violent quarrels when my father had had too much to drink, and my mother would scream to my sister and me, take a look at this man and try never to be like him. He'll drive me to my grave. 2. Now you see, my dear sir, that my wife was not telling the truth, not even about the good education, although I did attend the College of Navigation. I had no money to spend and could never go out with my friends. So I ended up bitter and resentful. In short, our family fell upon hard times, though we took care to conceal this from anyone else. For instance, even on days when all we had to eat was bread, my mother would always have a couple of saucepans sitting on the stove in case anyone called, so that they would believe she was preparing a splendid meal. I met my wife just after I finished my studies. She claims now, because it sounds better, that we married for love. That isn't true. My wife lived in a little village there, where her father was burgomaster, and she wanted to live in a big town like Groningen. I was flattered to be marrying the daughter of a wealthy and respected man, and one, moreover, who had been in boarding school until she was 18. If it had not been for her, I would have gone to sea. But she declared, I'll never marry a sailor because they drink and chase women. He took the article out of his pocket to read it again, although he knew it almost by heart. 3. According to Madame Popinga again, I was a good husband and father for 16 years. That is no more true than the rest. If I never cheated on my wife, that was simply because in Groningen it is quite impossible to do so without it being known. And then Madame Popinga would have made my life a misery. She would not have screamed like my mother. She would have done the same as she did whenever I happened to buy something she didn't like, or smoked too many cigars. She would say, "A fine thing, to be sure." Then she would refuse to speak to me for 2 or 3 days, drifting round the house, looking the most mournful of women. If the children wondered why, she would sigh, "It's your father's fault. He doesn't understand me." Since I'm a man of equable nature, I preferred to avoid scenes, and managed to do so for 16 years, on condition I could escape for one evening a week to play chess, and occasionally billiards. When I lived with my mother, I dreamed of having money like other people, so that I could go out on the town with my friends. I dreamed of having good clothes instead of wearing my father's hand-me-downs. When I was living in our home, that is with my wife, for 16 years I felt envious of people who could just leave the house of an evening without saying where they were going. People you might see arm in arm with a pretty girl. People who took trains and went somewhere else. As for being a good father, no, I don't believe I was. I never detested my children. When they were born, I said they were beautiful to keep Mama happy, but in fact, I thought they looked ugly, and I haven't changed my mind much since. My daughter is thought intelligent because she never says anything, but I know that's because she has nothing to say, and she's pretentious, very proud of showing her little friends that she lives in a fine house. I overheard a conversation once. What does your papa do? He's a director of DeCoster and Co. Quite false. You see what I mean? As for the boy, he has none of the faults of his age, which makes me think he'll never amount to much in his life. If it is because I made up games for them that I'm considered a good father, well, that's wrong too, because I make up games for my own benefit when I'm bored in the evenings. I've always been bored. I built us a villa, not because I wanted to live in a villa, but because in my youth I envied friends who did. I bought the same heating stove that I'd seen in the home of my wealthiest friend, and then a desk I'd seen elsewhere. But this is straying from the point. In short, I was never someone from a good family, nor well brought up, nor a good husband, nor a good father. And if my wife is claiming that I was, that is simply because she needs to think that she's been a good wife and a good mother and all that nonsense. It was only 3 o'clock. He had time to think, which he did, peering casually through the warm atmosphere of the cafe, which thickened as the daylight declined. And I also read in your article that Basinger, my accountant at DeCoster's, had declared Monsieur Popinga was so attached to the firm, which he considered a little as his own, that the news of the bankruptcy may have given him a terrible shock and disturbed his mind. I can assure you, my dear sir, that this kind of thing is painful to read. Imagine that someone told you that for the rest of your life you would have to eat nothing but black bread and sausage. Would you not try to convince yourself that black bread and sausage were excellent foods? I convinced myself for 16 years that the firm of Julius de Coster was the most solid and respectable in Holland. Then one evening, at the Petit Saint Georges Café, you won't understand its significance. But that is of no matter. I learned that Julius de Coster was a crook, and many other truths of that kind. Well, perhaps I was wrong to write crook. In fact, Julius de Coster had always, without telling people, done what I would have liked to do. He had a mistress, the same Pamela, who, now we're getting there. Just take note of this, that for the first time in my life, I looked at myself in the mirror and asked myself, what reason in the world is there to carry on living like this? Yes, indeed, what reason? Perhaps you will ask yourself the same question, as will no doubt many of your readers. What reason? None at all. That is what I discovered when I simply thought, coolly and dispassionately, about things one always looks at from the wrong viewpoint. In fact, there I was, senior signatory at the firm out of habit, husband of my wife out of habit, father of my children out of habit, because somebody or other had decided that's how things were, and that they couldn't be any different. But what if I did want to do something different? You can't imagine how easy it all gets. Once you have taken a decision like that, you have no need to worry about what so-and-so thinks, about what is legitimate or forbidden, respectable or not, right or wrong. Normally, even if I was just going on a trip to another town, I had to pack my bags and telephone ahead to book a hotel room. But I just went calmly to the station and bought a ticket for Amsterdam. A ticket taking me away for good. Then, since Julius de Coster had mentioned Pamela, and since for 2 years I had thought her the most desirable woman on earth, I went to pay her a visit. It was quite simple. She asked me what I wanted, and I told her. Straightforwardly, just as I'm writing to you, without beating about the bush. And instead of finding that completely natural, she burst out laughing in a silly and insulting way. Now I ask you, what difference could it make to her, since it was her trade for me? The moment I decided to have Pamela, I just had to have her. I learned next day that I had tied the towel rather too tightly. I wonder, in fact, whether Pamela did not have a heart condition, since she gave up on life with disconcerting ease. Well, there again, your reporter was wrong all along the line. What did he write that I had fled from Groningen, acting like a madman? That my fellow travelers had noticed that I was agitated, that the steward on the ferry had thought I was not looking normal. But what nobody seems to understand is that it was before all this that I was not in my normal state. Before, when I was thirsty, I didn't dare say so, or go into a cafe. If I happened to be hungry in someone else's house, and they offered me food, I would murmur politely, "No, thank you." If I was sitting in a train, I thought I should pretend to read or look out of the window, and I kept my gloves on because it seemed more respectable. Although they were too tight, your reporter also writes, "Here, the criminal made a mistake which would lead to all the others. In his panic, he left his briefcase in the victim's bedroom." No, that is not true. It was not a mistake. I was not panicking. I'd brought the briefcase with me out of habit, and I didn't need it anymore. So I might as well leave it there as anywhere. When I learned that Pamela had actually died, I would in any case have written to the police to tell them that I had caused her death. If you don't believe me, let me tell you that only yesterday it was I who wrote to Chief Inspector Lucas by pneumatic express a letter informing him that I had attacked another woman, Jeanne Rosier. The headline you printed is indeed flattering. You think I wanted to taunt the French police. But that isn't right either. I don't want to taunt anyone. Nor am I a maniac. And it wasn't out of perversity that I attacked Jeanne Rosier. It's difficult to explain to you what happened, although it is rather similar to the affair with Pamela. For 2 days previously, I had had Jeanne Rosier available to me, but I wasn't tempted. Then, when I was alone, I thought of her. I realized that she interested me. I went to her apartment to tell her so, and it was she who then refused me, without any reason. Why did she do that? And why shouldn't I have used some force? I did so, but taking precautions, because Mademoiselle Rosier is a charming person, and I wouldn't have wanted any harm to come to her, any more than to Pamela. Pamela was an accident. It was my first time. Are you now beginning to see why I am outraged at the articles that have been published about me today? I do not propose to write to all the papers. It would be too much trouble. But I wanted to make this statement public. So, I am not mad, nor am I a sex maniac. Simply, at the age of 40, I have decided to live as I please. not worrying about conventions or laws, because I have found out rather late in the day that nobody observes them, and that, until now, duped. No idea what I will do next, or whether there will be any other incident which the police may take an interest in. It will depend on my desires. In spite of what you may think, I'm an easygoing man. If tomorrow I were to meet a woman who was worth it, I would marry her, and no more would be heard of me. But if, on the other hand, I am driven into a corner, and it pleases me to fight to the death, I think nothing would stop me. I have spent 40 years being bored. For 40 years, I looked at life like some street urchin with his nose pressed up against the window of a cake shop, watching other people eating pastries. Now I know that the pastries go to the people who take the trouble to grab them. Carry on printing that I'm insane, if you like. By so doing, my dear sir, you will be proving that it is you who are insane, as I was before that evening in the Petit Saint Georges. I am not claiming any right of reply as a reason for publishing this letter, since that would no doubt raise a smile. And yet anyone who smiled would be very foolish. For who, except a man whose life is at risk, could legitimately claim the right to correct errors which have been made about him? So I will sign off, hoping to read my words in your columns, by saying that I remain your devoted wrong word. But it's the custom, Keys Popinga. His wrist felt tired, but it was a long time since he had enjoyed himself so much, to the point that he couldn't bring himself to stop writing. The lamps had been lit. The station clock opposite was showing 4:30, and the waiter seemed to think it was quite normal to see a customer whiling away time dealing with his correspondence. Dear sir, this time he was writing to the paper which had carried the banner headline, "The Dutch Maniac." So he replied, "Your columnist no doubt thinks he is being extremely witty, and must be more accustomed to writing advertising slogans than serious newspaper articles. In the first place, I cannot see what being Dutch has to do with this story, since I have read far more horrific stories in the newspapers where the perpetrators were 100% French nationals. Secondly, it is all too easy to describe as maniacs people whom one cannot understand. If this is the way you inform your readers, I am afraid I cannot congratulate you on your reporting. Keys Popinga. So that was too told. For a moment, he thought of returning to Boulevard Saint-Michel, where he was sure to find someone to play chess with. But he had decided yesterday not to appear twice in the same place, and he wanted to keep to his resolution. And now, a newspaper vendor was going round from table to table with the evening editions. So he bought them and began to read The Arrest of Keys Popinga, the Amsterdam sex killer. Can only be a matter of hours. It is confidently expected. It will indeed be impossible for him to slip through the net which the energetic Chief Inspector Lucas has cast around him. Our readers must forgive us for not giving more details, but they will understand our scruples, since it would be of assistance to the offender if we were to reveal the measures that have been taken. We can say only this, that according to Mademoiselle Jeanne Rosier, whose condition is now as satisfactory as can be expected, the Dutchman possesses only enough money to survive for a short while. We can also say that he is easily recognizable by certain habits which he cannot discard, and that is the extent of what we are permitted to print. Only one thing is to be feared, that Popinga, knowing he is a wanted man, might proceed to launch another attack. Precautions have been taken, as Chief Inspector Lucas told us, in his habitually unruffled manner. We are faced with a case which is fortunately rare in the annals of crime, but for which there are, notably in Germany and England, a certain number of precedents. Maniacs of this kind, usually mentally defective, are lucid within their own deluded state, and may display a cold-blooded demeanor which can deceive, but which leads them to commit fatally imprudent errors. We can suggest that if it is not ours, it is certainly only a matter of days. Several leads are currently being followed up this morning at Gare de l'Est, following information received from a lady traveler. A person was arrested who corresponded to the description of Popinga. But following identity checks by the special forces posted at the station, he turned out to be a respectable commercial traveler from the Strasbourg region. There is one point which is complicating the investigation. Keys Popinga speaks several languages fluently, which allows him to pass for an Englishman or a German as well as a Dutchman. On the other hand, the testimony of Jean Rosier, who had not at first wished to press charges, has enabled the police to compose a valuable detailed description. The public should therefore feel reassured to hear that Keys Popinga will not get far. Curiously, this article made him feel optimistic on the whole, and he went down to the washroom simply to look at himself in the mirror. He had not lost weight. He felt quite fit. For a moment, he had wondered whether to dye his hair and let his beard grow, then told himself that they would be less likely to be looking for him with his normal appearance than wearing some kind of disguise. The same was true of his gray suit, which was also as inconspicuous as possible. But perhaps it would be better to find a dark blue overcoat, he thought, and he paid his bill, posted his letters at the station, and made his way towards a gentleman's outfitter's which he had noticed that morning near Bastille. "I'm looking for an overcoat, navy blue." As he was saying this to a salesman on the first floor of this large store, he became aware of another danger, a new habit he had developed. He had got into the way of looking at people ironically. It was as if he were asking them, "And what do you think? Eh? Haven't you read the papers? Don't you realize you're serving the famous Popinga, the Dutch madman?" He tried on several coats, which were almost all too small or too tight. He finally found one that more or less fitted. It was of very poor quality. "I'll keep this one on," he decided. "We can deliver your other overcoat, sir. To what address? If you pack it up, I'll take it with me." Because details like this were the dangerous ones. Even walking in a new overcoat while carrying a parcel through the street. Fortunately, it was dark by now. The Seine was not far off, and he was able to get rid of the awkward package. In spite of the idiotic things they had been writing about him, the journalists were useful in one way, since they gave him some clues about the way Chief Inspector Lucas's mind was working. Unless, of course, Lucas had got them to print information with the sole aim of deceiving him. It was amusing. They had never met. Keys and the chief inspector. They had never set eyes on each other. And they were like two players in a game of chess, each moving their pieces on the board without being able to see the other man's tactics. What measures had they reported in the paper? Why did they seem to think he might attack someone else? Pure provocation. He decided, for heaven's sake, they thought he would react to any suggestion. They took him, if not for a fool, then for someone whose mind was disturbed. They were driving him towards committing another crime, so that he would give himself away. And what had Jean Rosier provided in the way of description? That he was wearing gray. Well, everyone knew that he smoked cigars, that he had no more than 3,000 francs on him, and that he had not shaved. So he was not anxious, not at all. But it was a little unnerving not to know what Chief Inspector Lucas was thinking. What instructions had he given his men? Where would they be looking, and how? Perhaps Lucas had an idea that Popinga would want to witness the arrest of the gang of car thieves, and would be hanging about within sight of the garage at Juvisy, not on your life. Or that he would continue to frequent Montmartre. That was no more likely. So when and how did he think he would catch him? Did he think Popinga would try to escape, and was therefore having the railway stations watched in spite of himself? Popinga began to turn round every now and then, and especially to stop in front of shop windows, to check that he was not being followed. Standing in front of a map by the metro station, he wondered which neighborhood he would choose for the night. Yes, which one? That was the question. In at least one district of Paris, and possibly in 2 or 3, the police would be checking up on cheap hotels and asking for the papers of all the guests. But which district would Lucas choose, and why not avoid going to bed at all? Since he was not sleepy after all, he had noticed the previous day on one of the major boulevards a cinema which had films showing uninterruptedly until 6 in the morning. Would Lucas think of looking for him in a cinema? But come what may, he must take care about one thing. He must not look into people's faces, women's especially, with an ironic expression, and that air of saying, "Don't you recognize me? Don't I frighten you?" Because he was somehow searching for occasions to do so, as was proved by his having gone once more, without meaning to, into a restaurant where there were only waitresses serving. Take care about the way you look at people, he noted in his book. Stopping under a gas lamp, one sentence was troubling him from the last article he had read. the one insisting that he would give himself away somehow. How could they have guessed that there was a sort of dizziness inside him, that he found it hard to resign himself to being a face in the crowd, that he was dying to blurt out, especially if he met someone on a dark and lonely street, "Don't you know who I am?" But now that he was forewarned, there was no risk. He would make sure to look at people naturally, as if he was just a nobody, not the man all the papers were talking about. And come to think of it, what was Julius de Coster making of all this? For he would surely have heard of it. There were articles in the English papers as well as the French ones. Well, that gentleman, for one, would have to admit that he had been entirely mistaken about his employee. He must feel humiliated about the tone he had used when taking him into his confidence in the Petit Saint Georges, talking to him as if he were an imbecile, incapable of understanding anything. And now the employee had gone one better than his boss. Popinga was more notorious than Julius. Who could deny it, Julius? Whether in London, Hamburg, or Berlin, was trying to create a business by the book, going through all the correct channels, while he, Popinga, was telling the world, crudely, exactly what he thought of it. One of these days, just to see how de Coster would react, he would put an announcement in the Morning Post, as they had agreed. But how would he receive the reply? Popinga was still walking. This had become half his life, wandering through the streets, across the light cast by shop windows, mingling with the crowd which jostled him without knowing who he was, and his hands, in the pockets of his overcoat, automatically caressed the toothbrush, shaving brush, and razor. He found the solution. He was always sure of finding solutions. Just as he did at chess, he simply had to stay 2 nights in the same hotel and write himself 2 letters in a made-up name. That would provide him with 2 envelopes addressed to himself, which would be enough to be able to withdraw mail from a poste restante. And why not start tonight? He went once more into a brasserie. He didn't like traditional Paris cafes, the ones with small round-topped tables where customers had to sit too close to each other. He was used to bars in Holland, where there was less risk of being shoulder to shoulder with one's neighbors. "Can you give me the telephone book?" He opened it at random and chanced on Rue Bray, a street he did not know, where he chose a hotel, the Beau Séjour, after which he wrote a letter to himself, or rather put a blank sheet inside an envelope. and addressed it to Monsieur Smithson, Hotel Beau Séjour, 14 Rue Bray. Why not kill two birds with one stone and do both envelopes now? He disguised his handwriting. Now he had a second envelope. And why not use the pneumatic service? Why not take advantage of it to the utmost and ask for money from DeCoster, who must be on tenterhooks in case Keyes might reveal his story? He composed the notice Keyes to Julius. Send 5,000. Smithson, Poste Restante, Bureau 42, Paris. These small tasks kept him busy until 11 o'clock, since he was in no hurry, taking his time and enjoying writing in his careful, readable hand. Waiter, some stamps. Then he went down to the telephone cabin, called the Hotel Beau Séjour, and began speaking at first in English, then switching to French with a strong English accent. Hello, this is Mr. Smithson. I'll be arriving to take a room tomorrow morning. I'm expecting some mail. So can you please keep it for me? Yes, sir. Had he outwitted Chief Inspector Lucas, would he have been able to imagine Keyes Papinga to be such a cool customer, with bathroom, sir? Yes, of course. In spite of which, he could not help feeling a pang, simply because the voice at the other end was that of a woman. He must avoid that at all costs. The evening paper had made it very clear they were expecting him to make another attack on a woman, which would provide the police with more information. But I won't attack anyone, he decided. And to prove it, I'm going calmly to the cinema. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning, I shall turn up at the Hotel Beau Séjour as if I've just got off the night train, proving that he had thought of everything. In another cafe, he asked for the railway timetable and found that there was a train due in from Strasbourg at 5:32. So, I'll be arriving from Strasbourg. There, job complete. He could go to the cinema, and was more relieved to find that there were no usherettes, only some lanky youths in uniform showing patrons to their seats. So what might Lucas do now, or Louise, who would surely be back from Marseille, or going, or Rose, whom he detested without knowing why. Chapter 9. The Girl in Blue Satin and the Young Man with the Crooked Nose. Why couldn't the newspapers have given out more information? Normally, they tell you more than you want to know. Reveal what the police are thinking about this and that. announce that the authorities have taken the following steps, and publish conspicuous photographs of those in charge of hunting the criminal. Yet, Popinga had noticed that not a single paper had published a photo of Chief Inspector Lucas. Obviously, it was not of capital importance. The inspector would not be running round the streets in person like a junior officer searching for keys, but he would still have liked to know what his adversary looked like, if only to form an opinion. It was not so much the silence of the press that struck him as the instructions from on high that this silence must imply. For example, the paper which had published Popinga's long letter had printed the following passage underneath it: Chief Inspector Lucas. After reading this document with a smile on his face, gave it back to us and shrugged his shoulders. "What do you think of it?" we asked him, and the chief inspector vouchsafed only these words, unwilling to say more: "It's in the bag," which meant nothing at all to Popinga, and was of no use to him. What interested him was whether, among other things, the prostitute whose name he didn't know, the one he had slept with in Faubourg Montmartre, and who had bought his razor for him, had recognized him in retrospect, and whether she had been to the police. It was important, because if they discovered that he was carrying his shaving brush and razor around in his pocket, and if he kept on being unwilling to spend a night alone, he would quickly be spotted. And yet sleeping alone was painful to him. He had done so at the Hôtel Beauséjour in Rue Bray, where he had collected the 2 letters that would enable him to claim mail at a post restant in the name of Smithson. He had slept alone the next night, too, in a hotel in the Vaugirard district, where he had almost got up in the middle of the night to go and find someone. It was an odd thing. If he had a woman alongside him, he dropped straight off to sleep and would not wake till morning. Alone, by contrast, he started to think, at first comfortably, without much emotion, like a car setting out down a gentle slope, then faster and faster, and always of many things at once, unpleasant things, so that in the end he preferred to sit up and put the light on. If he had told anyone this, they would have claimed he was feeling remorse. But that was not true. If proof were needed, he never thought about Pamela, who was dead, whereas he often saw in his mind's eye Jean Rosier, who had been injured, though not too seriously, and who would not have denounced him of her own accord. He also thought of Rose, whom he saw as hostile, although she had never done anything to him. Why, in all these fantasies, had she become his wicked fairy? And why did he keep dreaming that Jean Rosier, after looking at him for a long time with her green eyes, placed her lips with tender irony on his eyelids and her cool hand on his? Was it better to spend restless nights than to risk being recognized by a woman he had picked up on the street? And could there not be a single journalist who would take enough pity on him, or be stupid enough to write, "The police know such and such details about the wanted man. They are now keeping a watch on the following places"? Since he had sent his letters from various brasseries, including the Pneumatic Express to Chief Inspector Lucas, would they now be watching all the brasseries, even if there was no police presence? It was still a dangerous environment. Since cafe waiters are observant by profession, they also read the newspapers, and as they come and go, they have plenty of time to look closely at their customers. Why couldn't the papers come right out with articles saying just yesterday, 5 foreigners who were in cafes in central Paris and asked for writing materials were reported to the police and taken in for questioning? Since there was no sign of that, Popinga was reduced to taking 10 times more precautions. And this evening, in particular, he was prey to a certain indecision. It was because this was New Year's Eve. In most of the cafes, it was impossible to find a seat because they were preparing the place for dinner, and the waiters were standing on tabletops, hanging up mistletoe and paper chains. Popinga remembered his first festive evening, Christmas Eve, a week earlier in the bar in Rue de Douai, where Jean Rosier had come to sit by him, and she had taken the trouble to meet him twice. Despite being out with Louis and his friends then, there had been the strange journey in a stolen car, his arrival at Juvisy, the snow covering the goods yard and all the trains, the engines blowing out steam, the sounds of railway trucks shunting. And he kept walking. He had walked a great deal these last 2 days for fear of the waiters in cafes, and when he did stop, he chose little bistros such as exist in every district, the kind where no one ever comes in, so that you wonder how they can survive. He didn't have the heart to go to bed, and he wondered whether Chief Inspector Lucas was out celebrating. if he was. Just where would such a man choose to go? He felt a certain weariness, but that would pass once the holidays were over. When this exhausting atmosphere in Paris had subsided, when people were no longer haunted by the necessity of enjoying themselves at all costs, for fear of being tempted to go and see whether the flower seller was still on Rue de Douai, he had chosen tonight to go to the neighborhood almost the furthest away, the Gobelins district, and found it one of the saddest in Paris, with its wide avenues that were neither ancient nor modern, where the houses were as monotonous as barracks, and the cafes thronged with people who were neither rich nor poor. It was eventually in one of these places that he ended up. A brasserie on a street corner, where a placard announced New Year's Eve dinner, 40 francs, champagne included. "You're alone?" the waiter asked in surprise. Not only was he alone, but he was almost the first person there, and had time to take in all the details. Seeing the 5 musicians arriving one by one and chatting to each other as they tuned up, while the waiters were putting miniature sprigs of mistletoe in the place settings, and folding the napkins into fans, as they might at a small-town wedding. Then customers began to arrive, and it became more and more like a wedding breakfast. So much so that Popinga wondered whether it would not be more discreet of him to leave. Everyone seemed to know everyone else, and people were pushing the tables together so that the impression was of a banquet. The customers were all families, like those in the St. Paul cinema. Local shopkeepers, no doubt. Well scrubbed, pomaded, in their Sunday best. The wives almost all in new dresses. It took hardly a quarter of an hour for the cafe, which had felt icy cold when Popinga had entered it, to become alive with conversations, laughter, music, the sound of knives and forks, the tinkle of glasses, and the entire clientele seemed to be ready to enjoy themselves. That was what they had come for, and they all joined in the festive mood, especially older women, particularly if they were fat. Keyes ate his dinner like the others, without thinking too much. The atmosphere reminded him, heaven knew why, of the story of the sugar in the oxtail soup at his friend's celebration dinner party. Why did the papers expect him to do something like the attack on Pamela again? He was sitting in a corner, not far from him. A long table occupied by several families who knew each other was being presided over by a man who looked at ease, imposing, wearing a dinner jacket a little too tight for him, with a watch chain and a mustache which seemed to have been waxed. From the conversation, Keyes guessed that he must be a municipal councilor or something of the kind. His wife was no less impressive, squeezed into a dress of black silk and bedecked with diamonds, real or false, like a shop window. Then, to the left of the father was their daughter, who looked like both her parents, but was nevertheless not unattractive. Perhaps one day she would resemble her mother, but for now she was fresh and rosy-cheeked in her blue satin dress, not yet what you might call plump. She was still healthily buxom, and her bodice was so tight that you sensed she was having trouble breathing. But what was all that to Popinga? He went on eating. He listened vaguely to the music, and when, between courses, couples stood up to dance, he did not think for a moment that he might do the same, weaving between the tables. And yet that was what happened. Stupidly, he was looking at the girl in blue satin, while absently thinking about something else. At the very moment, a waltz struck up, and no doubt she had taken his gaze for an invitation, since she made a slight gesture, seeming to say, "Are you asking me?" Then she stood up, smoothed down her dress, and moved towards Popinga, who consequently found himself in the midst of the dancing couples. His partner had clammy hands and gave off a rather bland odor, not unpleasant. She danced close up to him, crushing her chest against his, while her parents looked on approvingly. Popinga, truth to tell, had still not got over the situation in which he now found himself. Seeing his reflection in the mirror in this pose, he wondered whether it was really him, and pulled a sardonic face. What would this shapely young woman have thought if she knew? Oh. Then the band suddenly stopped playing. The drums beat out an ear-shattering roll. Everyone started shouting, laughing, and embracing each other. And Keyes saw the soft face look up at him. Before he received kisses on both cheeks. It was midnight. People were milling around, laughing, threatening each other jovially, hugging strangers, somewhat at a loss. Popinga, having received 2 kisses from the girl, received 2 more from the father, and from another woman at their table, apparently a greengrocer. Streamers were being thrown in all directions, as were little colored cotton wool balls that the waiters were hurriedly giving out. The band struck up another dance, and without wanting to, Popinga found himself with the girl in his arms again. "Don't look to the left," she whispered, and as the dance gathered pace and became wilder, she told him, "I don't know what he's going to do. No, take me over to the right of the room. I am really afraid he's going to make a scene." "Who? Don't look, or he'll know we're talking about him. You'll see him in a minute. A young man in a dinner suit, on his own, very dark, side parting. We were on the point of getting engaged. Then I called it off, because I heard these things about him. No doubt the glasses of champagne she had drunk had put her in a mood to give away confidences. And it was true that the atmosphere was one of fraternity, bonhomie, and openness. Everyone had embraced everyone else. After all, now people were going round finding others in neglected corners and leading women under the mistletoe to give them kisses on the cheek, with cries of happiness. I'm telling you this just to warn you. Yes, he said without conviction. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't ask me to dance again the way he is. I know he's capable of anything. He told me I'll never be anyone else's fiancé. Luckily, the dance was over and the girl returned to her seat, while her mother sent a discreet and grateful smile at Popinga, as if he had just done the whole family a favor. Keys, back in his corner, looked around for the young man who had been mentioned and quickly recognized him, since he was the only one corresponding to the description, with a side parting that accentuated the irregularity of his features, further emphasized by a very crooked nose. The young man was furious. There was no need to look at him for long to realize that he was livid. He had fixed on the girl in blue satin a gaze of terrible intensity, and his lips were trembling. Why did all this look to Popinga like a daub by a Sunday painter? The colors all too crude, the people depicted with every hair in place. Everything stood out in sharp and unexpected relief, and the 5 musicians seemed to have filled the cafe with a sound like the wrath of God. Everyone was screaming hysterically with laughter over nothing, over a streamer or a cotton wool ball hitting a man on the neck or in the face. All the customers were looking thoroughly pleased with themselves, almost inhumanly so, except for the young man with the crooked nose, who seemed to be playing the role of the villain in a melodrama. In fact, Popinga had been wrong not to drink sparkling wine like everyone else. He might then have been in the right mood, and it would have been fun to celebrate the new year in such a vulgar and emotional family atmosphere. From time to time, the girl shot him a complicit glance, as if to say, "You're doing the right thing. Better not ask me again. You can see for yourself how threatening he is." Who could this boy be? A bank clerk, or rather, a sales assistant in a department store. Judging by his rather studied elegance, a passionate young man, at any rate, who was playing out a whole novel for himself, a tragedy, and who had chosen as his partner the blonde daughter of the municipal councilor. The father danced with his wife, then with his daughter, then with all the ladies at his table, bobbing about, playing the fool, amusing onlookers, wearing a cardboard fireman's helmet on his head. Party hats had been given out, and Popinga had received a naval officer's cap with a lot of white on it, which he took care not to put on twice. The girl's mother turned to him with a flirtatious smile that meant not dancing any more. And she had surely said to her husband, "He looks like a really respectable gentleman." But meanwhile a different young man had emerged from some corner where Popinga had not seen him, and was dancing with the blue satin dress. And suddenly Keyes realized that the danger was not imaginary, that the expression of the lover with the crooked nose was becoming tragic. A number of times during the dance, he made as if to stand up, and Popinga did not like the way his right hand kept going to his pocket. "Waiter," he called. "Yes, sir." What? He had an intuition. He felt something was about to happen, and he wanted to leave as fast as possible. Everyone else was enjoying themselves without any suspicion. But to him, it was as though the young man with the crooked nose had already caused a scandal. "Waiter," I said. "Yes, sir. Going already. But it isn't 1 o'clock yet. What do I owe you?" "As you wish, sir. As I was saying, 40 plus 8 plus 7. That's 55 francs." Popinga's intuition was verging on panic. It seemed to him it would be dangerous to lose a second, and he was impatient as he waited to collect his overcoat from the cloakroom, still looking back at the angry young man who could hardly contain himself, while the girl in blue was still dancing and now and then smiling vaguely over at Keys. "Thank you." He dashed out so quickly that he almost knocked over a table. The counselor's wife looked at him with mute reproach. "Already," she appeared to be saying, "and you never even asked me to dance." He reached the revolving door. He was still holding his hat in his hand, and he had stepped into the first division of the door when the shot rang out above the music, followed by a stupefied silence. Keys almost turned round, but he realized that he must resist that temptation at all costs. He understood that he was in danger and had barely time to escape from this bourgeois family cafe, where a lover's quarrel had just turned into a drama. He went left, then right, taking streets he did not know, walking quickly and wondering whether the girl in blue satin was dead, and what effect it would have to see her lying on the floor, like a big doll, in the middle of all the paper streamers and cotton wool balls. He was already some distance away when he saw a van full of policemen speeding in the direction of the Gobelins, and he did not stop walking until a quarter of an hour later, when he suddenly realized he had reached Boulevard Saint-Michel, and on the left was the cafe where he had played the Japanese student at chess. It was only after the event that he registered the shock. He realized the danger he had been in. He mopped his brow and felt his knees tremble. How stupid would it have been when he was waging a battle of wits, scientifically, so to speak, against Chief Inspector Lucas and against the whole world, including the journalists, to get caught, just because some jealous young man had pulled a gun from now on. He must be wary of crowds, because in a crowd there is always something happening, a drama, an accident, and then everyone's papers get checked. And he shouldn't stay on Boulevard Saint-Michel either, since it seemed to him, rightly or wrongly, that this was one of the places where they might be looking for him, or Montmartre, or Montparnasse. It would be better to go back to a district like the Gobelins, find a quiet hotel, and go to sleep. And did he not have work to do? He had not brought his notebook up to date for a whole day. It was true that, apart from the gunshot in the cafe, there was not a great deal to report. But he had taken another decision. Since something might happen to him, and since the notebook would not be enough, because nobody would understand, he had promised himself, now that he had the time, to start writing his true memoirs. What had given him the idea was the newspaper which had published his letter the day before under the headline, "The Strange Confessions of a Killer." Then under the article, an added paragraph, "As our readers can see, we have been able to offer them a human document of great value, very few of which exist in the archives of crime. Is Keys Popinga sincere? Or is he playing a role indeed? Is he even deceiving himself? And at all events, is he mad or sane? Which is something we are not competent to judge. That is why we have shown his letter to two of our most eminent psychiatrists, and we hope from tomorrow to be able to print their reactions, in the firm conviction that we will thus be providing precious assistance to the police." He had read and reread his letter, and had felt dissatisfied. His words and phrases did not have the same effect when printed in the newspaper as they had on the writing paper in the brasserie. Many things were imperfectly explained and others not at all, to the point that the paper had brought in two psychiatrists and asked them to wait a little before making any judgment. What he had said about his father, for instance, might incline people to think there was some family history of alcoholism, whereas his father had not actually started to drink seriously until several years after his son's birth. Nor had he explained properly that while he had been a loner since his school days, that was because he had felt he would not be granted the place in society to which he had a right. He would have to start again, from the beginning, that is, from his birth. He would have to say that he could have come first in everything, which was the truth, because as a child he had been excellent at all games. When he saw someone doing a gymnastic exercise, he would say, "That's nothing." And without any preparation, improvising, he could do it at the first attempt. As for his family life, that was where people would really get the wrong idea. He had not been able to explain how it actually was. For instance, he would be accused of never having loved his wife and children, which was completely false. He liked them well enough. That was the truth of it. In other words, he did everything expected of him. He had indeed been what people would describe as a good father, and no one could reproach him with anything on that score. Basically, he had always done his best. He had made a great effort to be normal, like everyone else, a respectable, well-behaved, honorable man. And he hadn't stinted his time or effort. His children had been well fed, well clothed, well housed. They each had a bedroom in the villa and their own bathroom, which was not the case for all families. He was not stingy over household expenses, and therefore, still, it was possible to do all that and end up alone in a corner with the confused feeling that it was not enough to fill a life, and that one might perhaps have been able to achieve something else. That was what he wanted to convey to others. In the evenings, when Frida, how strange now to pronounce her name, when Frida was doing her homework and Mama was sticking pictures in her album, and when he, Keys, was twiddling the knobs on the wireless set and smoking his cigar, he could not help feeling isolated. When, for example, he heard the whistle of a train less than 30 meters from the house. For now, he went on walking through streets sometimes too brightly lit, sometimes dark. He met from time to time groups of merrymakers who were linking arms and, like the municipal councilor, wearing paper hats. He also came across other men walking slowly, picking up cigarette ends from the pavements, stopping in front of cafes, and vaguely hoping for something. He went past uniformed policemen who were spending the festive evening standing on street corners, keeping an eye on the city without any enthusiasm, as was obvious, since none of them thought of looking at him closely. He would write his memoirs. And in fact, he had already tried to make a start that morning, but had been unable to do so because he was alone in a hotel bedroom. And when he was alone, his ideas, or rather, his thoughts all turned in a different direction, and he felt like looking in the mirror to see whether his face had changed. He preferred to write in a large cafe where the essence of other people's lives could be breathed in, like the warm smell from a coal-burning stove. Only now, he couldn't ask for writing materials, for fear of seeing the waiter frown and go to the telephone to call the police. But what could he do? In fact, he didn't know, because Chief Inspector Lucas had not told the press what he was doing, or else had managed to make the papers maintain a news blackout on it. He certainly could not take a train. That was elementary. There couldn't be a single railway station without a policeman scrutinizing the passengers and armed with Popinga's description. Prostitutes. He couldn't be sure of them. It was worth a try, but very risky. On the other hand, if he slept alone again, he knew he would have a bad night, which would be unhelpful next day, since he would wake up feeling listless and without his usual lucidity. What he really needed was a woman like Jeanne Rosier, who could have understood and helped him, since she was intelligent enough for that. And indeed, he was sure that she had felt it too, that she had guessed he was a different kind of man from her pimp Louise, a man good for nothing but stealing cars and selling them in the provinces, which is a very basic kind of crime, as Popinga had proved by being able to join in at his first attempt. Without batting an eyelid, were the police watching the garage in Juvisy as he had suggested to them? Who knows he had not sent that message by chance? Once Louis was under lock and key, where he would no doubt remain for some years, with Gawain and the others, Jean Rosier would be alone, and then, meanwhile, he needed somewhere to sleep, and the problem was becoming urgent, since it recurred every night with all the risks it carried. Keyes was not sure quite where he was now. He had to look at the names of 2 streets and find a metro station to see that he was on Boulevard Pasteur, in an unfamiliar district which seemed just as uninteresting as the Gobelins. Some windows were still lit. People who had been spending the evening with friends were now emerging from doorways, looking for taxis. One such couple were having words, and he heard the woman say, "Just because it's New Year's Eve, you didn't have to keep asking her to dance." What a strange life, and a strange night. An old man was fast asleep, stretched out full length on a bench, and 2 policemen were walking along in step, chatting about their trivial affairs. Their pay, no doubt. It was really hard to resign himself to sleeping alone, not to mention how stupid. At the time he hadn't noticed, Still, the plump girl in blue satin, whom he had held in his arms, annoyed him in retrospect, and anyway, he had grown accustomed to the squalor and sordid intimacy, night after night, with an unknown woman in his bed. So why not try it once again? It was true that tonight there were very few women alone on the streets, even near the hotels, where they usually took up position. He couldn't see any. Perhaps they too were out celebrating New Year. He walked on again. From a distance, he saw Gare Montparnasse and avoided going too near it, since he was sure that was a dangerous place. Half an hour later, he had still not found anyone. Feeling morose, his legs tired, he went into a hotel, hoping that perhaps there would be a chambermaid to greet him. But it was an elderly night watchman who received him, in as bad a temper as he was himself, and who, since Popinga had no luggage, made him pay in advance and gave him a key. On top of everything else, Popinga's watch had stopped, and he had no idea at what time he finally dropped off to sleep, nor when he woke up, since he was in a room looking on to a courtyard and could not judge by the activity in the street. He only realized once he was outside that it was very early, that the city was empty and desolate, as always after a holiday. There was nobody about, except for people alighting in the stations from the suburbs, wearing their best clothes, on their way to visit relations with New Year wishes. As the sky was gray and an icy breeze was scouring the streets, it could have been All Saints' Day in November, just as well as New Year. At least he would discover in the paper he had bought what the two psychiatrists thought about him, and he opened it as he walked along a street leading to the École Militaire. Professor Abram, who was willing to talk to us last night despite the public holiday, had only been able to read quickly through Keyes Popinga's letter, preparatory to studying it at greater length. He summed up his first impressions in a single word. In his view, the Dutchman is a paranoiac, and if his pride were to be seriously wounded, he could become very dangerous, especially since people of this kind maintain a cool and calculating demeanor, whatever the circumstances. Professor Lindsay, who is away from Paris for the next 2 days, will give us his opinion on his return. At police headquarters, there is no immediate news. Chief Inspector Lucas was taken up for the whole of yesterday with a drug trafficking affair, which left him little free time. But his colleagues are pursuing the Popinga case, from what we could gather through our inquiries. There is a new element, but at Quai des Orfèvres, total discretion is being observed. All we can say is that Popinga is unlikely to remain at large for much longer. Why was that? He was talking to himself. Yes. Why shouldn't he remain at large for much longer? And why wouldn't they give any details? And why were they treating him as a paranoiac? He had heard the word before, certainly, and he vaguely suspected what it meant. But couldn't they have explained it a bit? If only he could have consulted a dictionary, but where in Groningen? If you went into a public library, you had to sign a register. It would no doubt be the same in Paris. And the cafes, although they usually had a phone book and a railway timetable, wouldn't be in the habit of making dictionaries available to their customers. How infuriating this was! It was starting to look like a conspiracy, an act of gratuitous cruelty, like that allusion to some new element which they refused to divulge. Hadn't Jean Rosier, who knew her way around police headquarters, said that Lucas was a mean beast? Popinga once more had the feeling that the inspector was doing nothing, was not bothering to search for him, expecting that his victim would give himself away somehow. Wasn't that the impression one got of his approach? As described in the press, and from the few ambiguous sentences he had deigned to utter, well, he was wrong, because Popinga was not at all ready to walk naively into a trap. He was at least as intelligent as this gentleman, or that other man, the psychiatrist, who had just said one word in a scornful tone, paranoiac, like other people had said madman, or sex maniac, or like that woman in Faubourg Montmartre who had said he was a sad case, or the skinny girl in Rue de Birague who had declared that he must prefer fatter girls. Was he not superior to all these people? In that at least he knew himself. He reread the article. It seemed insultingly short as he drank a coffee and ate a croissant in a little bar with walls tiled in 1900 style. Then he remembered the girl in blue satin and looked through the paper until he found a few lines in the section on minor incidents. Last night during New Year festivities, in a cafe near the Gobelins, a jealous lover Jean R. fired a revolver at Germaine H., the daughter of a wine merchant who is also one of our most popular municipal councilors. Fortunately, the bullet only slightly injured another dancer, Germaine Fifth, who was allowed home after hospital treatment. Jean R., meanwhile, has been taken into custody. He laughed to himself, without knowing why. It was hilarious, wasn't it? This family drama ending with a gunshot, or rather perhaps with a wedding. Since Papinga was not sure that Germaine H. had not set it all up on purpose. The next thing was to find out whether Julius de Coster, the younger, had replied to his notice. That is, if he had not forgotten to read the Morning Post every day. Popinga took the bus, since he had to cross Paris to reach Bureau 42 Rue de Berry. He marched up to the counter for poste restante and showed his 2 envelopes addressed to M. Smithson without making any difficulty. The clerk went to look under S and passed him an envelope with a typewritten address. He retreated into a corner to open it. It felt thick. He brought out 4 one-pound notes, then a sheet of paper with a few lines, also typed. Sorry, I can't send you any more, but the beginning is always the hardest bit, and this is all I had on me. Keep me posted, and if necessary, I'll try my best. And that was all. It was as if Julius de Coster was not even astonished at what Popinga had been up to. It was as if nobody was the slightest bit surprised, and the only word they could find to describe him meant nothing paranoiac. It was true that Mama had come up with another word, amnesia. Chapter 10, in which Keys Papinga changes his shirt, while the police and Chance, failing to play by the rules, combine in a conspiracy of spitefulness. He was not discouraged. No, that would have been too pleasing to those gentlemen. But he could not help, when he bought a newspaper or saw the billboards outside the kiosks, giving a bitter smile. Nobody realized what he was up against. Alone, facing everyone else, bravely playing the game. Nor did they take account of the fact that certain details of everyday life made things very complicated for someone in his shoes. So the first time he changed his shirt in the washroom of a cafe, a place that held an important position in his wandering life, he had come out of the lavatory with the dirty shirt in one hand and had then dropped it into an outdoor urinal on the street. And then what had happened? He had almost been caught. A policeman had seen the garment fall, and as Keyes was walking away, had gone inside the street convenience, so that Keyes had had to take to his heels, and now that, for the second time, he was putting on a clean shirt. He preferred to throw the old one into the Seine, but it was more complicated than one might think to find somewhere to carry out this task without being seen. Always, at the last moment, he would glimpse an angler, a tramp, a pair of lovers, or a lady walking her dog. And who would ever suspect these difficulties of everyday life? Not the newspapers. At any rate, he had provided them not only with a topic, but with plenty of free copy. And in spite of that, none of them had expressed the slightest sympathy towards him. He was not asking that people should publicly take his side, nor for 2 columns on the front page every day. But he knew what he meant. There is a way of presenting events of this kind so as to render the hero of them appealing or repellent. And in France, individuals caught up in mysteries or crimes are almost always presented with some sympathy. So why was it different for him? Was this some plan on the part of Chief Inspector Lucas? He had not stolen anything from anyone. That ought to reassure the bourgeoisie. And if Pamela was dead, well, he had not meant to kill her. And both times, he had attacked only women of a certain background, which should be enough to dispel any fears on the part of respectable wives. Landru, the serial killer, who was ugly to boot, had had half the newspaper reading public on his side. Why? And why was there this unacknowledged hostility from the press? That is, when it was not blanking out any new developments, merely printing uninteresting pieces of information such as Dr. Lindsay, whose opinion on the Dutchman's case we had hoped to report, has informed us that despite his wish to help, he does not feel qualified, simply on the basis of a single letter, to advance a diagnosis concerning such a serious affair. And this was what it had come to: trivial disputes, marginal to his life or to his freedom. The very next day, Professor Abram, feeling that he was the target of this comment by his colleague, wrote pompously to the paper to protest words have been placed in my mouth about an affair which is in any case of little importance. It is true that in the course of conversation, I may have indicated that I considered Keyes Popinga to be a paranoiac of the banal kind, but at no time was I putting forward this off the cuff opinion as a diagnosis. So even the psychiatrists seem to be losing interest in him. Even Saladin, the journalist who had written the best articles about him at first, was now simply publishing press releases without comment. Keyes did not know the man. He had no idea whether he was young or old, cheerful or gloomy, and yet the journalist's silence gave him a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. What interest could there be in printing paragraphs of this kind? Dry as dust. The experts who have studied the accounts of the firm of Julius de Coster working over the Christmas holiday have made a preliminary report declaring that their inquiries will require several more weeks. It seems indeed that this affair is much more considerable than first appeared, not only because of a spectacular bankruptcy, but because of a string of embezzlements committed under cover of an honorable facade. In another development, the Wilhelmine Canal has been dragged for the last few days. The body of Julius de Coster has not been found, and it does not seem possible that he was carried away by a boat. The prevailing opinion is that this is a case of fake suicide and that the businessman has escaped abroad. But what was that to Popinga? Then, on the other hand, they seem to delight in publishing brief reports like the following: Chief Inspector Lucas went to Lyon yesterday, admitting that this was in connection with an investigation, but refusing to say whether it was the Popinga case, or whether, on the contrary, this concerned drug traffickers, several of whom are already in custody. Why Lyon? And why did they keep harping on about some drug dealing that was of no interest to anyone? Why did it seem as if a hidden mastermind was taking care to lay false trails? The mastermind could only be Chief Inspector Lucas. It must be he who, one way or another, was preventing the journalists from doing the investigative reporting they usually carried out. Because, as a rule, every newspaper would pursue its own little inquiry. They would each have their theory, some kind of lead. They would ask questions and inform their readers of what they had learned. But as of now, Nobody had thought of interviewing Jean Rosier. There wasn't a word about her state of health. It was impossible to find out whether she had recovered and whether she was back working at Picrat's. Nor was there anything about Louis. No report of his trip to Marseille or his return. Didn't it seem as though they were pursuing a petty vendetta? And how credible was it that nobody had gone to the police to declare they had met Papinga? Because if they had, why was it being kept quiet in order to drive him into a corner? That must be it. He knew what they were up to. He shrugged and sighed scornfully, feeling that they wanted to isolate him in a kind of vacuum. All the same, he took care over his behavior. When he was walking in the street, he avoided looking at passers-by with a quizzical or ironic air. He avoided prostitutes, preferring to sleep badly or stay awake half the night, sometimes suffering from palpitations. He had just had a new experience. Chance had taken him to the Javel neighborhood and to a very down-at-heel hotel. He had thought it would be wise to change the type of place he stayed in. That was a mistake. He was wearing the wrong kind of clothes to be staying the night in one of these poor doss houses. And he had noticed that the people there had stared at him in surprise. So, keep away from the extremes. Aim not too high and not too low. And now he had just 1,200 francs left, and sometime soon he would have to get hold of some more money. He was starting to think about that. There was still time, but it was best to have a plan in mind. The night at Javel had been that of 7 to 8 January, and Papinga, after throwing his latest used shirt into the Seine, decided to change district before reading the papers. It was raining. For other people, a minor inconvenience. For him, since he had to spend much of the day walking the streets and had no spare clothes, it assumed great importance. And it was as if nature had joined the conspiracy of spite against him. Still, if spite was to be his lot, it was near the Madeleine, in a comfortable brasserie, that he almost burst out into angry laughter as he read. In the newspaper, where Saladin was a reporter, police release car thief. The worst of it was that for some days now, he had been expecting something of the kind. He had not been wrong in thinking there was a catch in all this somewhere. As for imagining, yesterday at 5 p.m., We happened to be present outside the police judiciaire when one of the car thieves arrested last week was released. As this man, known as Lewis, emerged from Chief Inspector Lucas's office, we tried to obtain some information from an official source, but we met a wall of resolute silence. We can therefore only communicate the results of our personal inquiries and put forward some suggestions. First of all, no press release was issued when, on the night of 1 January, Chief Inspector Lucas, who normally does not handle this kind of case, supervised in person the arrest of a gang of car thieves. Why was it kept so quiet? And why, since then, has nothing been heard about this affair, when 4 men and 1 woman have been held in custody? We believe we can answer these questions because we know the identity of the leader of the so-called Juvie Z gang. It was in that suburb that stolen cars were disguised overnight before being sold off in the provinces. And the leader of the gang is none other than this same Lewis, a former drug dealer and the lover of Jean Rosier. We have not forgotten that Keys Popinga, could have written the rest of the article himself, better than his friend Saladin. Never had his smile held so much scorn for the newspapers, for Lucas, and indeed the whole human race. Now we can see why Chief Inspector Lucas intervened personally in the Juvie affair. The gang was all arrested, including a certain Rose, former chambermaid in a house of ill repute and sister of the garage owner Charlie Goen. And all these individuals were being held for prolonged questioning without the press being kept informed. Why, if Louis has now been released, are we to believe that this is because he has established his innocence? We do not think so, and we confess that, for want of any official word from Quai des Orfèvres, we have proceeded to question a number of persons in the milieu who are acquainted with Louis and this kind of affair. If Louis has been released, they told us, that's because he's going to do someone a favor. Mark our words. As if to confirm this opinion, last night, Louis was observed calling in at several bars in Paris and issuing mysterious instructions to his friends. Let us simply say, not to anticipate too far, that it appears that Keys Popinga, the attacker of Jean Rosier, is being hunted not only by the police, but by the entire criminal underworld, which has turned against him, which can only mean, we think, that an arrest is imminent unless by some accident. This time, looking at himself in the mirror across the room, Popinga became aware that his face was pale and his lips unable to shape a smile, even a sarcastic one. Events had confirmed his fears, and without Saladin, whom he now disliked much less, he would not have known a thing. He would have continued to come and go, without suspecting the web being woven round him. It was, after all, very simple. The Juvisy stakeout had been successful, and the gang had been arrested. But Lucas, instead of proclaiming this from the rooftops, had fobbed the press off with references to morphine and heroin. He must have shown Lewis the letter Popinga had written, denouncing everyone. And he had not hesitated. It was now clear to offer him a shameful deal. Yes, that was what had happened. The police were doing deals with Lewis. They had let him go in order that he could finish Popinga off. In other words, the police had been unable to catch him unaided, and now Keyes was filled not only with scorn and bitterness, but a deep and profound disgust. He asked for some paper, took out his fountain pen, but as he prepared to write, he shrugged his shoulders with weariness. Who could he write to Saladin just to confirm what he said in his article to Lucas? To congratulate him ironically? To whom, then? And what was the use, because Louis had joined the chase? They now thought it was all but over, and were boasting of victory. What would happen? All the streetwalkers in Paris, all the tramps, all the proprietors of suspect bars and shoddy hotels would have their eyes open and would be ready and waiting to alert the police. The police might not ever have clapped eyes on Keyes, but Lewis knew very well what he looked like. Waiter, my bill, please. He paid for his drink, but did not leave his table. He did not quite know why. He suddenly felt all the accumulated fatigue of his hours of walking through Paris. He stayed sitting on the long moleskin seat, vaguely looking out at the streets where umbrellas were bobbing past. The truth was that a car thief, a convicted criminal, who lived on the proceeds of prostitution, was being given preference over him, because that was the long and short of it. Nobody could deny it, and no doubt if Lewis was successful, the authorities would close their eyes to the doings of the Juvisy gang waiter. He was thirsty. Too bad. He needed to think, and a glass of something alcoholic would help. Basically, after the incident with Jean Rosier, he had been wrong to stop. Oh, he was clear-headed about it. He was beginning to understand the way public opinion operated. It would have been better if next day they had been able to read in the papers, "Killer strikes again. Keys, Popinga attacks a young woman in a train," and so on. Something new every day to keep the public breathless with interest and to become a legend. Would anyone have cared a fig about Landru's fate if he had killed only one or two women, and perhaps he had been wrong to write what he really thought instead of lying? What if, for instance, he had led them to believe that in Groningen, where he had passed for a model citizen, he had already been carrying out secret attacks? He reread Saladin's article, which confirmed him in his view. The central focus of this story was no longer Popinga. It was already Louis who was becoming the leading character. By tomorrow, Jean's lover would have been transformed into a folk hero. The public would become enthralled in this manhunt through the Paris underworld, led by a common criminal with the tacit consent of the police, discouraged. No, he did not want to admit to that, and he would not allow himself at any price to lose heart. He had a perfect right to feel tired and to react to the injustice of which he was the victim. How many people were after him now? Hundreds, thousands, which did not prevent him drinking his glass of brandy and gazing out dispassionately at the rain falling. Let them look. Let them scrutinize every passer-by. A man alone is always stronger than the crowd. If he can only maintain a cool head, and Popinga would keep his. He had been wrong in one respect. He ought to have considered everyone his enemy right from the start. Since he had not done so, nobody had taken him seriously. They had not been frightened of him. They had regarded him almost as a grotesque figure of fun, a paranoiac. Well, so what? Did that prove anything? Did it stop him taunting the whole of Paris as he sat in the warmth of a brasserie in front of his second brandy? Would that prevent him doing what he wanted to? Something he would decide on this very day. Something enormous. Something that would make them all quake in their shoes. The lot of them, including the car thieves. The good time girls and Louis's thugs. He didn't yet know what. There was still time. Better not to rush into it. Wait for inspiration and go on watching the people walk past in the street like a stupid flock of sheep. Some of them were even running, as if that would do them any good. And over there was a gendarme in his cape, serious as a judge and thinking himself indispensable, wielding his whistle and his white baton. Wouldn't it be more intelligent of him, instead of parading around like that, to come and check Papinga's identity papers if he had? It would all have been over. No more Papinga affair. No need of Louis or anyone else, or of Chief Inspector Lucas, who must be thinking he was the most subtle of men. Proof that he wasn't as subtle as all that was that Keyes, without access to any information, had for several days since this blow coming, and had had the courage to sleep alone. Who knows, perhaps from now on he would no longer sleep alone. But in any case, his companions would not be able to tell the tale. His head was throbbing. He looked at himself in the mirror once more and wondered if he had really thought what he had just thought. Why not? What was stopping him? He turned his head. Since someone had spoken to him in English, a man who had been sitting at the next table for a few minutes, writing. "Excuse me, sir," he said with a smile. "Do you by any chance speak English?" "Yes." "Are you perhaps English yourself?" "Yes, that's right. In that case, may I ask for a favor? I've just arrived in Paris from America. I want to ask the waiter how many stamps I need to post this letter, but he doesn't understand me." Popinga called the waiter over, translated, and looked at his companion, who was effusive in his thanks as he stuck stamps on a letter for New Orleans. "You're so lucky to speak French." The stranger sighed, folding the blotter. "I've been really miserable since I got here. People don't understand me when I ask my way on the street. You know Paris." "A little, yes." It amused him to think that in a week he had had time to explore every quarter of Paris. Some friends have given me a tip about a bar run by an American, where all the Americans in Paris can meet. Do you know it? The man was no longer young. He had gray hair, broken blood vessels in his cheeks, and a cherry nose which revealed his liking for strong liquor. Apparently, it's somewhere near the opera, but I've been looking for half an hour without finding it. He took a scrap of paper from a pocket of his large overcoat. It's in Rue. Wait a minute. Rue de la Michaudière. Yes, I know the street. Is it far from here? 5 minutes on foot. The other man paused, then said hesitantly, would you be willing to accompany me there for an aperitif? I haven't spoken to anyone for 2 days. And what about Popinga? It was a week since he had spoken to anyone. 5 minutes later, the two men were walking along the boulevard, and a street hawker, hearing them speak English, offered them some special postcards. What are those? The American asked. And Keyes blushed as he replied, oh, nothing. Just some stuff they try to sell tourists. Have you lived in Paris long? Quite a while. Yes. I'm only here for a week, before moving on to Italy. Then I'm going back home to New Orleans. Do you know it? No. People turned round to look at them. They were typical foreigners, strolling along the boulevards with an air of confidence, talking loudly, as if no one could understand them. Here's the street, Popinga said. He was cautious enough to think he should say nothing too compromising to this man. If by chance he was connected to the police or to Louise's gang, there would be a heavy price to pay. He pushed open the door of an unfamiliar bar and was at once impressed by the decor and the atmosphere. This was something quite new for him. It wasn't France. It was the United States. Around a high mahogany counter, a number of tall and burly men were talking in loud voices, drinking and smoking, while two barmen, one of them Chinese, were busy serving whiskeys and huge glasses of beer. On the mirrors, writing in white chalk, listed the beverages. A whiskey for you. Yes, please. For Popinga, it was a change from the French brasseries of the last few days, which he was getting to know by heart. With their nickel bowls on cast iron stands for rinsing out cloths, their little bookcases holding the telephone directories, their cashiers perched on high chairs, their waiters in white aprons. Here, the bar made him think of something else. A long sea voyage, landing at some faraway port. Keyes listened and realized that most of the customers were discussing that afternoon's races, while the largest man, who had 4 chins and a brown check overcoat, like French caricatures of Americans, was taking bets. Are you in business too? His new friend asked him. Yes. I'm in wholesale grains. He was saying this because he knew something about grains, which had been part of the concern of the DeCoster firm. I'm in leather. Would you like some sausages? Yeah, you really should. I'm sure the sausages are excellent here. Because this is America, and American sausages are the best in the world. People were coming and going. Thick cigarette smoke surrounded the bar, and the walls were decorated with photographs of American sportsmen, mostly with dedications to the cafe owner. Say, it's swell here, isn't it? The friend who told me about it said it was the friendliest place in Paris. 2 whiskeys, barman, then straight away with a moist-lipped smile. Is it true that French women are friendly to foreigners? I haven't had time to go and sample the nightlife in Montmartre. I must confess it scares me a bit. What's there to be scared of? Well, back home, they say that there are plenty of crooks up there, more cunning than our gangsters, and that foreigners are often robbed. You haven't been robbed, have you? No, never. And I've often been to Montmartre. And you've been with women. Yes. And they didn't have an accomplice hiding in the bedroom. This helped Papinga to forget for a while the treacherous behavior of Chief Inspector Lucas. Here, he was the experienced person, the one who could advise a beginner. The more he looked at his companion, the more naive he found him, more naive even than a Dutchman. Their pimps aren't in the bedroom. They wait for them outside. What for? No reason. They're just waiting. You don't need to be scared. Do you carry a revolver? No, never. In New York, when I went there for business, I always carried a gun. But this is Paris. The sausages were good. Popinga drained his glass and found it full again. Are you staying in a good hotel? Yes, very good. I'm at the Grand, the stranger said. It's excellent. And he proffered a box of cigars, from which Keyes took one without embarrassment, because just once, after all this time, and especially in this environment, he could allow himself the luxury of smoking a cigar. You don't know where they sell American newspapers, do you? I'd like to check the stock exchange reports. In all the kiosks, there's one about 50 meters from here, along the street. Do you mind if I nip out for a moment? I'll be right back. Order us a couple more sausages. There were fewer customers now, as it was 1 o'clock, and most of the other drinkers had left to have lunch elsewhere. Popinga waited 5 minutes. was surprised not to see his companion return, then thought about something else. And when he next looked at the clock, it was 1:15. He had not noticed that the bartender was watching him closely, nor that he turned round to whisper something to his Chinese colleague. The whiskey had done him good. He felt in better shape. He would still be fit enough to deal with whatever Lucas or Lewis and their like could throw at him. And he promised himself that this very afternoon he would devise a plan that would amaze them and would oblige the journalists to refer to him in very different tones. Why hadn't the American come back? He surely couldn't have got lost. Popinga opened the door and looked out onto the pavement, saw the newspaper kiosk at the corner of the street, but of his companion there was no trace. Then he laughed bitterly at the idea that he had just been swindled, and that the other man had left him to pay the bill. Just another little misfortune, he was getting used to them. Barman, another whiskey, please. He could get drunk. He was sure that whatever happened, he'd keep a cool head and would not do anything to give himself away. To pass the time, he went over to a machine that distributed chewing gum. Then he asked for another cigar, because he had dropped his on the floor. Then he looked round and became aware that the bar was now completely empty, and that the Chinese waiter was eating his lunch alone at the back of the room, while the other bartender was sorting out the glasses. How cunning of the other man to have tricked him into paying for 4 sausages and several whiskeys. He wasn't rich. Certainly, he needed his money more than anyone, because for him it was, so to speak, a matter of life and death. Detail summed up the whole story. When a shirt was dirty, he couldn't have it laundered, so he had to buy another and throw into the Seine a shirt that had only been worn for a few days and was practically new. Why not order another sausage? And then that would do for his lunch. And it occurred to him that he might go and spend the afternoon at the races, which would do him good, since it was exhausting walking round the same places all the time. He was about to open his mouth when the barman, too, as if by chance, began to speak. Popinga let him begin first. Excuse me for asking, but do you know the gentleman you came in with? What should he reply? Yes or no? Well, slightly. The barman looked awkward and went on. You know what he does? He's in the leather trade. The Chinese waiter from the back of the room was listening, and Papinga realized that something was in the air, and for a moment was tempted to run out of the door and disappear at top speed. Well, he's fooled you, then. What do you mean? I didn't dare warn you, because there were other people about, and also because I didn't know whether you were a friend of his. And the barman, as he picked up a bottle of gin, sighed. So it's the same old story. I should have known. I don't understand. I know. You soon will. Do you have a lot of money on you? Quite a bit. Well, check your wallet. I don't know which pocket you usually keep it in, but I'm prepared to bet anything you like it isn't there now. Popinga patted his pockets and felt his throat constrict. As the barman had predicted, his wallet was no longer there. You didn't notice that while he was chatting and joking. He kept digging you in the ribs. That's his speciality. I've known him for 10 years. The police know him too. One of the most skillful pickpockets in Europe. For a second, Keyes closed his eyes. For that same second, his hand went to the pocket of his overcoat, as if the theft of all his money, his only resource in his struggle, were not enough. The American had also taken his razor, deceived, no doubt, by the shape of its wrapping, and thinking it contained something valuable. Thousands of people might have been victims of a pickpocket that day in Paris. For most of them, if not all, it would simply mean that they lost a sum of money, great or small. But there was one person, and only one, whose 1,200 francs and his razor were, so to speak, his lifeline, Keyes Popinga. And this man, more than anyone else, was on the defensive. Since that morning, fate had shown him, in the shape of a newspaper article, a threatening face. And he had thought he could take a break, a kind of respite. He had accepted the whiskey and sausages and the conversation, which was such a change from his perpetual soliloquy. I was on the point of warning you, but you weren't looking at me. And then, as I said, I thought perhaps you were a friend of his, even a partner in crime. Popinga addressed a weak smile at the barman, who was apologizing. Did you lose a lot of money? No, not much. Keyes replied, maintaining his near angelic smile. No. He hadn't lost a lot of money, or a little. He had lost it all. Everything a man can lose. Stupidly. By chance. Yes. It was the fault of chance, which had decided to cheat him, the same way both Louis and the police were cheating him. He couldn't make up his mind to leave. He looked at the floor because he had felt a prickling under his eyelids, and he was afraid of letting tears fall. It was too much, too stupid, and too gratuitous. Do you live far from here? He gave a smile, a real one. He still had the strength to do that. Yes. Quite a long way. Listen. I trust you. I'll lend you 20 francs for a taxi. I don't know whether you'll be reporting this to the police. It would really be a good thing for everyone if they could arrest him. Keyes nodded. He wanted to sit down and think, put his head in his hands, and burst out laughing or crying. It wasn't just stupid. It was revolting, and he was convinced that he had not deserved this. What had he done? Yes, what had he done? Apart from one small thing, obviously. But he had considered it justified. Only he hadn't thought it through. It had been because of his hatred for Rose. An instinctive hatred that had no precise grudge to explain it. And he had written to Chief Inspector Lucas to denounce the gang. But did that deserve, as a consequence? He took the 20 francs the barman gave him. He looked up and saw his own face in the mirror. Through the chalked up lists of drinks on the glass. A face that expressed nothing. Neither sorrow nor despair. Nothing at all. A face that looked like one he had seen 10 years before in Groningen. The face of a man who had been knocked down by a tram, and both of whose legs had been cut off. The injured man did not yet know that. He had not had time to register the pain. And while other people were fainting on the street all round him, he had been looking at them with an incommensurable astonishment, wondering what was wrong with them and what had happened to him. Why he was there on the ground in the middle of a screaming crowd. I'm sorry. He stammered, Thank you. He opened the door. Then he had to walk, but he was unconscious of the direction he had taken, the people he was jostling against, or the fact that he was talking to himself. They had cheated. That was the only self-evident truth. They were all cheating in their fight with him. They were cheating because he was too clever and could not be beaten by playing straight. That famous Chief Inspector Lucas, who did not dare publish his own photograph, was the number one cheat and was not above making bad poker moves, letting people think he was in Lyon and knew nothing about any car thieves. Louis had cheated because he was doing deals with the police. And Jean Rosier, she was a cheat too. Popinga would not have believed it of her. If the attitude of the others filled him with indignation and disgust, her treachery hurt, because he had always thought there was something between them. And the proof of that was that he had not killed her, and now chance had cheated him too, by sending him this vulgar American, who did nothing but pick the pockets of his drinking companions, and who would have no use for a razor that had cost 16 francs. It was too stupid and simply nauseating. Chapter 11. Darkness in the City. Keys Popinga walked out of his apartment, feeling tense. Every step on the Groningen sidewalk echoed in his mind like a warning drumbeat. The streets were quiet, but Keys's eyes took in every detail: passing figures, strange noises, and flashing billboards. He realized that every little movement could be a clue to De Coster's next move. Pamela emerged from a nearby cafe, her eyes both curious and wary. Keys understood that their relationship was no longer just a game. It had become part of his plan for survival and power. Eleanor stood further away, watching silently. Keys noticed the delicate balance between the three: desire, trust, and doubt. Every decision he made could affect all three. In that moment, light and darkness, truth and lies converged. Keys knew that his next move would determine his fate and possibly change the lives of everyone involved. Chapter 12. Battle of Minds. Keys Popinga stood silently by the docks, his eyes following every movement of De Coster and his associates. He realized that every action, no matter how small, could reveal clues to escape plans and hidden plots. Pamela stepped closer, her eyes both curious and wary. She watched Keys, noticing the change in him from a loyal employee to a proactive and assertive one. Eleanor, standing in the other corner, silently watched the two. The relationship between the three became tense, at once trustful, suspicious. filled with desire and power. Keyes feels pressure from all sides: society, the law, and even the psychology of those around him. He has to consider every step, every gesture to maintain control and protect himself. In this moment, light and darkness, truth and lies, desire and power converge, preparing for decisions that could change the fate of all. Chapter 13: The Turning Point. Keyes Papinga quietly entered the Carlton Hotel, where DeCoster was meeting with several associates. His eyes were cold, every move meticulously calculated. Pamela stood outside the door, watching Keyes, curious and fearful. She realized that Keyes was no longer the man he had been. He was now proactive, reckless, and ambitious. Eleanor stood in the corner of the room, silently observing, her eyes both wary and curious. Their relationship became complicated: trust, suspicion, and unexpressed desires. Keyes discovered a flaw in DeCoster's plan. He quickly deployed a subtle move, observing and manipulating the situation to gain an advantage. Tensions are at their peak: light and darkness, power, truth, and lies converge. Keyes' next move will determine the fate of him, Pamela, Eleanor, and everyone involved. Chapter 14: The Decisive Night. The Carlton Hotel was dark, lit only by the flickering lights in the hallways. Keyes Papinga stood still, his hands clenched, his eyes scanning the movements of DeCoster and his associates. Pamela stood near the window, her eyes filled with both worry and curiosity. She realized that Keyes' every move was meticulously calculated, and each step could change the fate of all involved. Eleanor, standing in the corner of the room, watched silently, her eyes filled with vigilance. The relationship between the three became one of trust, suspicion, desire, and power. Keyes realizes that the pressure comes not only from DeCoster, but also from the law, society, and the people around him. He must combine intelligence, composure, and survival instincts to stay in control. In this decisive moment, light and darkness, truth and lies, power and desire converge. Key's next move will determine his future and the future of everyone involved. Chapter 15. The End. Dawn light filtered through the hotel windows, illuminating the tired but sharp face of Keys Popinga. The long night had ended, and the immediate dangers to Pamela, Eleanor, and de Coster had temporarily subsided. Keys looked back at the whole incident, every decision, every subtle action to protect himself, seize the advantage, and control the situation. He realized that intelligence, calmness, and observation were the lights that guided him through the darkness and danger. The relationship between Keys and Pamela and Keys and Eleanor now deepens. It is trusting, tense, and latently sexual. All three understand that the secrets, yet fully revealed, De Coster and his associates have withdrawn, but the social and legal dangers remain. Keys understands that sobriety, intelligence, and vigilance will be the only weapons to guide the next challenges. Life, secrets, and power still go hand in hand. And Keys Popinga, who observes, manipulates, and survives between light and darkness, will continue to walk, ready to face the mysteries and challenges ahead.